Here at VIO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
Hello everybody and welcome to Wasps FC for the 11th anniversary of Lit Sevens. Welcome to all of you tuning in from around the world for this very exciting rugby event. We are here pitchside, just behind pitch 1 here, bringing you interviews and pitchside reaction over the course of today. My name's James Zanadakis and I'll be introducing today's event before throwing up to our commentary team. So it's a big event, this 66 teams taking place over 4 different categories. We've got the men's open, the women's open, and of course the men's socials and the women's socials. As mentioned, teams from around the world, from the likes of Fiji, South Africa, France, and of course England, just to name a few different countries taking part. My advice now would be to download the Tournify app because you're going to be able to stay across all of the action on the Tournify app. Get involved, follow, of course, today's action, but we'll be here bringing you updates throughout the course of today. 7 pitches, 4 different competitions. The action is building up and we are as excited as ever. Let's hand over to our commentary team of Angus and Amy to introduce the day.
Thank you very much, James. It's a real pleasure to be here at Wasps.
So is that my day done?
Particularly special, given events towards the end of the season just gone. But we're here on pitch 1. I'm alongside Amy Wilson-Hardy, and we are ready for a big day of sevens. Amy, it's going to be a fun one.
Good morning. Yeah, it's great to be back. Actually, it feels like it's just yesterday that we were here on a beautiful sunny day. It's just stopped raining, I think. No, maybe a little bit, which is good signs because that means we're going to see some good sevens, I hope.
I certainly hope so. Humidity's right up there, so we're in for a slippy ball in these first few games. But we've got a couple of minutes until things kick off. We've got the team still warming up out there, seeing a few little wrestling moves going on. So it gives us a chance to talk about you and what you've been up to over the last year, really, since we were last here at the Lit Sevens here at Twyford Avenue. How's things been going? What have you been up to?
Yeah, playing a lot of rugby, actually, a lot of sevens, which is always a good thing. Just culminating our season with qualifying for the Olympics in Paris, so that's what our target was at the start of the season, so it's great to be able to say we've done that and we can relax a little bit before it all kicks off in our prep for Paris.
Actually enjoy your summer. That's got to be a nice feeling.
I think it might be the first time in 10 years. We were saying earlier this time last year we were getting ready for Commonwealth Games, World Cup. There was definitely no rest there. So yeah, it's going to be nice to just switch off a bit, much needed switch off. Obviously I found myself back at a sevens tournament, so can't keep myself away for too long, but it's nice being a spectator this time.
Well, once you've got the bug, you've got the bug. That's the thing. Now we're here today, we've got 4 tournaments. We've got the men's open, the women's open, women's social and the men's social. We've got 66 teams in all. Absolute chaos, but what does that tell us about how much the game of sevens is adored around the country? 66 teams just pulling together for what's going to be a magnificent afternoon, well, a magnificent day. We're here for, I think, about an 8-hour stint. We've got the likes of you and I for about 7 of those 8 hours, so people are going to get used to these 2 voices. But what are you hoping to see out there on the field? Lots of fast-flowing sevens.
Definitely. I think what's great about this, there's such a variety of different teams here. I think smiles on faces. It's an early start, so I'm hoping that people have woken up just about. I don't know if I would be ready to go at 10 a.m, but no, it's looking good out there as the teams warm up on pitch 1. But I know we had some really, really good performances last year, so I know there'll be much of the same this year.
We certainly do. Now we're going to begin with the Rumans against Fine Rugby now, but we've got 2 minutes before they start, although it looks as though the Rumans are ready to go. They're keen for a start, and the referees are as well. They're ready to go. But it gives us just a quick chance to mention the official charity of today's occasion, the Charlotte Lloyd Memorial Trust. The women's tournament is named in her honour. It was set up in honour of Charlotte Lloyd, who tragically passed away 7 years ago. She was an avid rugby player who loved the game, and her father's here today, and he'll be presenting the Women's Awards, raising money for the Mind charity alongside that Charlotte Lloyd Memorial Trust. So do dig deep for that. Out on the field, Fine Rugby Now are still running through their drills. They're obviously taking the tournament quite seriously. Rummans, on the other hand, are having a bit of a chat between themselves. What's your style? Serious warm-up or a bit of a chat?
I like a bit of chat. You've got to know what you're doing, right? Done the hard work. Now it's just about putting it out there. I'm also loving these, the balls, pink and white. Definitely can see those ones coming.
We certainly can. We're not going to miss those, are we? The Rummans have taken the field, lined up, ready to go. Fine Rugby Now they're coming in for a chat. Rummans are all out of chat. I think, well, we are in the men's social tournament, and I think there are certainly always teams that take it more socially than others.
I think they're just starting their warm-up, actually.
There's definitely a few, I think, that had a couple of beers last night. Not Fine Rugby Now, who of course are the parent company to the Lit 7 series. This the culmination of what have been 3 previous legs earlier in the late spring and early summer. But here we have the big one, and we're just about ready for kickoff. Referees looking a little impatient now, actually, with Fine Rugby Now. White boots on a referee, orange boots on a referee on this near side. That's a bit jazzy. Like my refs in black boots.
I mean, expecting huge things now, especially from the assistant referee on that sideline. He's ready though.
He really is. He's almost in the starter pistol position. But we are away and ready to go here at the 2023 Lit Sevens, the London International Sevens. Fine Rugby Now kick us off and into the hands of the Rummans. To shift it to that far side early on. They're going to test the outside width. Big tackle comes in from Fine Rugby Now. Quickly taken, but a little too quickly for the referee. Good plan to try and test the width early on, or do you want to see them protecting the ball a bit more?
I think if you stretch early on, you kind of find out how a team defends a little bit more. I think it's a good plan. Obviously, trying not to go into touch. Otherwise, you get a tricky defensive platform to start with.
Top tips from an international 7-star: don't take it into touch. Fine Rugby Now in possession. That one goes to ground, but it's gone backwards, so they'll just try and reset. And finding a bit of space on the left-hand side, but tackled out into touch. And a little bit of a scrappy start here. Ball probably a little bit greasy after that early rain. Pitch too in remarkably good nick, actually, given some of the hot weather over the last month.
Don't think they're listening to me with them not going to touch, but both teams you can see stretching early doors. I think, again, if it's hard work for the attack, it's going to be even harder for the defence. So it's just working them from side to side till those opportunities come.
Rummans do well to hang on to that. That was a difficult one to take. Now they move it out to the left-hand side. Lovely step inside. Has he got the pace? Yes, he does. Mark L with the step inside and the opening score of the 2023 Lit Sevens.
That was an absolutely lovely finish. He had a lot to do still. You can see just taking the defender one way. That, like we said, if they go to the width, it means the defender's going to be stretched. See the overchase, step back in. Lovely finish.
Great hands just to take that ball off the ruck, wasn't it? In and out, off the left, accelerate off the right. If only his conversion was as good as his step. So Fine Rugby Now find themselves 5-0 down early on here. Little cross kick. Sits up nicely. Defence has done well to get across. Could be a little bit of space, but the ball just pops away. Rare to see the kick pass in Sevens.
Yeah, especially that deep in their own half. I think normally you're looking at a downtown to clear and go and get on the chase. But, I mean, the space was there. It was well executed. And just, yeah, shame they didn't get that last pass away.
I think the Fine Rugby now. Outside half has got some skills he wants to show off today. Gonna have to show his defensive flair here though, because Rummans are on the attack again. Ball spills loose, but backwards. Another little kick through as the space. No, it's tidied up nicely by Fine Rugby now. Penalty coming though for the Rummans. And a chance here. If they can find the opening, they could well do here. There's space and the last man gets it. Kurt with the try.
Really nicely done. I think you talk a lot about transition, especially in sevens, that transition from attack to defence, and just showed there on the penalty really quick reactions from Rummans, making it count.
And actually quite impressive to see early on that no one was taking the selfish option. There were a couple of opportunities there where you thought, oh, I can see someone trying to step off the right foot there and go themselves, but playing the percentages and playing them well.
I mean, I definitely think that would be me, just try for route one and go. But yeah, no, really good skill execution. Simple.
And ladies and gentlemen, Dave Rogers, who'll be guiding you through the afternoon session, has arrived 6 hours early. Oh. Well, I tell you what, you may not have to listen to our voices consistently for too long, but consistently accelerating through on the right-hand side. Oh, Fine Rugby now. Fast hands, fast feet, and a fast response to the Rummans score from Fine Rugby now.
Actually, I think that kick meant that, I don't know if they were doing it from the start, but Rummans had to drop a sweeper in, which just gives you that space on the edge. And then a simple 2v, well, I say simple, timing was perfection, just to finish it off with that last pass. And the kick-off not 10, so a really easy let-off there. Another key part of the sevens game, that kick-off. It just dictates who's going to have possession. And possession is so key. So it's a free kick on the halfway line.
Rummans looking for a fast response. It's a good offload off the floor. Ball is loose though. We'll come back for a scrum. Decent start to this game though. 3 tries in this first half, minute left.
Yeah, like I said, it's quite an early start, considering these teams have had to get here a couple of hours ago, so sometimes it looks a bit rusty on this first game, but not few drop balls, but maybe they're distracted by the pink, but it seems as the pitch is drying up, so are the skills, so it's looking good.
Yeah, I have to say I was very impressed by the timings of a lot of the teams here. I arrived about 8 o'clock and there was barely a space left in the car park for me. Such was the enthusiasm of the teams to get here and get warmed up, and Rummans looking for a third score, and they get there on the right-hand side. It's a second for Mark. A third for his team. And it's going to be a fairly decisive half-time lead for the Rummans, and well, we might have to take back. Well, I say that you were being quite nice about them beforehand, but I might have to take back some of my comments about their more lackadaisical warm-up.
Said the preparation was done. They were ready. They were confident.
And that confidence reflected in the half-time score. It's Fine Rugby now 7, Rummans 17. Back for the second half then. The teams are ready for action. Rumman's with that 17-7 lead. They'll be kicking off, playing from left to right in their yellow and maroon shirts. It's a decent kickoff routine. Ball is there to be contested for, and Rumman's have got it back. Good work on the floor from Fine Rugby now. Such an important part of the game, isn't it? The kickoff in sevens.
Huge. As I mentioned earlier, it's just that having that possession. Oh, we're flying through. But that was absolutely perfect. And you can see they were unlucky with the penalty there, but we talk about the crumbs. Like, if you don't get the clean catch, can you get the crumbs? The people around the scavengers getting on the bounce of the ball.
Fine Rugby now being fairly patient with possession here, looking to see if they can find an opening. There's a bit of pace out on that right-hand side and a bit of strength as well to power away from the first tackle. Offload off the floor, but it's intercepted, chasing back by Rumman's, who are then bundled into touch, and it'll be a Fine Rugby now line out inside the 22.
Green ball, yellow mark here.
Still a really good position here to attack from. Hopefully they can stay clinical. Just so we talk about those one-on-one battles that we want to create. Use your super strengths. You definitely did there, breaking that first tackle.
Pitch 3, we have the University of Sussex, the current defending champions.
Fine Rugby now out to the far side. Offload through the tackle. There's a spare man, but it's really good work in defence. Great decision from the Rumman's outside man. But Fine Rugby now keep it alive, and they're going to be across for their second try. The numbers just proving too much in the end.
He was definitely going route one there. He was under the post.
Just ran out of defenders in the end, really, didn't they, Rumman's? Done well to cover, but just couldn't keep flooding it.
Yeah, and you can see if Rumman's have got the first try in this second half, that's probably their victory. But Fine Rugby now staying in it, getting that score, such a pivotal time. They've got the momentum, they've also got the kick. Shows how important it is as well, getting near those posts. Those little 2 points adds up, and now it's anybody's game.
Certainly is. Just 3 points in it. Fine Rugby now showing the importance of conversions as well. Their 2 tries to Fine Rugby now, 3. But with 2 conversions, they're just the 3 points behind. Rumman's. Just holding off, looking to try and find a gap. It's a good tackle and almost earning a reward with the penalty, but Rumman's get the ball away just in the nick of time and now finds some space on the left-hand side. Cover tackle just comes in, but he's staying on his feet and still going. Fantastic power through the tackle. Now they might look to stretch them. No, they step back inside. Defence had to make a decision. And in the end, they drifted wide. Rumman stepped inside. And the try comes for Max Loveridge.
All of these tries are created from that physicality with that first carry. Don't know if I've ever seen a goosey done whilst being tackled, so that was something new. I liked it though, it worked. Whatever he did, it worked. But just getting on that front foot, and you can see every player then, they're a threat on the ball. You can see threat on the ball, and then in the end, he makes it look easy.
He almost stepped himself, such was the force that he put through that right leg as he stepped back inside.
Again, I'm laughing because that would be me face planting the floor if that was me.
It's a deeper kickoff this time from Rumman's, knowing that they've got that 10-point advantage now. They're going to challenge Fine Rugby now to go the length, and they force the error and have possession back. Another try here might just be fatal. We come back for the knock-on. And Rumman's will be only too happy to see this clock just tick away.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll not be rushing to that scrum. I potentially think Fine Rugby now would have shown a bit more urgency, knowing they haven't got too long left on the clock, but Rumman's will definitely just chill in, taking their time, trying to work down that clock.
First game of the day. Bit of a shock to the system on the lungs, perhaps, for a few of them.
What a scrum.
Huge scrum from Fine Rugby now. Runners will be very happy to see a reset, and we've lost almost a minute through that process. Now Rummans, can they find a fifth? And can Mark find a hat-trick? Yes, he can. Once again, we saw the footwork for his first try, we see it for his third. And he is having a great time here on pitch 1 at the Lit Sevens, and he immediately signals he wants to come off. His job's done, I've got a hat-trick, take me off.
I mean, I think he deserves a little rest there. But you could see he had confidence in his eyes from the moment he got that ball. He knew he was going to take on that edge defender. One-on-one battle. Absolutely searing through.
Yeah, we see it again here. We got a taste of his footwork early on, but this, an even better step. Not even a step, really, just an outside arc.
I do think half the battle's confidence. Just, yeah, that willingness to just take someone on makes such a big difference.
And when someone can go from 0 to 100 like that, it puts the fear of God into you when you're that outside defender.
That definitely helps too.
So Fine Rugby now with a bit of work to do and not very much time in which to do it, but they'd love to finish off with a score hit. And there's a bit of space on the right hand side. Tackle comes in and his support man's almost just overrun it. There was a chance to get the offload away, but they've had to reset. Referee bringing them back for a Rummans penalty.
Wonder if they'll go for final score, if that's enough for them.
Protect the lungs at this stage, I'd say.
There you go.
We might not see that in the open, but in the social, look after those lungs as much as you can. A terrific performance from the Rummans for a 31-14 victory, and impressive play from them.
Yeah, definitely. They looked probably the more physical side in terms of those carries, and I think if you win that physical battle, you're always going to have a defence on the back foot, so really good stuff. But Fine Rugby now showed that fight, kept it a good game.
Certainly did, yeah. We're going to hear from one of the Rummans players in just a second. It's not the hat-trick hero, but it's another one of their stars who's going to be speaking to our man James in just a couple of seconds. Fine Rugby now make their way off. A tough opening game for them, but they'll have a few more chances in this group. But the Rummans take the victory on the first game of the day here at the Lit Sevens, 31-14 against Fine Rugby now, and James is going to speak to one of their players.
Well, listen, good victory. 29-14. We're with Monty Snary. Monty, you've just defeated the hosts in the opening game. Did you not get the memo? The hosts are meant to win.
No, I didn't realise that they were the hosts. We came out much faster than I was expecting and scored 2 early tries. Like, credit to the boys. We haven't had much training coming into this, but it all looked like it came together.
I feel like your team sort of lowered expectations about what you could achieve, and I think perhaps you've even surprised yourselves with that lightning fast start. You sort of raced into an early lead, didn't you? And then they were obviously chasing for the rest of the match. I think you've done really well there.
Yeah, well, we've got a mix-up of some of the boys back from Norwich Rugby Club, and then some from elsewhere around England. So it's the first time we've come together, and yeah, I was impressed at what we put out there.
Obviously, it's going well. Does that kind of make you rethink things and make you address the tournament a little bit differently now that you've got such a big win in that first match?
Well, I think it's always good to get a win under the belt first, so it would put a bit of confidence in the boys that we can go out and keep performing and, well, hopefully get a bit further than we may have thought at the first.
Great event this, isn't it? Well organised, lots of teams, 66 teams from around the world. Do you feel like you're part of something quite big here?
Yeah, it's definitely a big event. Got a bit worried when it started raining, but luckily,
So we are
great weather, very hot, very humid, but good buzz, and yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Actually, a bit of rain throughout the day cools you off, doesn't it? So it makes the pitch a little bit slicker. Obviously playing on pitch 1 as well. There's 7 pitches here, so not a great facility this, isn't it?
Yeah, great pitches. Thought the ground coming here today was going to be hard, a bit sore to land on, but no, it's a well-maintained pitch and makes well for fast-flowing rugby.
We grabbed you just as you came off the pitch and you were a bit exhausted, out of breath, weren't you? I mean, that's the nature of this, isn't it? How are you feeling after that first match? You feeling pretty good and raring to go?
Yeah, feeling all right. Feeling, again, better than I thought. It's the first time I've played rugby since last game of the season. So, yeah, good fun and get a good laugh in with the boys.
Monty, well done. Thanks for the interview. We'll keep an eye on how you guys get on and we'll hand back to the commentary room. Thanks very much. Cheers. Back to you guys.
Please have your attention. We do have a request for players.
Games, and as you can see, we are underway with London Japanese Samurai against the Phoenix Sevens, and London Japanese are already 5 points to the good, just a minute in.
You are guaranteed to play. If you are looking for an extra game, you're looking to participate. The Match and Warriors on pitch 5 at 10:40 need your help. Go and speak to Gareth.
And with the conversion, it's a 7-0 lead. London Japanese in those white and red shirts, Phoenix Sevens in the blue shirts, playing from left to right, and it was great gas down the right-hand side.
With the bottom of that being the clubhouse. So if you're looking out from the clubhouse, top right-hand corner, that's pitch 5. 10:40.
A wonderful start for London Japanese.
Taken back in, then knocked on. No advantage. White's your ball. Your scrum.
It's going to be a scrum. London Japanese ball.
It was a white knock on first. My apologies. White knock on initially, then blue. Blue ball. Let's go. On my call.
What can they do with it?
Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay. It's gone backwards, all good.
Phoenix looking to go from inside their own half. Japanese get over for their second try of the game. A fast start from one of 2 London Japanese sides that are playing here today. Yeah. Conversion good as well. A 14-0 lead for London Japanese. And we see the replay here. It's an offload off the floor. Huge fend. Tidy pass and some good footwork for London Japanese to take that 2-try advantage.
This is an important safety announcement. Could you please avoid warming up on the pitch while games are being played? I know it sounds like common sense, but there seems to be a dearth of that. So please, if a game is going on, do not warm up on the pitch while other teams are playing their game. We really had a tragic...
Scrappy start to this one. We'll have another scrum.
So if you're warming up, please do so off pitch. Thank you.
London Japanese with a good attacking position here for what would be their 3rd try of the game if they can get this one done. And they probe over to the right-hand side. Good tackling though from Phoenix. It turns the ball over, but then they chuck a kick in, perhaps ill-advised, but we come back for the scrum. Still in the men's social competition with this one, Group D. And Phoenix with a lot of work to do, in that ball bouncing away.
Okay, last warning.
Left. Hands.
Phoenix with the penalty, looking to move through. Late move. And another kick through from Phoenix. Ball is bouncing. They've got some serious pace chasing after it, but London Japanese tidy up and squirm free of the tackle. And now there's a bit of a counter-attacking chance here against an unstructured defence. They look to put the hammer down here through the middle, but a great tackle comes in. And now they move the ball from left to right. Tackles come in, not held, says the referee. Another try here from London Japanese, and you feel they'll be heading into the break in an incredibly dominant position, one that'll be hard for Phoenix to come back from. That's why Phoenix are tackling with such gusto at the moment. A through the legs pass as well from London Japanese. Oh, ball out the back. Now they put the hammer down. 1-on-1, goes himself, hauled down early. Is there a chance here on the right-hand side? Yes, there is. And they are going to finish the half with their third try. Glorious, sweeping move from London Japanese that somehow managed to include both a between the legs pass and two out the back passes before finishing off in fine style for a 19-0 lead that'll surely become 21. And of course, as I say that, the conversion goes wide, but we'll go into half-time with London Japanese leading the Phoenix 19 points to 0. What a brilliant half from London Japanese. Second half just about ready to start. London Japanese Samurai 19-0 up against Phoenix Sevens, and Amy Wilson-Hardy is back. Been doing a busy media day today for you.
I'm back. It looks like I missed a cracking first half from London Japanese.
I'll tell you what you did. London Japanese have been playing some incredible stuff. All the skills on show. They're playing social sevens with real flair here, and it's been exciting to watch.
It's what we love to see. I mean, if you're here in the social tournament, you're here to enjoy yourself, so why not try a few tricks that you've always wanted to?
Absolutely, and what a kickoff that is. Claimed.
Forward.
The tap back was
Went forward.
not quite as good as the kickoff, but that was a hell of a
Stop,
kickoff.
please, on the 5.
I mean,
Blue
I think
ball.
it's just serves really because
Come on the 5.
questionable offside, so maybe,
Yeah,
but
please.
great kick nonetheless.
Ball.
You're a stickler for the rules here.
Got to keep to the rules, you know.
Grateful, please, Hooker, step it forward.
Phoenix scrum. Be good for them if they can get on the scoreboard early on in this second half.
Set. All yours.
We saw a couple of good moments from them, but they were just under such pressure from London Japanese. But the scrum half breaks himself, covers across. It's a good tackle in the end, and it's given the defence time to realign. And then a big counter ruck from London Japanese. That's fantastic work, and they've got an opportunity here if the ball sits up. Bursting through the middle, pass gets away, stepping back inside, and then accelerating through. This is where they've been so good. It's just getting that ball away from the contact area. And once again, just as I say that, they spill it.
Okay, you're going up above the sternum. Above the sternum.
Those new tackle rules coming into play.
Of course, we're in July.
On pitch 2, we have the men's open game.
I'd forgotten.
I had 2 until that point, if I'm honest.
Okay, your line up, please, red and white.
At least the referees are on it. For those of you who've been living under the rocks for the last 6 months, we are of course playing under the new tackle height laws. You've got to tackle below the sternum.
Here, please. Your numbers, please, red and white.
As we saw there, a few of those tackles just creeping up above it.
Hard. It's a very habitual thing, isn't it, to kind of get used to. I mean, meant to be tackling how you're taught to tackle, I guess, but still.
Well, the tricky thing is, particularly in the social sevens, is a lot of the teams here won't really train. So they'll turn up, play a lot of sevens tournaments, play some pretty good rugby, but they haven't had a lot of coaching on adjusting those heights.
And potentially haven't played since the end of their 15 season. I know a lot of teams are ring around last minute trying to get players to join. They haven't all necessarily had a full season of sevens to back themselves up as well.
Indeed. In fact, there's probably a few that have had the call up that haven't played for a good year or so. You've gone, yeah, all right. Bit of sevens in the sunshine. Sounds good. Little did they know. Rain and new laws. Phoenix, though, doing well to hold out against that London Japanese attack, and now looking to create something of their own. Scoreless so far in the second half, but London Japanese with a 19-0 lead. But the cover tackle just forces the ball loose, and London Japanese have a bit of an opening, arcing around the left-hand side. Then a big fend. Leaves the ball behind, does he? Went forward initially, says the referee.
Went forward initially in the tackle. Scrum.
Again, like we mentioned in the last game, the physicality, the difference in physicality, you see one much bigger side than the other, and I know that can sometimes work in your favour as a smaller side in terms of potentially being a bit more agile, moving around, but when you can win those physical battles and get on the front foot, it's so hard to defend if you're constantly going backwards and you're constantly having to commit more than one player to a tackle. So if you've got the fitness and the speed to back that up as well, which they obviously do, then it's a tough one to be on the other side of.
Relentless pressure from the bigger London Japanese side. And Phoenix going to have to go from very deep here.
Right wing.
Again, the tackles come raining in, but this time they get an offload away, and there could just be a sense of an opening here on the left-hand side. Cover tackle is good, but offload doesn't go to hand, but is gathered.
Tackle away!
Incredibly physical work in defence from London Japanese, but that time just overly so, and they earn a yellow card for their trouble. Referee had said to release. So London Japanese, number 6, makes his way off the field, and Phoenix are playing against 6 players for the next couple of minutes. In fact, for pretty much the duration of the rest of the game.
Assist tackler high.
Got to be careful here with a few high tackles coming in as well. Don't want to be down to 5. Sevens is hard enough as 7, let alone 6 and then 5.
Phoenix working their way around the outside. They could be in for their first score. They are in for their first score. That extra player on the field making the difference immediately. And Phoenix Sevens have narrowed the gap, and with a couple of minutes left to play, there is still a sniff of a chance.
Stranger things have happened in sevens.
They certainly have. Tell me about the way that you adjust tactically when you lose a player to the sim bin, because obviously the more numbers you have on the field, the better, and the more numbers we have, if we think about 15s, the easier it is to cover those gaps in sevens. you're already working pretty hard to cover the gaps anyway. So what adjustments do you make when you lose a player?
Yeah, it's pretty challenging. I think in defensively, you're looking at, we could say, icing the breakdown, so not looking to counter, just getting on your feet. So as soon as you made that tackle, you're on your feet, you're in that defensive line. In attack, you're looking at those second touches on the ball. Can you kind of use like those inside passes from the breakdown, kind of getting back in if you're that scrum half position playing away? Can you get on an inside ball? But also trying not to go too much in your shell. I think there's a misconception where you have to play really short, but can you still stretch? Can you still play to width? Yeah, well, as you're seeing here.
Oh, indeed, London Japanese straight away demonstrating your point that spaces can still appear even if you are down a player. And in finding that space, they've almost certainly sealed the game here. In fact, I'll go out on a limb and say they have sealed the game here.
You've got to think, how can you stress that defence even if you're down to 6? By playing one out rugby because you're one player less, that's actually really easy for the defence to keep defending, whereas if you're still stretching them, you're still going to create those gaps that you've just seen there.
Yellow card on! Yellow card on, red and white.
Yellow card on,
Yellow card.
barks the referee. So we're back up to 7 players each, but with the final play of the game near enough in front of us.
Whenever you're ready.
It's not going to be long. In fact, he'd taken his shirt off. I think he thought his day was done. Still getting dressed as the play unfolds in front of him. That's why he's decided that he's going to take the opportunity to go out onto the far side.
Oh, nearly the glory interception to finish the game off.
Genuine attempt. Scrum, please. No advantage. Outside 22.
Referee says it was a genuine attempt. Still got time. Our clock just a guide. Referee happy for play to continue.
It's great to see some familiar faces in the ref team as well. Definitely seen a few of these from last year too.
5, 6, 8.
Day out in the sun for the referees as well. One of the favourites on their calendar. Phoenix looking to finish off with a flourish. And they might just do so. Broken through the first line of defence. Cover comes in. Ball is launched back inside. They've done well to get it under control and keep it moving. Try scorer there, just tackled. Gets it one-handed off the floor. Now they have numbers on this right-hand side. Do they have the pace to exploit it? Not quite. Ball is spilled. And London Japanese, surely. Well, I was going to say surely they're going to try and end this one. They might try and end it with a try. Lovely ball off the floor. And again, little goose step comes in, and then defend, and they are going to finish off with a score.
He had his rest. He was feeling fresh.
The goose step, the big handoff, and the try for the number 6. His side's 5th. And a big win for London Japanese in Group D of this men's social competition that we've had going early on here on pitch 1 at the Lit Sevens. Terrific performance that from London Japanese.
Really clinical, and we spoke about whether they decide to play on, but in these group stages the points can really make a difference. I don't quite know the connotations of how this tournament will work, but if it comes down to points difference of whether you'll get an easier quarter, that try could make all the difference really.
Certainly could. A lovely try it was to get things finished off. London Japanese with a 33-5 victory against Phoenix Sevens. It's going to be a bit of a change in tone in a second as well, because we move across to our first women's game here on pitch 1. It's going to be the women's social, and it's going to be London Bears against Vicuna Sevens. 2 new additions to the tournament from last year. It's going to be exciting to see how they get on. Meantime, it looks to me as though we're getting that try scorer from London Japanese trotting over for an interview. He's taken his shirt off again for it. So, a treat for the viewers. He's trots over. He'll be speaking to James in just a second. And after that, we'll have London Bears against Vicuna Sevens. And below me, he's discussing with our producer whether or not he should put his shirt on for the occasion. The conclusion seems to be that he's not going to put it on, so producer obviously likes what he sees. And so they're just about ready for us down below. And James is speaking to one of the London Japanese Samurai players who scored that final try.
Thanks, Angus. Yeah, we're joined by the try scorer. Lewis, welcome to the broadcast. Firstly, congratulations on the victory. Just talk to us through the match. A lightning fast start, 19-0 for the first half. That set the tone for the match for you guys, didn't it?
Yeah, no, we're just focusing on shipping the ball out wide to wide, just creating the space on the outside and just waiting for our opportunities to open up. And yeah.
Now listen, part of this team's charm is your kit. You won the kit competition as well. You're not wearing the kit. It's a bit hot. You're tired after the match, but you know there's a lot of really cool things sort of behind the origin of this team, isn't there?
Yeah, no, definitely. It was actually one of our boys, one of our LBs, who designed the kit themselves, and yeah, no, it is a really cool kit. Yeah.
And London Japanese Samurai, obviously with the Japanese origins, I think 60% of your players sort of have a Japanese background, you know, the flair that comes from your style of play, and Japanese spirit defined as flair and tasty beer. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, no, definitely. Sai is definitely probably one of my favourite, yeah.
Well, listen, you've obviously had a good win now, and that sets you up nicely for the rest of the competition, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it was definitely, we knew that we had to come out strong on the first game. It was main pitch, open, wide pitch. Yeah, no, definitely we're just going to keep on trying to carry on momentum up until the stages, final stages. Yeah.
Well done, great victory, great kit, and we'll see you later on in the competition. Good man.
Cheers, mate.
Well done, man. Cheers. Good match. Well played. Back to you guys.
Cheers, James, and we're just underway in this first women's social game here on pitch 1. London Bears against Vicuna Sevens. London Bears. Oh, great offload. And they're going to be away for the first score. Lovely offload. And an early try.
I'm going to put it out there. 2 of the best kits yet.
Outstanding kits.
I'm a bit distracted at the moment, just at the kit. It's great.
I also like, we've got a number of players that have gone for the sleeveless option. It's a humid day out here.
Noted. Yeah, the mixture. Take what you want. I like it. Whatever you're comfortable in.
Yeah. Got a stash bag, just grab and go.
Yep. It does. I love a vest, but the thought of tackling and scrummaging does make my little shoulders.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a full kit kind of a guy. I don't even really like not having a long sock, if I'm honest.
I'm with you on that. Partly because I look awful in a cut-off calf sock as well, but that's me just being vain.
Ball is bundled away into touch. And London Bears still have their 5-0 lead. Got an outstanding hairstyle on the field as well. All colours of the rainbow. In fact, is that matched to the kit, do you think? That's fantastic.
I really hope that has been done especially for the kit, because that is top work. Oh, and when she turns around, it's changed colour. I love it.
And her team are loving it out there on the field. They're going to be away for their second try. The chase is coming in, but around the outside go London Bears. 2 tries to the good in the opening 3 minutes.
Made it look so easy, really clinical from the line out, winning that ball. Easy hands to the edge and speed. Love it.
First try we've seen today off a set piece as well. just simple play, wasn't it? Get the ball to the gas on the outside and back it.
100%. Sometimes it is as easy as that. See all passes nice in front, people not stopping their stride. So the winger is going full pelt as she gets the ball.
Behind.
This is what the back of the shirt says, Scrummy number 40.
I could see you looking at that, working out if that was a name or a nickname.
Whether it was appropriate to say or not, it was all a real, it was a tough one for me.
If it's on the shirt, fair play.
Vicuna Sevens
Stay on, back cross.
have the ball for really the first time in this game,
Stay on, back cross.
struggling to get it under control.
Okay.
It's been ripped clear in the tackle by London Bears. They're off to a cracking start here.
Okay, stay.
Little dummy to the outside and then a spin through. Defence weren't buying it though.
That play from the ground.
Ripped the ball clear, but illegally so, and it's a penalty.
Drop. Drop.
Love the little spin, quickly taken. Number 2 showing her power before, she showed it again, getting the offload away. Bears doing really well to just keep the ball alive.
Drop.
Bears, there's space on the outside and they find it, and they find a third score,
Right there.
and they are enjoying themselves out there now.
Yeah, yeah.
It's going to be cynical and said looked a little bit forward, but my angle is
This
not
side.
the best from here, so
Yeah, from this
great
side.
work try. There you go. Really nice overlap taken, again showing signs of not being selfish. Just giving it to the players in space, and a great conversion. Finish it off.
It was a tidy score, wasn't it? Worked it through the hands,
Yes.
knew where the space was.
It's little things. You see both those players just committing to straightening their hips. That commits the defender. Little eye contact. We talk about eyes, body, ball. Can we get that eye contact? Can we commit the body and then shift the ball? And that means that defence then can't drift off. They make it look really easy.
Vicuna Sevens
Important announcement for the representative from
finding life tough
the men's open.
Not rolling.
Representing
against the power
Not rolling. Back here. Drop.
of this London Bears outfit, but they have a penalty.
the announcers booth.
And a first chance really to do something. They've, well, I would say they've taken that, but
In front of the
the
club
referee is happy that they haven't.
Inside corner is what facing the club. Okay. Maris
Back cross. No
Bears are
hands.
going at every breakdown.
the announcers booth.
Can work in your advantage, but sometimes it means you're just committing an extra player, and you don't need to. Seems to have paid off this time.
No hands, Blue. No hands.
I guess they've seen they've had success of it a couple of times, and they're thinking, let's just throw someone at everything.
I think as long as you're not leaving yourself short in defence, it slows the ball down for the opposition, and then best case scenario you get that turnover. They've certainly got a few turnovers from it. You can just see they've got that physical dominance. They've left that one, it's been secured, but no, the next one you can just see they're taking their opportunities when they're coming.
Vicuna Sevens almost being sucked into the trap here that's been laid by the London Bears, of coming back in towards the contact and then all getting
Up.
bunched together. London Bears take advantage and storm through the middle. Ellie Phillips
Right there.
with the try. In one of the neatest team sheets we've seen all day, actually, from the London Bears.
Which we really appreciate.
Thoroughly appreciate. Anyone listening that's not handed in their team sheet, do please make it legible. And that's going to be half time. London Bears 24-0 to the good against Vicuna Sevens. London Bears have been terrific. What can Vicuna do to try and get back into this? Like, hold their shape a bit, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, because Bears are coming at every breakdown, what Vicuna have to do is commit 2 in the breakdown, in addition to the attacker, in addition to the scrum half, which then means you've only got 3 in the open field. They have to win that collision. They have to be a bit quicker with what I say ABC, so that person over the ball. You can see if Bears aren't Bears don't get the opportunity, they won't compete for it, and that will mean that Vicuna can then have a few more players out, keep the ball, keep possession. I think if they could just focus on keeping that possession, then hopefully something will open up for them.
Absolutely, and I guess from a Bears perspective, more of the same. They've been absolutely flying in this first half.
100%. Obviously their tries have been great, but it's the hustle for me. They're just sniffing at everything. We spoke about the breakdown, but even in defence, you can just see they're getting in the faces, they're putting on pressure, they're not letting up in all areas of the game. Absolutely ruthless.
Certainly are. We're just about ready for the start of the second half. Final deliberations being given. 24-0. London Bears lead. They've made a few changes for the second half, unsurprisingly I suppose. With a comfortable lead, let's give everyone a bit of a run out, keep things fresh. Vicuna taking their time to get across before the start of this second half. Not wanting to waste any energy, they know they've got a big second half ahead of them. 4 tries required. 5 really to take the lead. And here we go, start of the second half. Kick-off goes pretty deep from Vicuna Sevens. London Bears with some great work on the outside, and for all the hopes that Vicuna had of a fast start to this second half, it's London Bears straight from the kick-off. Lauren Armson, rather, with her second try of the game, burning it around the outside.
AKA Scrummy. And you can see why with that try. Great individual effort, awesome work. Wasn't just a straight run in, she had to work hard, she beat a defender, great footwork, and then the lungs and the legs to finish it off. Let's just hope she's got it in her to play another, well, pretty much 7 minutes.
And having seen the first score, once she'd got around the outside here, you simply knew no one was catching her. She is lightning quick.
I always think you can tell how quick somebody is by how effortless they look when they run. And that was effortless.
And that's how people know that I'm not quick.
I was about to say the same. Not about you, of course, and about me.
It would have been perfectly true if it had been about me. Vicuna Sevens. Spot that there's no one back there, so stab a kick through. Cover is good from London Bears though. And now they look around that outside again. Ball back inside. Numbers absolutely flooding through. Another score, and it's just wave after wave of relentless try-scoring work from London Bears.
Tough one there. You can see what she was thinking. I think you get to this stage of a game and you're thinking, how can I change it? How can I make an impact when we're so many points behind? Just think the trouble with the kicking in sevens, if you don't get it spot on, then you're giving that possession back, and you just see how clinical Bears are at just finishing that off. If you'd maybe whacked it a little bit further and they got the chase on, it could potentially led to something a bit better.
And I guess as soon as you see that that ball's not going to bounce your way, you've got to be, first thought's got to be, how do we align in defence to make sure there's just no gap left?
100%, and it's so easy to just gravitate towards the ball, and that's when it becomes quite a nice attacking picture.
Vicuna have a little dabble around the outside, just a hint of a chance there, but tackle comes in and takes them out into touch. Bears go fast. Referee said line out wasn't set.
Love that.
They go, and they've got numbers out on the left-hand side. If they can find them, they charge through the middle instead and then get an offload off the floor. Still, they have those numbers on the left-hand side, but they're just going to keep ploughing through the middle. And why not? Because as they flood the numbers through, they come away with the score.
Vicuna's heads have just dropped a little bit now. It's really tough being the end of the scoreline, so it's just how do they get back in, next job, finish on a high. They've shown glimpses of what they're about, and can they get that back into these last 4 minutes of the game? Great footwork there for that initial break.
Good offloading work as well, and they just went that central route. One offload off the floor, one while on the charge, and a stroll in under the posts for a 43-0 lead. It has been a terrific performance so far. Vicuna, can they string something together? Get themselves on the scoreboard here. Another big counter ruck comes in though from London Bears. It's not just been the pace, it's been the power as well, but now we see a little hint more of the pace. Georgia Willen round the outside, and once again it's that counter rucking that just proves so effective for this London Bears side.
It is just relentless. Vicuna do something great. They had a really good physical carry there, set up the platform, but if you don't get those basics right, you are going to be punished, and that's unfortunately what's happening right now.
Announcement here. Can we have medical staff to the announcers?
Conversion goes awry though, so the half century doesn't yet arrive. We see here it's a big counter and then just a couple of passes out to Willen on the outside, and like her mate on the far side of the pitch, the confidence and pace just to go scorching around on that outside arc.
Don't underestimate how challenging it is to get a score like that as well in a sevens game. I think irrespective of the opposition, it's easy to kind of get carried away when the score gets high and let those uncharacteristic mistakes kind of come in. But I'm going to stop what I'm saying because Vicuna are on the charge.
They are on the charge, but it's another fantastic bit of competition on the floor from London Bears, and it's going to be punished. Vicuna with their biggest opening of the game, but the breakdown work of London Bears again turns a hint of glory for Vicuna into despair, and another London Bears try.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see the number of the player who made the carry there, but it's not the first big carry she's made. As I mentioned, that one before, just in the after half time, she's put in the hard graft. It's so tough when you're put in those meters and then you look up and you see that ball's been turned over.
Makes the lungs scream that little bit harder when you look up and see the ball is 50 yards the other direction. Bears have got that half century now. And Vicuna get on the score sheet. We've got less than a minute left. Ball has just been spilled though, so we'll have a scrum. And the referee in fact says that'll be that. London Bears with a 55-0 victory here against Vicuna Sevens, and it is Georgia Willen who scored that final try, in fact the penultimate try, wasn't it, for London Bears, who's going to come across for a chat with James in a second. But just a reflection on that London Bears performance, they were ruthless in their approach.
100%, and like I just was starting to say, like, don't underestimate how challenging it is to get a score like that in sevens. Regardless of who you're playing, you have to be so in tune with your game plan, stick to process, and it's definitely what they did. You could see they were going for that breakdown from minute one, and it was excellent to see.
And of course, as we were mentioning in that men's competition, points difference can always be crucial, and sometimes it's quite hard to keep switched on when you're starting to run away and remember, actually, got to keep playing, got to keep pushing really hard, because we need those points, or we may need those points when the time comes.
Definitely, it could mean an easy quarter-final or an easier quarter-final, and that's your chance to get into that final spot.
Certainly is, and as I said, Georgia Willen is downstairs with James to have a little chat with him from the London Bears.
Thanks, Angus. Yeah, joined by Georgia Willen. Georgia obviously getting a try in that match, contributing to a brilliant victory, 55-0. I mean, that is a statement for the rest of the competition, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely a really good start. We keep building.
I love the way you played down your role, just as we were talking off air then. You said, I didn't have to do too much, but obviously an integral part of that team. How important is it to get the competition off to such a good start, do you think?
Yeah, I think it just builds confidence and yeah, everyone's ready now, ready for the next game.
Your team's it's fairly spread out, isn't it? 9 teams represented.
Yeah.
You play for Hitching, I think, don't you? What's it like playing with sort of teams that, you know, so many different teams built up?
Yeah, it's great. Actually playing against a lot of them in a friendly Hitchin v Barnes in September. So it's like friends and also a little bit of rivalry when it comes to actually playing in the league for Rugby Union.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? About sport, you know, you have to sometimes put those rivalries to one side and work together, which has obviously worked well for you guys. What sort of becomes your aims for the rest of this tournament then?
I think just keep winning, keep going, keep, you know, doing what we do, scoring tries, and hopefully we'll get to the very end.
Listen, well played, 55-0. It doesn't get much better than that. We'll see how you get on for the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Once again, a reminder, if you're warming up, please don't do it on the pitches.
Cheers, James, and we're just getting ready up here for Savvy Panthers against the British Army. A couple of minutes until that one gets underway as we dig away for our team sheets. So we'll be back with you very shortly. So we are back here and we are into the Women's Open competition. Now things get serious out here on pitch 1 at the Lit Sevens. It's the British Army in possession in red up against Savvy Panthers in black, and we are going to be in for a bit of a treat here, and already we can see an injection of real pace and determination as the Army work their way up, moving the ball away from contact. And already we can see, Amy, the amount of depth on the play, a significant shift from some of the earlier games.
Definitely the depth and the width. You can see this Army winger on the near side here, closest to us. You can't see on the screen at the moment. Well, exactly, you can't see on the screen because she's holding all that width. Very flirting with the touchline, very close there, but just instantly stretches that defence.
Defence comes up trumps though with a penalty. Savvy Panthers with a strong defensive set to begin with. Pass just forces her to check her stride, but now to the right hand side they go. Oh, what a fend that is. The tackle is successful, but my goodness me, that is about as big a handoff as I think I've ever seen.
That's awesome. Love it. I love it. If that's anything what this match is going to go by, then I'm excited for this one. But also instantly you see that transition of the skills, the ball through the hands is a lot snappier, and I think probably the best we've seen, men and women, so far in terms of that speed of play through the hands.
Definitely. Army have a penalty though, and they'll go quickly into play. Could be a bit of space out here on the right-hand side. They're going to test the pace of this defence, and it's a real test of the pace, and it's a test that the Army are going to win. Fiondi Parker with the try, and well, we see exactly why she's been holding that width. That was scorching pace.
Absolutely awesome. Just pinned her ears back. You can see the determination in her face as well. Nothing was going to stop her. To be fair, a pretty good attempt at a tap tackle there. She did get connection, but the strides was too strong. Parker continuing right under the post.
Well, I guess sometimes when there is when you do go for that outside break and leave your support in your wake, there is a certain element of pressure to finish it off, because there's plenty of defenders on the chase and they're probably going to nick that ball back.
I don't know if it's pressure for them or pressure for the poor people inside trying to keep up with you, because that's what I feel, the pressure if bar winger breaks, and I'm thinking, oh God, if she does get tackled, I've got to hit this breakdown. My little legs never work so fast.
Well, I don't think anyone's legs are working fast enough to keep up with Parker. Scorching opening score for the Army here against the Savvy Panthers, who have the ball in their dark black and blue kits. Ball just spilled, but possession retained. Savvy Panthers would like a quick response here. Thundering tackle comes in from Ash. Savvy Panthers though, with good patience here.
Good patience, but they've got to try and change the picture a bit. Obviously on their own try line, they know the pressure's going to come on defensively. And indeed the Army are rewarded.
Certainly are rewarded with the penalty. Just left no space for the Savvy Panthers to break through. A great opportunity here to try and push for a second score for the Army. They move it first to the right, then out to the left. Now they take the direct route. Ball is stolen though by Savvy Panthers just at the crucial moment as well. What can they do with this phase of possession? Can they find a way to escape the clutches of the Army defence? No, they can't. The Army forcing Savvy Panthers to kick it away in the end. Relentless defensive work.
Not a bad option at all. I think especially as you can see, Savvy Panthers, their chase was connected like we spoke about before. You can see they've quickly got organised. Yeah, the kick potentially could have gone a bit longer, but at least they're back into that shape. Ready to defend as a unit again.
And I guess with a fairly shallow dead ball area here, once you are trying to play off your own try line, as Parker goes around the outside again. This time she's caught by the defender though. What a tackle that is. Well, I said I didn't think anyone was catching Parker, but Savvy Panthers number 11 proving me wrong with a fantastic... Oh no, it's not, is it? She went too high. She's been yellow carded, and presumably that's going to mean penalty try. No, it's not.
I mean, that's such a challenging situation. She had to go high to hold the ball up. So you can see exactly what she was doing. It was a great effort, really unlucky there. Technically, yeah, probably argue a penalty try, but...
It's a tricky one under the new tackle height laws, I suppose, because if that ball is up above the sternum, in what would be where you'd put the ball to dive to score a try so you don't wind yourself,
yeah.
It makes targeting the ball in that last-ditch situation a very tricky one to deal with for the defence.
Really tough. I don't really know what else she could have done there, to be honest.
Wide again.
Army just spill it though, so whilst Savvy Panthers are down to 6, because that penalty try wasn't awarded, they've managed to keep the Army out, and they've got a scrum to kill a bit of time here while they're down a player. Couldn't really have worked out any better for them.
I mean, I'll probably get told off for saying this, but there is an element of, is it worth giving a penalty away sometimes? And in that case, was it? Because actually, the Savvy Panthers have lived to fight another day. They've actually got themselves 20 metres up the pitch and with an attacking platform. So, you know.
Set play like this when you're down to 6. They are managing to kill a lot of time here. I don't think the referee said time off at any point, so this is a brilliant phase of play for Savvy Panthers. When you're down 6 on a scrum, obviously as you move the ball away, you're faced in that back line with a 2v3 situation the wrong way around for you. Presumably it's a huge onus on everyone that's involved in that scrum to get themselves in play as fast as possible. I mean, it always is, but even more so in this scenario where you know that those two on the outside are outnumbered.
Definitely, I mean, I thought they managed to get their 7 back on just from chatting then, which isn't impossible. They have done that before. But the Army have left a big blindside. Could they have a late movement there, I'd be thinking, but yeah, definitely getting back on their feet. Again, opting for the kick, which is giving possession back, but potentially not a bad option if they can manage to get connected in D. Oh.
Kick tennis, well, I tell you what, you don't see a lot of that in sevens.
And this is going to get the lungs going even more. But they've been rewarded from it, so again, you can say it's easy in hindsight to say great decision, but I think the main thing is they had a connected chase, they all stayed alive, and it paid off for them.
The Army, because they opted to kick immediately, having gathered that Savvy Panthers kick, of course, none of the players in front of that kicker were onside, and none made any real effort to retreat. In fact, they all advanced, hence we have a penalty, and Savvy Panthers on the attack, looking down the right-hand side, drawing in a lot of defenders. Ball is batted back by the Army, and stolen again by Savvy Panthers, who are playing with real spirit, being down to 6 here. And a bit of a fend coming in, and another bit of a fend. Can she stretch to the line? Yes, she can.
What a great finish. And to be honest, I think she probably could have reached, but that awareness to be like, I don't want to risk giving away a double movement, a knock on or anything, so getting back on her feet and then scoring a really integral try that, I mean, when you're down to 6, it's living hard work.
Yeah, crucial score that for Savvy Panthers, and not only because of the try, but also because of the time they've used up quite brilliantly in this yellow card period. They're going to be starting the second half very shortly, back up to their full complement.
It's been a long first half.
It has been a very long first half, but the first half is over, and we head into the half-time break with the Army leading against Savvy Panthers 7 points to 5, and we are in a bit of a classic battle here in the Women's Open as we see a replay of that Savvy Panthers try. It was good footwork, and then great work with the fend, just forcing the defender into a late tackle that meant she just had to pop up and score. A great way for the half to finish for Savvy Panthers. Half time, Savvy Panthers 5, the Army 7.
Once again, all these game listings, all the results, the standings are listed on the Tornify app, which you can download to your phone or smart device. The Tornify app. Toilets located inside the clubhouse. Medical tent should you need it. At the top of pitch one next to physio tent. Any questions, any queries, speak to someone wearing a Lit 7 branded top. Come and see me at the announcer's booth on the left-hand side of the clubhouse as you face it. Thanks for listening.
Just about ready for the second half then. The Army leading Savvy Panthers 7 points to 5. The Army in their red shirts, Savvy Panthers in the black and blue. And we've just had confirmation that the try scorer for Savvy Panthers was Grace Moore, the Saracens and now Ireland capped superstar. Big tackle coming in from the Army, but Savvy Panthers retaining possession, and there is Moore just passing it away from that ruck. Real physicality in the tackle from the Army at the moment, and that physicality rewarded as they then get over the ball and earn the penalty. Fantastic work from the Army. And it's the number 12, who I'm going to say is one of the 2 number 2s on our team sheet. Hey ho. Team sheets at a 66 team sevens tournament are always going to be a little here and there sometimes, but what is important here is that the Army, through that incredibly strong defence of theirs, have found a way to get the opening score in this second half and to stretch their lead back out to 14 points to 5.
It's a bit of a one-woman show that. She gets great turnover straight on the ball. You can see Savvy Panther player trying to squeeze ball it, but she picks up the player as well, which gives a really clear picture for the referee, and then that determination to just keep going. If you're taking those quick taps, you want to go right at the guts of them, especially when there's players on floor, because you know they're not going to be organised.
The body position she got herself in to secure that penalty, just picture perfect as well.
Definitely, obviously, referees are looking for you not holding your own body weight, having those hands on the floor. Not a chance. She was not going anywhere. She was so strong on that.
And the Army received the kickoff, or retained the kickoff rather, as well, but Savvy Panthers respond well and earn the penalty. They love a fast response. Again though, it's huge competition on the floor from the Army. Oh, they're relentless in defence. Oh, the women in red. Physical in the attack as well. Getting the ball away and breaking around the left-hand side of that breakdown for back-to-back scores. Physicality from the Army, irrepressible at the moment.
Your question as well, is it being a fitter side? Open question. I don't know. You know that they're going to be extremely well drilled, and sometimes as the game progresses you just see that kind of fitness prevail. Even when you're playing a really good side, if you can just stay on top in terms of just winning those battles, getting the first every breakdown, it just keeps draining the other side and you stay on top.
It almost looks as though at half-time they've had a bit of a chat about something they've spotted at the breakdown and have started to go, well, let's compete, because in the first half they were physical, but we weren't seeing that competition on the floor, but we seem to be seeing it almost at every breakdown now.
I think they're picking their battles really well. As they seem to be really taking the opportunities, but equally when it's not on, staying on their feet and staying organised. That's the sign of a really intelligent, well-drilled side. Bit of confusion there from Savvy Panthers, and again just capitalising. It's my mate. It's my mate Courtney. Awesome finish there, spotting the gap. I was just waiting to see her, because actually Courtney came in with us at the England Sevens squad just over a year ago. We played some exhibition games at Twickenham, and she played for us there, and you could see that's what she's all about, that try, just her pace, her footwork, really agile, but she's also got that grit and determination, which is what makes her a fantastic sevens player. So good to see her getting on the score sheet. Not to be a biased commentator or anything, but well done, Courtney.
Well, with a smile on her face as she took that conversion, I think she knew she'd pulled something quite special out there with that footwork. Absolutely delightful stuff. And you can see why she was called into that camp. Electric stuff from Courtney Pursglove.
Wasn't a bad first camp to be called into and playing England home of rugby.
Yeah, I'd take that for sure.
Finish.
She's probably considerably more deserving than I would be. She's in possession again. She got a bit more magic now. She just sees that there might be a bit of space on the left-hand side, so moves the ball to it. In possession again, and this time she does have a little go again, almost through the gap. Back to her feet again though. Keeps the ball moving, and the defence really stretched now as a result of it. Get away to make that tackle, but the ball has moved away from contact. The Army starting to show us their colours again. Now it's back in the hands of Pursglove. Creates a bit of space. Now there's even more space on the right-hand side, but a forward pass is called.
I was literally just about to say how great their passing was, and I didn't even say it, so you can't blame me as commentator's curse there.
But just the way there that they managed to just keep the ball moving and moving and moving. You could see the defence getting more and more tired and stretched by the fact that that ball was just staying alive longer and longer through that phase.
Especially when Savvy Panthers, they're going in for the big hit, they're putting that energy in, and again, like we mentioned before, in terms of you looking up and you're seeing that ball's away, it's a bit of a knock to your self-esteem when you've given everything in defence, and then it's to no avail essentially.
And all of a sudden we're under a minute left to go, and the Army with a 28-5 lead. Remember, at half-time it was just 7-5 and we were in a really, really tight game. But this second half performance, built off the pressure of the first, has just been outstanding from the Army. Have Savvy Panthers got a final flourish for us though. Certainly going to give it a go. There's another big tackle coming in from the Army, and then a great counter ruck as well. It doesn't win them the ball back, but it just puts the Savvy Panthers on the back foot a little. Good last-ditch tackle there from the Army as well. Savvy Panthers just looking to see if there's any space anywhere, but the Army just aren't leaving gaps at the moment. Ball is loose and it's stolen by Pursglove. Ball is out here to Church. Church moves it back inside. And now they just hit the brakes as the defence reorganises. They look for more space yet again. In fact, they go direct. Ewan takes it in. Savvy Panthers move up fast. Pursglove spots that the crossfield is on. Oh, what a way to finish this is. Con will get away for the 5th try for the Army.
I mean, I'm pretty sure she could have passed it, but I love the fact she kicked it. Just showboating there to finish it off, but really well executed, great take. But I think, again, it comes from, like you said, that defensive pressure. When the one positive is when a team keeps the ball alive, you obviously don't have an offside line, and what the Army did really well, they just kept creeping forward. They didn't retreat onside until there was a breakdown, so they can keep staying high, which then means that that pressure is continually mounted, and then quick transition, and they're in a really good place to then go and attack and do some showboating on the touchline.
Well, I tell you what, if there's a way to finish a game off, why not with a little crossfield kick? Brilliantly executed, and it was a brilliantly executed game plan from the Army in total. As we see the replay there, she was almost charged down by the player lying on the floor.
Casual as you like.
It was fantastic from the Army. A tight first half, and they exploded into life in the second after all that pressure. And we're going to switch across to the Men's Open in just a second. It's going to be Ramblin' Jesters against Rugby for Heroes. And James is going to be having a chat with one of the Rugby for Heroes coaching staff down below. So it's over to James.
Yeah, thanks very much. Congratulations, of course, to the British Army for that fantastic result. Listen, Rugby for Heroes coming up next. We're joined by Minnie Cower. I mean, this is actually your first tournament together as a team, isn't it? So a bit of anticipation ahead of your first match, I imagine.
Yes, this is our first match, and this is the first time that Rugby for Heroes has taken part in this competition, and we are looking forward to a very good outings. Rugby for Heroes, just a quick synopsis about and background about the team. It's basically veterans from all tri-service, from the Army, Navy and the Air Force, coming together just to play and have a bit of fun in the tournament. The the motto of our team is transition through rugby, and that is what we're doing at the moment, just promoting rugby as part of the transition. Yeah.
Well, listen, it's a great cause. We're very excited to see how you guys get on. Obviously, this is a new team entering the tournament for the first time, managing expectations, but also I feel confident of maybe putting together a good run here.
Yes, the team that is playing for Rugby for Heroes in this tournament are soldiers, current soldiers based in Catterick up north with 1 Yorkshire Regiment, and they have some good players and some ex-army. And one player who has played for Fiji international during the London Sevens a couple of years ago. And yeah, we hope that we'll get good outings here today.
Listen, there's lots of experience across the board, isn't there, with players from around the world, as you mentioned, internationally as well as domestically. And that just goes to show the high level of talent on the show here today.
Yes, as we can see that there's good players from other teams, but we will focus on our first game that is currently undergoing, and we'll take whatever we can from the game that is currently going on, and we'll move on from there.
Minnie, thank you very much. I'm sure you want to get pitch side. We'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box as the match has now got underway.
Cheers, James Zanadakis. It is Rugby for Heroes against against Rambling Jesters at the Lit Sevens. What a day so far, and the rain has held off. Although, I'm not sure it's going to stay that way. Well, you live locally. Hopefully you can bring back some kind of... I nearly said pyjamas then when I meant umbrellas. It's going to be one of those days today. Here are Jesters, those famous jerseys that litter all the best Sevens tournaments. And Luke Davis, the Wales under-19 there. Fantastic ginger mullet, but the ball's away from him because it's up the right-hand side. And playing fast and loose, the Jesters' way. Tell you what, there are some, let's say, fair-skinned young men on the Sevens scene in these Rambling Jesters jerseys. Hopefully they got the factor 50 on. Good tackle there, Solomoni Karanivalu, but he's a bit too eager at the breakdown, and Jesters can tap and go quickly. That's Luke Davis getting them going again. This is a decent attack and some opportunity now at the right-hand side for Jesters. Into the Rugby for Heroes half for the first time. Men in white yet to get a touch on the ball. And Jesters looking like they mean business. Could be some space here on the left-hand side. Well-timed ball. Away goes James Pavey. That will be the opening score. Rugby for Heroes will be under their own sticks. They're yet to touch the ball, and they're 5-0 down.
Sevens is a simple game that we like to overcomplicate, but Jesters just showing there, just fixing at the right time, being a threat on the ball. Everyone looking like a threat on the ball means the defenders can't pull off and get simple 2-1 on the edge.
Here's Davis. Great strike on the drop goal. Oh, what a nudge.
Not sure about the fantastic mullet, but fantastic nudge.
Yeah, it's a real commitment to the cause, that mullet, isn't it?
Is that what you say?
Well, he's been cultivating it for quite some time, but we're taking another look at the try here, and everyone looking very comfortable in possession for Jesters.
Seeing that winger under pressure to make a decision. Again, taking the right option in attack.
A couple of Bath University boys in the Jesters team today. Austin Eamons and James Pavey. Lit up Bucks Super Rugby this season. That is well taken by Ravulo, the captain.
Hands out, back feet.
First chance Rugby for Heroes have got. First time they've been on the ball. We've not had a look at them yet. Although there is power. Excellent work from Jolia Jr. Oh, has that gone forward? Oh, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, but it's a long way down there for Peter Ratukadru. Thought he might have just got that, but the referee much closer than us.
Yeah, I thought it was one of those fantastic Fijian pickups on the shoelaces, but we'll be patient for a bit of Fijian play.
Right, scrum here. You stood in the back line. What's going through your mind?
Oh, God, get me back in that scrum. That's what's going in my mind.
Oh, that is a lovely sniff around the gap. And now chance for Jesters for the second score, but it is butterfingered. And the chance goes begging.
No advantage, knock on.
But that's a great attacking position and a chance gone for Jesters.
100%, like you said, set piece, fantastic attacking platform, especially in midfield scrum. You've got option both ways, you can play a few games. I know, as I said, I'm in that scrum, but I know the backs like kind of playing around a bit, moving around, seeing what the defenders do, creating those opportunities, putting a winger at 10, all sorts. You can do crazy stuff there.
Big blind side here. Oh, big pressure on the scrum from Jesters.
Hold it.
Oh, he's just about held that. He wants to pick and go. And penalty conceded. Jesters too keen at tackle time. And here is some of that Fijian handling. Ravulo, the captain, making some space for himself on the left-hand side. Great offload by Ratakadriu. And he's there to get the second touch. It is a length of the field try. Rugby for Heroes under the sticks. It's the first time we've seen him cut loose, and it's a beautiful sight.
Absolutely fantastic. The Jesters defender actually almost cut himself out the game. He went ahead because he had great pace, and then that little offload back inside. You can see those wraps are so hard to defend when you've done well. You can put in a great defensive shot and you realise that ball's gone. It's so tough to see as a defender. Great as an attacker.
Yeah, lovely offload there, wasn't it, by Ratakadriu.
Taking two defenders out again. If you can do that in the Sevens game, you know there's going to be space somewhere else.
That was Ethan Knight from Durham Uni, who you've effectively said is too quick.
Yeah, because he ran ahead. I reckon if he'd just gone for the... He didn't want the...
Oh, that is some problem to have. Big contest.
Knock on offside.
The referee there, knock on offside, so initiative back with Jesters here. Nice pick up off the toes. Good offload too. They've had a bit of joy up that left-hand side, and they tried to find James Pavey, the try scorer. Tackled by Moses Rugu. It's gone backwards, but it's on the ground now. It's a foot race, and Vatalawa, can't quite get there. Jesters back in their own 22, but most importantly for them, back on the ball. When the ball's in play, it's being played at a frantic pace, this game. Real lung buster.
It really is, and the physicality, you can hear the hits. My bones are shuddering here.
About 20 seconds left, gents.
Yeah, there are some big old boys in this Rugby for Heroes team.
See if they tire. Well, they last the 14.
Ready?
Always try and explain this to people that don't watch Sevens. They're like, God, 7-minute halves, that sounds easy. I'm like, yeah, sure.
So easy.
Lovely snipe from scrum time, and it's going to be an individual try.
Love that. Had a little lie down as he scored as well. Little rest.
Yeah, get the rest in where you can. Nakora Nivalu. We had a little snipe from the base from Jesters, but Rugby for Heroes showing us how it's done. Nakora Nivalu with the final say before half-time, and it's Rugby for Heroes 14, Ramblin' Jesters 7.
Good time to score, taking momentum into that second half.
Let's take another look at this then. So many gaps on the field, but you need to be quick enough to take advantage of them. And Inoke Nakora Nivalu certainly was. Once you get away, you've got absolutely no chance.
Such a good weapon from scrum, that scooting 9. You can get a dominant scrum and get a slight angle so that defensively their 9 can't get to you. Creates that extra attacker in the field. Really hard to defend.
Talk us through the dark arts then. What are the secrets of a good scrum in Sevens?
Oh, you're going to get me being a rugby nose in the scrum.
Please, please.
It's all about the bind, in my opinion. You've got to dominate that. You take control there, you'll be happy. Happy days.
It's happy days. Rugby for Heroes at the moment. They lead Ramblin' Jesters 14-7. Jesters scored first through James Pavey. Rugby for Heroes came back through Ratakadriu, and then just before half-time, Nakora Nivalu. One length of the field effort, one great individual effort from the base of the scrum, but will a change of ends mean a change of fortunes for these Jesters boys? Tell you what, they've played at some good tournaments this year. Been out to the Algarve, they're going to the Isle of Wight next. Not a bad life for you Sevens lot, is it?
It's really tough actually. Always on planes.
Yeah.
Always hot.
Yeah, always, always warm, always having to make sure that you're hydrated and you've got enough factor 50. Anyway, Jesters with the first attack of the second half. Need a converted score to equalise. That was Austin Emans placing that ball. First man there, James Pavey. Then in midfield, Cam Hill. Those offloads really working for Jesters to get round the outside, and they will score. It is you go, I go. The chase from Drona came to nothing. It's taken just 45 seconds of the second half for Jesters to get themselves back into the game. Big conversion coming up.
Said about having some physical players in Rugby for Heroes, but I think Jesters are packing a punch too. They've got some absolute units. They're just taking the ball on. It's pretty evenly matched.
Tough conversion into a little breeze. And I don't think that one will be making the highlights reel. But another look at the try here. They've used the width well for both tries, haven't they?
Yeah, we were saying this, like, you kind of find out a bit if you stretch early, find out what defence, how they work, how they operate. But if you're going to keep stretching, there's going to appear opportunities, whether it be in the middle, whether you have that one-on-one on the edge.
Restarts a little bit too deep. And Ratakadru, first half try scorer, can gather that uncontested. Oh, that is a lovely show and go. And he's going to go in for his second, isn't he?
How easy did he make that look?
Nakarinovalu, little dummy, that explosion off the left foot. Can't wait to see the replay of this. He has flown through the gap.
That side.
Serious wheels, isn't he? Low centre of gravity. Gets that engine running quickly. And he looks like he's going to score every time he touches the ball.
Really does. We've all played those teams where there's that player that you just feel like you need about 10 of you to mark.
Easy conversion. 2-score game now, 21-12. Let's have a look at this. Oh! It's a little shimmy and he sent them all to the shops.
Great recognition of those turned hips. They're worried about the ball going wide, but nah, they should be watching that middle.
Okay, let's go 11.
2 tries already in the second half. Oh, a nice bit of volleyball there. Good reach. Again, Jesters looking to use the width. Oh, big collision. Ratakadru. Well, I was having a little wander around the site earlier, and there have been a few mentions from the MC, the announcer, about tackle height. Oh, that is more good gas. Inside ball could do it, but instead he's put it on the toe. Not sure that was the right option. They had another 2-on-1 inside. Instead they've coughed the ball up, but James Pavey, very quick on those wings.
Just can't help thinking if he'd just thrown that inside ball, they'd be under the post by now.
Instead, they still need 2 scores. Clock coming up to 11 minutes. And Rugby for Heroes opting to go for touch, and well, yeah, another kick that's not going to be making the highlights reel. Advantage back with Jesters here. Great physicality into the 22.
Not entirely sure why he went for that touchline.
I was going to ask you about that, or any touchline, in fact, given they look so dangerous with the ball in hand. But
well, true.
Now the space in behind, and Jesters will get the first of the 2 scores they need. Bundling his way over Cam Hill. From just down the road, Twickenham RFC. They know they need 2 scores, and that can conversion pretty much irrelevant, so it's taken quickly. We've got a bit of time here, 2 minutes. A lot can happen in 2 minutes of rugby sevens.
2 minutes.
Well, like we said about 7 minutes, 2 minutes is also a really long time in sevens, so they don't have to worry about anything. They just need to stick to their process, not try and force it. Win this kick-off, they'll be in a good place.
2 minutes.
Again, they've kicked it deep. Not had any really contestable ones. So bad news for Jesters. Rugby for Heroes on the ball, and they look dangerous every time they have been.
Okay, tackle, release, hands out, 12. Back, feet.
Oh, lovely short ball. They just offload it so well in close proximity, creating that space on the right-hand side. Off the no-look offload. Superb play. You've got no idea it's going to go next. Here's the danger man. Decides to pass it this time. Out there on the wing is Korevuka, but they go inside instead. Oh, the passing is absolutely sumptuous. And they're queuing up to score this one. All the way to the edge, and to finish the job, Junior Korevuka. Beautiful try.
I thought they might have been regretful about having a 4-on-1, but obviously not now, because that was great to watch. They don't like to make things easy, but they make things fun,
Yeah,
I think.
do you know, I was thinking exactly the same thing. It's almost like they want to get the contact to see how ridiculous the offload can be. But it is lots of fun. And they are really putting a marker down as an excellent team to watch in this Lit Sevens competition.
Just look at the Jesters. With all the will in the world, you cannot keep structured when you've got an attack like this that you've got to defend. They're chasing shadows by the end of it.
And that should pretty much put the nail in the coffin of this game. Oh, that is some take. Headline tactics. Right, can Jesters give us something to smile about before the end? Oh, maybe. Excellent dummy. Oh, then the knock on. This could be trouble for Jesters. It could be. Try number 5. For Rugby for Heroes. Instead, that should take us through to full time. It's victory for Rugby for Heroes. 4 tries to Jesters 3, 26-17.
Here at VEO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
Rugby for Heroes. Against Ramlin Jesters. Next game coming up, but before that, James Zanadakis is down there making friends.
For them in that match. We spoke to Minnie beforehand, didn't we? He was sort of previewing the match a little bit. Now we've got Moses. Moses a little bit nervous about this interview. Don't worry, Moses, we don't bite. Fantastic result for a new team. A tight match that as well, wasn't it? But ultimately you came out victorious 26-17. You must be pretty pleased with that.
Yeah. So it's all about the team putting on the field. So it's all about working together and helping each other out, just to finish off with a win.
a variety of different experience within this team, isn't there? You know, you've got international players as well as sort of domestic players as well. You guys have come together though and put together a fantastic performance. Just talk to us a little bit more about what it takes to win these matches as a team.
I can say it's all about communication, because some of the few lads are over here, so we don't know how to play each other's game. So it's all about communication. That's it.
Yeah, well, listen, all about communication. You communicated well to those people watching at home. We will track you guys in this competition because there's a great team, a great ethos behind you as well. We're going to head back to Dave because the next match has got underway. But thank you, Moses. Best luck for the rest of the competition.
All right, good luck.
Good man. Back to you, Dave.
Cheers, James. Cheers, Moses. Great performance. And you join us. Stallions versus Wild Dogs. Stallions on the ball, attacking the try line to your right. Addy's with us for this one. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm doing well, thank you. Cheers for having me.
Oh, I was about to say, we have introduced you just in time for Stallions to open the scoring. It was on, but it was butterfingered. What have you been up to today?
Yeah, so Stallions, we've got two teams today, which is the first time, I think, in about 12 years. And yeah, kind of for the Stallions, it's very much an international pathway for these boys looking to play for Nigeria.
Nice. So, do you know what? I was going to ask who we're really looking out for today, but you can't possibly tell us because it is a pathway for these boys. Of course, big South African flavour for this Wild Dogs team. Really good tournament, actually. Great standard, and it will be. Wild Dogs, oh, lovely bit of footwork, some tackling to be done here, and a great last-ditch tackle there by Alex Eden. Still with Wild Dogs, though. Into the 22 for the first time, the offloading top draw, as is the tackling so far. But Wild Dogs with the first chance to score. Power and precision, the offload brilliant, the final pass sensational.
That was a lovely offload there.
And Quentin Quirl goes in for the first try for the Wild Dogs. And that was some grade A rugby sevens.
Yeah, that was a bit of jouet there, I must say. Lovely try there from the Wild Dogs.
Well, let's take a look at the replay after we've had a look at this conversion. Of course, we've had so many tight games, the conversions really coming into play. Putting the right boot through it here. Kin Lau, just goes to the right-hand side. So only 5, not 7. But as soon as they got their hands on the ball after that early knock-on, Wild Dogs looking to play with intent. That little hitch kick. And this offload, then the pass. Players making themselves available. So pathway then, we're in West London, we're a long way from Nigeria. Where are a lot of these boys based who are in this Stallions team today?
Yeah, so a lot of the boys are based in London, but kind of all across the UK. So about 6 of them have just got back from Mauritius, where they represented Nigeria.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah, not bad at all. And yeah, kind of finished second there, so qualified for the Africa pre-Olympic qualifiers in September.
Nice. Wild Dogs on the ball again. Were you on that Mauritius trip?
I wasn't, no.
Oh, come on. Next time.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
Although some people say that Twyford Avenue is the Mauritius of West London.
Yeah,
so
it's about 24 degrees today. So.
Well, Wild Dogs looking like they mean business here. And not giving Stallions any opportunity with their hands on the ball. Here is the man they call Shakale. Nice quick clean out, and then the dummy to try and open the space. Oh, lovely hands. The inside ball is superb. First of all, Dan Lilly dots it down, but all of the hard work was done before that. Not once, not twice, and the Wild Dogs, 4 minutes in, go 10-0 up. Well, he's missed one way, won the other, but it's still a 2-score game. Wild Dogs 10, Stallions 0. Let's take another look at this.
Some lovely footwork and dummy there.
What I will say is, maybe I should whisper this, because you know the teams work very hard. The kits look fantastic. They do give us a team sheet. However, the Wild Dogs team sheet we've got hasn't got number 12 on it, so I cannot name the man with the beautiful twinkle toes and the great dummies.
Poor admin there.
Well, poor admin, but good rugby. Because we're 5 minutes in, they've scored 2 excellent tries. And we're yet to see the Stallions have the opportunity to cut loose. Maybe here's the chance. It's a good chop tackle. Referee happy enough the ball's gone backwards.
I think the AR's given that as a forward pass. Advantage there to Stallions.
Well, it's still with Wild Dogs though, and the space is on the right-hand side this time. That stop, that go. We're going to have to send someone down to get his name, number 12, because he is having a cracking game. So in terms of the pathway then, tell me more. How are you identifying talent?
I think it's come from sort of a network that we're slowly building gradually, just through social media, just through sort of word of mouth of boys want to play, they tell their mates who are Nigerian qualified or eligible, and then sort of it's very much growing.
So what you're saying is, if there's anybody watching this who's not... Oh, that's a great fend. And inside as well. I mean, they stuck with the tackle well. Oh, is it forward?
Let the boys play, sir. Let the boys play.
Referee says yes, but a little bit of show of pace and strength there at the left-hand side. So anyway, what you're saying is, if there's anybody watching this who might fancy it and be Nigerian qualified, then get in touch.
Yes, very much so. I think we're always looking for players, as we're saying.
So what's your situation at the moment? You're not kitted up,
no,
but you look like you could do a bit.
I played for the boys a few months ago, got a bit injured, but I think my role is mainly sort of just helping out with some of the social media, some of the admin, stuff like that.
Vibes guy?
Vibes guy, yeah. It's my role.
And if people do want to follow the Stallions on the social media platforms that you curate quite so brilliantly, how can they do that?
We're Nigeria XRs RFC on Instagram.
Nice. That's a great turnover. Now an opportunity. We are into the red at the end of the first half. Getting a bit physical there. That's a good clear out as well. First time the Wild Dogs have been called into defensive duty. Good flat ball and excellent pace. And the offload to go with it. Oh, a crossfield kick into the bread basket. Oh, this could be unbelievable. One more pass should do it. Oh, the tap tackle. This will be a penalty, a yellow card, and possibly a penalty try. It is a penalty try. Well, it is the reward that the Stallions get for such expansive rugby, but it's a shame we didn't get to see that touchdown, because that was absolutely glorious.
That would have done us some absolute numbers on Instagram.
Oh, what a kick, crossfield. It is Stallion 7, Wild Dogs 10, and we've got a game on our hands.
We do indeed. Yeah, I think our team philosophy is very much just have fun and express ourselves, and I think that very much showed it.
I can't believe he's gone for that crossfield. Yeah. Oh, that would have been the try of the day. Certainly so far. But this looking like an excellent contest. Feels very much like possession is going to be key. Stallions have hardly had any. Wild Dogs have had plenty. There is only 3 points in it. Will Wild Dogs live to rue those missed conversions? Here at the Lit Sevens, full day of Rugby Sevens for you. Very warm welcome wherever you're watching around the world. Great to have your company for this one. Yeah, we've got James down there on interviews. You'll have to make sure that some Stallions boys get front and centre.
Yeah, we'll do. I think Alex Eden there, I think he very much wanted to shout out for his 2 customizers.
Oh, yeah.
His boots. I think Amy was wearing them at the World Cup.
Oh.
So, yeah. He is number 14.
So he is one of the customizers.
He is indeed, yeah.
I've seen some of his work. He's very good, isn't he?
I think one of the Cleo sisters was wearing his boots as well, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember what she had on them, but yeah, all it tells me is these players, they've got too much money, man. Too much. But no, does a brilliant job. Have you got any custom
I don't think I'm the type of player to wear custom boots.
You have, yeah. I think you've got to be very good, haven't you? You've either got to be very good or absolutely rapid. Yeah. I think.
I'm neither of the
two. Okay, okay.
Black and white boots for me.
Yes. Yeah. Good old-fashioned pair of World Cups or Puma Kings, you know. Yeah. Right, second half incoming. Wild Dogs are going to kick us off. Attacking the try line away to your right-hand side in this second half. You join us at the Lit Sevens. We're at Twyford Avenue. It's been a great host venue for this excellent tournament. And so far, at least, the weather's playing ball, although I'm casting my eyes into the vista, and I feel as though there might be a little bit of rain on the way.
There is a dark cloud.
Yes, yeah, there is. There is. That's a good pickup. Now, is there some space on the left-hand side? Does there need to be? Oh, it's a seatbelt tackle. Wild Dogs have got to be careful here. They don't want to gift the team as dangerous as Stallions possession. Just a reminder, they're currently down to 6. The penalty try awarded and the yellow card given just before half-time. Again, they've taken it to the toe. But it's back with Wild Dogs, and if they could see out this period of 6 with the scoreboard unchanged, then they'll go all right. But now this attacking scrum in a great position.
Another minute. Another minute.
Yeah, I'm just looking at whatever that diagonal thing is coming down from that cloud in line with the halfway line. Is that rain?
Let's hope not.
Let's hope not, correct. Optimism. Either way, just over a minute of the second half gone.
5 meters.
Good opportunity here.
Set.
For Stallions. One behind the scrum, one to the right, one to the left. Not as clean as they'd like it, but now there's a one-on-one. Oh, inside, outside, away from the tackle. Now a race for the corner. The tap tackle is in vain. Alex Eden goes in. And from 10-0 down, Stallions 12-10 up.
Some fancy feet there.
Good finish.
Great finish. I think, yeah, you can customise your own boots when you've got finishes like that.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, when you kick conversions like that, you can customise your own boots as well.
Back on.
Great strike. Yeah, it was well recovered. Yeah, take another look at this. Loads of strength in the tackle. And then when he's round the outside, sometimes we do see those miracle tap tackles. But not this time. Now the Wild Dogs are going to have to come from behind if they're going to take this. That's gone forward. They've given up on it as well, so another chance here for Stallions. Back into the 22 they go.
Tackle.
Again, looking to put some width on this. One more man outside. Oh, he's left the ball. Referee says backwards.
Tackle there.
Real physical defending from Wild Dogs, and they've turned that ball over, but illegally, says the referee. Have you brought a raincoat?
I've got an umbrella.
Okay, fair enough. Notoriously safe in thunderstorms. Oh, he's managed to get away! This could be a third score for Stallions, but for a try-saving tackle and a brilliant one at that. Oh, and Wild Dogs have turned it over.
Lovely turnover there.
Sensational defending. Chance has gone for Stallions, and Wild Dogs back up to 7. Great feed over the top. It is a long way to back yourself in a foot race. And most importantly, for Wild Dogs, they've kept the ball alive. Now they've got a 2-on-1 on this right-hand side. Good step inside. Last-ditch tackle's been missed, and Wild Dogs are going to creep back ahead. They've gone the length of the field. Great composure. They've ridden it out with 6 players. And now with 11 minutes gone, they are back ahead, 14-15.
There's bodies from both sides all over the pitch there. It's a long passage of play.
Yeah, lungs everywhere.
The Romans 19, and the Japanese Sakura 19. Those were the 20 past 11 games.
Excellent game though. Excellent game. 2.5 minutes to go. Is there another twist in the tail of this one?
So again, if you would like to get yourself
Oh, the drizzle started.
lots of different options. Pop down here towards the clubhouse. There's barbecue, Mexican tacos.
I might have to go at the end of this one because I've left the window out down in my car.
You hate to see it.
Have you put the roof up on your convertible Ferrari, or?
Luckily, the tube has a, lovely roof.
Yeah, notoriously hefty roof on that one. Oh, competitive restart. Back with Stallions, but under pressure in their own 22. I've been told to leave it. The ball's spewed out, and it is back with Wild Dogs. This bad news for Stallions. A little bit of space in behind, space for some dancing feet. No one on the outside.
Hands away, Green. Hey.
Still alive for Wild Dogs. Oh, gorgeous offload. And a great line too. Bodies everywhere. It is loose. It is back with Stallions. And this is frenetic, frantic stuff. Wild Dogs absolutely dishing it, but now there could be some space. Oh, it's been intercepted. Stallions too keen for the offload, too keen for the pass. And I think it is going to cost them the rugby match.
Yeah, I think that could be it. The boys looking to play, but unfortunately on that occasion just didn't work.
Always looking to keep the ball alive, always looking to play with freedom, but sometimes it'll cost you. Great awareness. Wild Dogs get the 4th try. And that takes us to full time. Wild Dogs took the lead, then had to come from behind to win it. The full-time score, 24-14.
So that all finishes up. Nigeria Stallions 14, Wild Dogs, the Alpha Pack 24. And James is down there to speak to one of the Alpha Pack.
Yeah, thanks very much, Angus. We're here with Quinton. Quinton, a very topsy-turvy match that I think 24-14 actually didn't quite reflect just how close that match was.
It was very close indeed. I think the first few minutes, I think we were awake a lot earlier than them, but then once they sort of got their footing in the game, they came back. Of course, the yellow card at the end of the first half didn't exactly help us, but I think the boys stuck at it, and one thing, especially near the end, we've always prided ourselves on was defence. And if you saw that last play when we managed to get our last try, the boys just wanted it more than them, I think.
Yeah, that was very much a decisive moment of the match, wasn't it? They were attacking, you guys had to defend, to turn defence into attack, grab that try, and at that point the match was over.
Yeah, it was just one thing we've always wanted to be, is we'd rather be hungry to hit someone and make the tackle than work a lot harder than just sit off them. So if we can get them quick and early, and it's one thing we've always wanted to say is 10 seconds, can we get the ball back in 10 seconds? And in that moment we made it, we turned practice into the game and managed to make it work.
Well done, Quinton. Great victory, mate, and best luck for the rest of the competition. Cheers, mate. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, James, and you join us for University of Sussex against the Blobs, as the Blobs just get across the score sheet. And do excuse us if we say the Blobs an awful lot, because it is one of the great team names that we have here today at the Lit Sevens. Both of these teams lost their opening encounters, so this is a crucial one for qualification to the later stages in the day. They need to get themselves off to a good start, and the Blobs have certainly done so. That is some contact off the kickoff.
That got me by surprise. I didn't mean that quite that reaction if you heard it, sorry.
Well, I don't know if our cameras picked up the noise, but all around the grounds here at Wasps FC, we could hear that one. That was absolutely enormous. The Blobs chucking one out the back there. It's come off their head. It's chaos out there.
I love how they both just casually got up though. That's no reaction.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pleased to see it, because it felt as though that was one where we were going to have some potentially quite serious knock to one player or the other, or both. But both just seemed to look up, look a bit confused about why neither of them had the ball, and then crack on.
I also really want to know how the Blobs came up with the name the Blobs. Can we get that in a post-match interview?
Certainly what we want to hear, isn't it? We'll leave that one to James if he gets the chance to speak to one of the Blobs afterwards. Why are they called the Blobs? That's what we want to know.
I think we're doing well. The Blobs have been mentioned quite a few times.
Well, we promised we'd say it a lot, and the Blobs are across the line again. 2 tries in 2 minutes. They are off to a fast start here, and it's exactly the start they needed.
Definitely great work from the Blobs. I must admit, I do need to refocus. I think I'm still shuddering from the sound of that collision.
Well, it was a scrappy ball, but we've seen their ambition to go for that out the back pass a few times. They get one in there. Kind of slow ball, but that step back inside from, I think it's George Nichols, allows them to score their second try of the game.
Just that defensive error from, what we say, the guard. I don't know what people like to call it, but if you're defending that 9, you can't creep off them until the ball's been passed.
Amy, as the international sevens player, I think that your definition of what it is probably counts for more than ours.
I mean, everyone has a different name. I sometimes coach sessions and they say ABC and people look at me with blank faces. I'm like, you know, ABC.
See, it shows how old I am. As the University of Sussex get away, bit of a goose step comes in, then the fend. Pass gets away, and as they got the gas around the outside, nobody wisely just decides to bail out of that one, although now the heavy tackling comes in and he's bundled into touch, but just a hint there for the University of Sussex.
Absolutely fantastic handling to just keep hold of it in the first place, to be fair.
That's one where you want to snaffle it early in the game, intercept from that range towards the latter stages, and the lungs really are screaming at you.
Well, I think I'd be doing what he was doing and looking for my mates fairly quickly, looking for the speedsters to come through and finishing it off.
Guys, come on. In hooker.
Referee saying we will actually need a hooker in order for this line out to get going. Doesn't seem an unreasonable ask, to be fair to him. It's a free kick to the University of Sussex. First proper attacking opportunity here. Running into a bit of a dark alley, but managing to stay away from contact. Now they hit the brakes. Little stab through. Oh, that could work nicely. Will it sit up well? Oh, it does. But he's offside. Oh, it was was a nice idea.
It was really lovely and beautifully executed. I'm not being a stickler with rules now. I wanted that one to stand. It looked good.
Offside.
But it's a bit of flair. We can let the laws bypass themselves, can't we?
Most definitely.
Long and the short of it is, though, the Blobs are back in possession. Good tackling, though, from University of Sussex, and it just seems as though their confidence has been raised by that interception. It was a really tough start for them in the face of all-out assault from the opposition, but their confidence levels definitely have risen here and could rise far enough to get across the try line as the big number 5 goes inching towards, but it's a high tackle. He'll have a penalty.
Thought it looked like he reached and scored that by his body language.
They've certainly scored it now, crashing over from short range.
Shows indecision in attack, getting that penalty, comfortable for defence, capitalising, big hard carries.
Yeah, it was a big old punchy try, that. 2 defenders, but he just thought, I'm just going to barge my way through. Not your classic Sevens try, but does the job just the same.
Ooh.
The thunder is now rolling in here. Lit Sevens. Half time rolls in as well. The Blobs leading 14 points to 7 here against the University of Sussex as we watch that University of Sussex try. It took us into half time. Reached for the line, didn't quite reach it, but we came back for the penalty for the high tackle, and then just look at this, it's a crash ball basically.
I mean, to be fair, he didn't really have many other options, so it was good to see him just back himself and put his head down. And I wonder if we'll see more of that now the tackle height rule has come into play, knowing that you're going to get your upper body free to reach for the try line.
It certainly opens up that possibility, doesn't it? We may see some more direct play like that as the rain comes in. The ball is going to get wet, the pitch is going to get wet. And with it being so dry out there, James, our presenter, is sitting down alongside us, just says, I'm going to get wet too. The only man in the entire production team that has to stay outside. Do send in your best wishes for him.
Although if the lightning comes, I'm not so confident about where we're standing.
No, that's a good point.
Don't think you're actually allowed to play in lightning. Are you? We'll find out soon.
Could make the afternoon's play interesting then, because the bar's already got a pretty big queue. It will have a huge queue if the lightning comes in. Half time just about done and dusted. The Blobs are going to get us started for the second half in their chessboard shirts. 14-7 they lead against University of Sussex, who are in the blue on the right hand side of your screens.
On pitch 3 at 12 in the men's social, the Obelisk 7 versus the Scrappy 7.
Both sets of players ready to go. Refereeing teams talking a bit of a chit chat.
Old Hamptonians versus the Wild Dogs Impy Pack. On pitch 5 at 12, the Camden.
Another pair of bright boots being donned by one of the refs.
Very bright boots.
On pitch 6 in the men's open, the Kuma Ratala.
Meanwhile on the near side,
Marist UK.
just a set of trainers will do the job.
Don't blame him, to be fair. It's quite hard. Oh.
But a set of those grip socks. They obviously planning on doing some serious athletic work. Here we go then. Blobs ready to get us back underway. 14-7 they lead. Both sides, as I said earlier, defeated in their opening games, looking to keep themselves in contention for progression from this group.
Nearly the perfect kickoff, just couldn't take it. Being very persistent on this hooker in the 5 metre, which is exactly right, you do. Or you're 9.
Oh, intercepted by the Blobs. Off the tail of the line out. Oh, that's brilliant alertness from the Blobs. And the perfect start to the second half for them.
That was lovely, wasn't it? I want to watch that again.
Just absolute awareness from the Blobs. Conversion is good as well. That's a fantastic effort from a tough angle, and it puts them 21-7 ahead, and here we see it again.
Was he onside?
Thoughts aligned.
Loved it though. Get away with what you can. That's what I do.
Exactly. It's only breaking the rules if it's spotted.
High tackle. High tackle.
What it has done is given University of Sussex a big hole to dig themselves out of, but they've given themselves an opportunity to dig it out with that kick through. How's the chase and the defence? The ball is bouncing everywhere. It's just been recovered by the Blobs. Can they perhaps create something here? No, huge tackle comes in. It dislodges the ball. University of Sussex now on the 22 in possession. Bit of space. They have a little dart round the fringe. Tackles still come in. Defence is tight. If they can spread it, there may be something. But again, they go tight around that fringe of the ruck. They get a penalty for their troubles as well. They go quick. Defence has had time now just to settle back into shape, though. So they're going to have to create something, and in the end, the big long looping pass goes into touch. But Blobs weren't back 10, so there'll be a penalty again for the University of Sussex.
You could see what he was thinking with that over-the-top ball, but they've got to be on the money. Otherwise, well, they got away with it there, but otherwise that happens.
They've stacked this short side. 4 players packed into a very tight corner, but they go the other way and they go the direct route. Poached has it been? Not quite. Referee says it's now a ruck. They go round the fringe again. They're playing a lot around the fringe of that ruck. And a big counter ruck comes in. I think the referee's just going to pause things for a second. We've got a bit of an injury, which I guess gives us a chance to talk about this tactic from the University of Sussex. They seem to be more often than not playing around the fringe. Do you think that's a deliberate thing, or is that just something that the defence is forcing them into?
I've got an inkling that they might be more 15s players. Haven't played much sevens. Is it tactical? I think it's potentially. Maybe they think they can outmuscle the Blobs. I'm not sure. They've got a few big boys there, but I'd like to see them spread it a bit more. I think it will create better opportunities for them. Yeah, I mean,
that's a nice moment there as the injured University of Sussex player is helped from the field by 2 of the Blobs players.
Part of the Blob spirit, that.
Absolutely, Blob spirit all the way. As it turns out, the Blobs are made up of doctor and medical students, so no wonder they were so alert to the danger for the injured player.
Don't know if it still quite explains their name, but or am I missing something?
Still none the wiser on the Blobs. University of Sussex, what are they going to do here? Oh, they go for the cross-field kick again. Oh, so nearly collected.
So close. It's been a popular tactic today, that crossfield.
It really has, hasn't it?
And to be fair, pretty well executed.
Well, that was mere inches from absolute perfection from the University of Sussex. As you say, perhaps a bit of a giveaway again that there may be a bit of a 15s influence in this side, looking off the set piece to go for that move.
Or maybe that's what it is. Take the short balls, pick and go, suck them all in, and then cross field. Maybe that's what the plan was all along.
The Blobs behind their own try line, having to work oh so hard to get out, and they can't, so we'll come back for a 5-metre scrum. For those of you still readjusting from 15s to 7s season, no goal line dropouts in 7s, remember, so it is still the attacking 5-metre scrum. Ball scooped away. Have a look down the blind side again, operating down the short side whenever they possibly can. It's been turned over though, and the Blobs have got a chance here if they can draw and give, or perhaps they can just go bursting through the gap. all on their own, scorching away as he got the pace to finish it. The chase, I think, is just tailing off. He's gonna get away. Nick Antlis with the try. The chase did keep going, but Antlis had just about enough pace and just about enough fitness to go the length. And from a tough position, the Blobs have scored, and Antlis quite rightly says, get me off this pitch.
I was going to say, we've seen this a couple of times as well today. Do the long run and then that's it, that's me done. But yeah, fair enough. Hard work out there.
It certainly is hard work out there. See again. Well, I really thought he was just trying to draw the players so that he could give the ball, and he almost just found himself in the open space without even meaning to be.
It's like a racehorse.
It really does. Light on the toes. Blobs, having been under pressure from a bit of a University of Sussex fight back, are now in a pretty comfortable position. 26-7 to the good. 4 minutes left to play. In fact, the referee's blown his final whistle.
1 second.
Well.
Maybe he was tired too.
And that is indeed full time. We'd had a little bit of clock issues at our end, that's why the confusion has arrived. The Blobs then finishing the game off with that full length score. Fantastic performance from them. And with any luck, James is going to speak to one of them as they come off the field, so we can find out a little bit more about the name. But in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about the performance. They needed a win, they'd lost their first game, and they found a way to do it with some lovely running rugby, and that final try going all the way from pretty much under their own post. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, really good. They had a little blip in the middle. They weathered the storm though. Didn't let University of Sussex back into the game at all, despite having constant pressure. So yeah, they regained themselves, and nice to finish on a little flurry of the tries.
You can see what you can see indeed on your screens. A couple of players ambling towards us. Will he break into a trot? Nah. Oh yes, there we go. A little trot from one of the Blobs. He's going to tell us all about that name. What was a fantastic performance from them. 26-7 against University of Sussex, who struggled a little bit early on, but then came into their own at the start of the second half. But the Blobs weathered the storm, as Amy says, and then made their way through. And so James is going to find out for us exactly what the Blobs is.
Thanks very much, Angus. I'm joined by Matt, the dentist. Pearly whites. Good result, by the way. The first question Angus has asked me to ask you guys is, why the Blobs?
So we're part of a university called Parts in the London School of Medicine and Dentistry. So we're Parts in the London RFC. So therefore, if you put them together, Parts in the London Old Boys, we become the Blobs. And then obviously the rigs get a little bit worse when you're on the wards or when you've graduated and you're not playing rugby all the time, essentially.
You could tell it was a team of medical students, because as soon as a player went down injured, all of your team circled round. Don't worry, we got this.
So we got a couple of orthopaedic registrars in our team as well. So that's technically their bread and butter. But those are the ones who weirdly stepped away a bit more because maybe they knew they couldn't do much about it.
A lot of dentists, orthodontists. You certainly got your teeth stuck into that game, didn't you? Yes. Really good result, by the way. And it sets you up quite nicely for the rest of the competition, I think, doesn't it?
Yeah, very much so. So University of Sussex is actually a bit of a grudge match for us because when we're students, we're actually in the same Bucks League as them. So we've I think most of my time I've played against them, we have won, but we're also on the receiving end of some losses, so it's good to get another win against them.
Yeah, rivalries are rife in this competition, aren't they? Weather's holding up at the minute, by the way. I did just see a massive flash of lightning behind your head, but that's all the way over there in deep West London, so we're not worried too much about that. Enjoying the competition so far, though?
Yeah, very much so. I'm really looking forward to the rain because I'm a tight head prop in the 15s, so the more rain and the slippier the ball gets, the more it favours me, I think.
Good job. I think next match is about to start off, so we'll hand back to the guys in the commentary box. Thank you, Max. Appreciate the interview, and well done. Best luck for the rest of the competition.
Thanks very much.
Back to you guys in the box. Cheers.
Thank you, James. Well, there we go. We've all learned something, haven't we? As we get ready for the Rangers against the Herne Airport Windsox. We stay in the social sevens setup. Rangers are will get confirmed, but pretty sure the Rangers are in the, well, what we'll call the Argentina kit. Meanwhile, Herne Airport Windsocks, or just the Windsocks I think we'll call them, in the grey and orange two-tone. Combination last seen I think by Scotland in their away kit in the mid-90s.
So it's competition time here at Wasps.
I remember us having mixed opinions on the ombre orange and grey kit last year.
Well, I don't think it's the best, and I've got a feeling that means that you must think it is very good indeed. I'll tell you what, maybe I'll have to bow to your opinion, because it's clearly working for them on the field as they take an early 5-0 lead to their number 7.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Rangers were quite awake then.
VIP treatment and entry to all the Grenada World 7
Not they've got time to wake up.
events. All you need to do is go and see the Grenada
Certainly do.
World 7
Cracking start from the Windsocks.
Number
7 here. Really just did it all on his own. That big step off the left, gliding inside, and then another big fend. Almost one of those situations where one tackler is better than two, rather getting in each other's way. A fast start for the Windsocks.
It's a bit like a bit of tropical rainforest dropped into the middle of the Caribbean Ocean. It's a stunning place to go, and this is a competition.
Could take from the kick-off. Simple things. Argentina have the ball. Let's see what they can do.
Accommodation for a week plus breakfast. All you need to do is come to the Grenada World 7 stand. They're even giving out free shots of some kind of rum by the looks of it.
Rangers.
And that's just in front of the clubhouse.
Having a little dabble here. Still going, making good ground. Gets a roll in, will it go unpunished yet? Referee had a little think about blowing his whistle there and then decided against. And once again we see the kick go in. And it's potentially going to work. Absolute chaos on the field.
What a result from that.
Entry point. So block there ASAP if you fancy going to spend.
Oh, that was very nearly a candidate for one of those you've been framed videos as bodies went flying everywhere, ball went flying everywhere, and in the end it's hacked along for a Windsocks line out, pretty much on their own 5-metre line.
Yeah, but you had the advantage.
Rangers have some height in this line out, so it'll be interesting to see if they compete here. They do, and he didn't need a lifter, he just did it on his own, just jumped.
Again, we see a kick going. First time I've ever seen a crossfield kick when there's no one on their own out on the wide angle. And it may well work out for the Windsocks, who are countering here and countering with a lot of pace and a lot of zip. Have they got the space out here? The defence has done really well to get back. Can they compete and contest for the ball? They're certainly going to try and slow it. That could be a good penalty to give away if he avoids a yellow. It was a good penalty to give away. No yellow card. Defence back in shape just about. Windsocks setting up a maul here, or just about. It's brought to ground early on. An attacking chance here. Big wide pass goes out but doesn't go to hand. Knocked on, gathered by Rangers. Relentless little period of possession this. Lungs will be going on both sides. We've done two full lengths of the pitch.
Tell you what, we joke about Argentina, but the fact that they're also called Rangers and they're using a lot of football skills in the way they're playing, maybe it's meant to be.
I was going to say something about Rangers playing in Argentina kit. I just couldn't find the words to quite put it into context.
Oh!
Well, that's a good step-ish.
Outrageous. The confidence to do that, fair play.
For the personal highlights reel, that attempted goose step. Rangers trying to wriggle free from the tackle. Does well actually to keep it alive. Thought the referee had blown the whistle there, but he hadn't in fact. Everyone had just paused. Ball bounced off the head there of the Windsocks player. There's no structure in attack or defence at the moment, such as the chaos being caused, but we'll get some now. It's the Windsocks. Josh Wickens bundles his opposite man into touch, and I think everyone can have a little breather. There are some tired bodies after that last couple of minutes of play.
Who's the tall man?
It's a shame, really. They kind of created an actual really good opportunity on this open side if they just a little bit more work rate to go around the corner. But as you said, some tired bodies out there. Lots of kick chasing to do, right?
Well, exactly. No one ever thought when they turned up today they'd be having to do quite so much kick chase work. Kick chase they have certainly had to do, though. Can Rangers spoil another line-up? Well, this time they go over the top of the jumper and it's just gathered by the Windsox. Strongman, aptly named. Takes it in and gets the offload away. Round the corner they go. Oh, he was free for the try line. I don't think he realised the tackle had been missed. They keep possession though, move it away from that contact area. They have a few numbers out on the far side, but instead they cut through the middle, and it's a good decision in the end as Sanchez carves his way through for the second score of the game. And his mates on the outside might just forgive him for not using that overlap.
Well, again, you see it so often when you do have so many players, but defensively what you're thinking, you've got to get there. So although if he hadn't scored, he would have been never forgiven. And see why he did it, because those hips instantly over chase to try and get the players on the edge. Really nice picture of him to just slide through there.
Does he think this is serious? If he has, the clock is stopped. I think we've potentially got a serious injury here.
Time is stopped. We've got a bit of a nasty injury, we think. Actually, just off the field.
He's off the pitch.
On our left-hand side.
Okay.
It actually makes me laugh. First time I had a bad ankle injury. I got tackled off the field and
But the time is now back on because he's
knocked
off the
it all up.
pitch.
But I remember the opposition going, "She's off the pitch. Play on. Doesn't matter." Cheers, my ankle just falling off.
Trying desperately to roll just an inch onto the pitch.
Do you know who said that? Marley Packer, actually.
He's definitely off the pitch.
She was my club teammate at the time as well. No compassion there at all.
Okay, can we wait for your man?
Well, I'm glad to see I've got something in common with an England great.
Make sure you're left wing.
Sadly, it's nothing to do with talent on the pitch, but
Good man, thank you.
I'll take what I can get. Rangers collect the ball. For those of you worrying about the injury, it's looking like he's not too bad. He's sitting upright and grimacing a bit, but nothing more. Rangers penalty.
His team don't care about him anyway, so they've left him.
His teammates seem the least concerned for him of all. Perhaps this is a common occurrence when he gets tired. Windsox. The try scorer Sanchez. Looks like he's going to be a threat all game with that footwork of his. Sox decide to take it in this time. Didn't have too many options available to them. Now they go for something, injecting a bit of pace. Oh well, and he's almost broken through. Looked like he was pausing to start again. Suddenly saw an opening. Sanchez thought about the crossfield kick there for a second, I think, and then decided to play. He's got that one out the back.
Similar to the Fine Rugby Now team, I don't think they're necessarily taking the easiest options, but they're entertaining options.
They certainly are, and chief entertainer in residence is Billy Roberts as he storms through for their third try. As you say, wasn't necessarily the easiest option, but it's the option they chose, and it's the option that's worked.
Oh, and he's even, I don't know if he's subbing himself off or going to see how his teammate is, so that's nice.
Try scorer and compassionate. What more could anyone want?
Men's open game between the
Conversion
and the Nigeria Exiles.
It's good, and that sends us into half-time with the Herne Airport Windsox leading the Rangers 21 points to 0. It's been a fine half of rugby from the Windsox.
Yeah, slightly one-sided first half. Be interesting to see if the rallying team talk can get the Rangers fighting for this second half.
Yeah, we see that final try again. He gave himself a lot of work to do through the big dummy, tried to use the eyes a little bit as well. Really had to put the hammer down as he tried to get through the gap. But fair play, makes it stick. Roberts has his third, or his side's third try of the game, I should say. And at half-time, his team lead 21-0. As you can just see, a couple of the men's opens teams getting their warm-ups in. Rambling Jesters there on the left-hand side, just creeping into shot now, chucking a ball around, getting the blood flowing. Stallions readying themselves as well.
There's a lot of international representation here as well, which I think is another reason why, not unique necessarily, but it's such a fantastic tournament, because I think it was at least 6 different nations coming together with different teams, if not more.
Yeah, I think so. We're seeing some absolutely brilliant performances from those international sides. Very intense warm-up going on here from Rambling Jesters in the background. Someone's going to need to tell them the second half's about to start. David Mob Smith among the Rambling Jesters coaching staff. Been around the side for a very long time. Over 7 specialist as well on the coaching front. Here in the main shot though, second half is about to get underway. Sanchez has the ball in hand for the Windsox, holding on to that 21-0 lead. Rangers looking to receive and see if they can find a quick start, a quick fight back in this second half.
It's interesting looking at body language at the start of the second half. Don't know what you think. Who's the team most up for it?
Well, one's certainly more up for it than the other, I'd say.
Few hands on hips.
Referee patiently waiting. Not quite sure what for, but we'll find out. Here we go, underway. Sanchez. Kick won't go 10.
Never say that till it's bounced. You never know.
We're going to go back for the high tackle.
It'd been an extraordinary gust of wind if it had gone 10. I don't think it went 3. Rangers then have possession. They need a fast start. Can they create something? Hard carry, but the offload perhaps not the best call there. Windsox have the ball back now.
No hands! Okay, it's a goal ball. Thank you. Well played. Thank you.
Do well to escape a penalty there. Desperately rolling away.
There's no knock there.
I'll say excellent communication from the ref. Very clear. What we like to hear.
It's particularly important actually in the social tournament where perhaps fitness levels aren't quite the same. Sometimes you do just need the referee just to tell you what he wants so you can just do it and rest somewhere else. A lot of the time people are flopping over. It's just a resting pattern for them.
Very true, but I also think in terms of, as a player, if you know why and you know they're not happy, you can't argue with it then. You just get on with that next job. Whereas it's those ambiguous ones, if you don't hear anything and you think you're within the laws of the game, then that's when probably people get a bit more frustrated.
Absolutely.
Good map. Yep.
Line out Rangers. Cooper launches it in, but it's been nicked by the Windsox and then nicked back by Rangers.
Tackle, let him go! No, that's not out.
Again, good communication from the referee, and Rangers might have created something for themselves. Will Cooper stabs it through and gathers.
Are you going to take it in the field of play?
Those are the ones you just have to stay calm, not knock it on. That was a good pick-up, that's a good finish. Made it look easy.
Those ones where you're just waiting and waiting and waiting for it to sit up, hoping. Knowing that if it takes too long, there's a big shot in the back coming from someone.
Or just your...
Yeah,
that's the word I'm looking for. No, I'll come back to you on that one.
see it here.
Reputation.
Well, indeed. We've all had our reputation hit a bit by some of these in the past. But he waited for it to sit up and gets the crucial score. It was so important that Rangers got the first score in this second half, and they've got it. And there's time yet for them to engineer a comeback, and perhaps that'll just instill a bit of confidence in their ranks. Sanchez, who looks as though he's the buzzing heartbeat of this Windsock side. Plays scrum half there for his team. Now they just hit the pace button a little bit. O'Connor onto the try scorer Roberts, and Roberts just spills that one loose. Threatening position that from the Windsocks. Rangers live to fight another day.
Knock on by goal. Scrum white.
That's really the first possession in this second half that Windsocks have had. And as soon as they get it, they look like a real threat.
It has. I must admit, from the first half, I thought it was going to be a slightly one-sided second half, but Rangers have really managed to keep hold of the ball a lot more, and so getting that try, such a crucial try, with still time to go.
And another score, and it starts to become a bit of a mental challenge as well. Will the Windsocks get nervous that the comeback is happening? Will the tails really fly up from Rangers? We'll find out if they can find another score.
38, Savvy Panthers 5.
Have a go here. Quite rightly too. They get this pass away, they could be in for that second score. Oh, the defensive cover is unbelievably quick. Finn Rayworth for the Windsocks. That's about as good a piece of cover defence as I've seen in terms of pace. Absolutely flew across.
Yeah, I thought it was away and then came from nowhere, but I think just in terms of the Rangers attack, did what we said, taking two defenders out and managing to get the ball away just gives you so many opportunities in attack. Rain coming down now, a bit heavier, so see how if this impacts Bern Airport's tool.
With a name like Windsocks, you'd think that they should be used to all sorts of weather.
Wind?
Where wind comes, rain usually follows, no?
Let's hope not today. Otherwise we are getting wet.
Right, if we can have the same scrum again, please. Yeah? Crouch, bind, set.
Rangers scrum in centre field.
Thank you.
Sanchez makes life difficult for his opposite number though. They go powering through the middle. Gaps suddenly opened up in front of him, and there could be some space here. We've seen a goose step already. Will we see another? No need for it. He powers across the line.
You take it in the field of play.
I thought he didn't want to score then. I was really hoping for another goosey though.
Enough time for the kick. Otherwise that could be it.
Little discussion about how much time there is. I think he's going to be rushed into quite a quick conversion here in order to do it. And apologies for not using his name. He's the only name that we don't have on our team sheet here. Conversion skews wide. I think there will just be time. There is indeed 20 seconds. But unfortunately, because of those missed conversions, there's not going to be enough time, I wouldn't think, for Rangers. Well, particularly now the referee's just called last play to get back in front. It's been a strong second half showing though, after a difficult first half for Rangers.
Definitely, I think, well, mostly because they managed to have some ball. They kept the ball. I think first half they were just stifled from that possession, and it just shows possession really is key.
Certainly does. Windsocks rather fancy finishing off with a try here. Inside. Penalty for Rangers.
It could have been. Yeah, holders definitely holding on. Yeah. here.
There was a really useful...
No, the penalty's against you. They had hands on it with a lick.
Referee still explaining that the penalty is against the Windsox whilst Rangers are playing. And that's lost, and it's all over. The Windsox hold on for a 21-10 victory against the Rangers. But after a really tough first half, it was a spirited second half from Rangers. But a fantastic overall display from the Windsox in what are now becoming quite treacherous conditions out there. The rain is absolutely hammering down. How will that affect the skills as we move across to the men's open competition and Ramblin' Jesters against the Nigeria Exiles development side? It's in effect the second team to that Stallions side. So we'll be back with you very shortly while we just get our team sheets for that men's open fixture between the Jesters and Nigeria Stallions.
Here at VIO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
Back underway then, Ramblin' Jesters against the Nigeria Stallions development side. Ramblin' Jesters in their familiar quarters. Stallions in their green shirts. Ramblin' Jesters with the ball early on here. That's just spilled though, so we'll have a scrum down to kick things off at the beginning of this game. This one should be a good one. Back across to the men's open competition. And we saw some great skills on show earlier on in that, and plenty to look forward to here.
Definitely, I mean, Jesters got on the wrong side of the scoreline, but they played some really good rugby, so I've got a lot of young talent actually coming through, so really good to see. We said about the Bath University representation, big up Bath, but also they've got people from everywhere.
Bury St Edmunds, my old club in my youth.
I was there last week.
Sadly, I missed that one. Rather looking forward to it, I was. Not least because my mum would have appreciated it. She lives just 10 minutes down the road. Ramblin' Jesters offside from that kick.
Again though, perfectly executed crossfield. What do we see more kicking? Maybe not necessarily the crossfield, but tactically now the rain's coming down. Pin teams into their own half. Big defensive set, get the ball back.
Ball is loose but gathered by Nigeria. Round the corner they come. Fierce competition at the breakdown. Referee wants them to roll away though. Work back towards this side. Could be some space. Big contact. There's a good tackle as well.
It's a great tackle.
Yeah, Aaron Radley had the look of a man who didn't want the tackle, and then when he actually made it, you realise no, that's a man who definitely wanted that tackle. Absolutely smashed him. The Czech Sevens player.
He manipulated his body angle so well to then get that angle to then win the line out for his team.
Jesters almost intercepted there, but it's deliberately done so, saying the referee. So it's a yellow card and it's going to be 7v6.
sometimes so hard when the ball's just there.
I always think even harder as the Stallions break away, do they almost... I always think sometimes even harder the further up the game you go, because of course the judgment the referee is making is, are you in a realistic place, in a realistic position to be able to catch the ball? Well, at the top end of the game, there's an argument to say, well, yeah, because I'm really good. I could catch it. I always say, the lower the level, the easier it is to make that judgment. But Rambling Jesters finding it easy down this right-hand side to just stroll home. John O'Donnell, the Ireland Sevens player, scorching down the right touchline and opening the scoring here for the Jesters.
I mean, when you're down to 6, there's going to be space somewhere, and that time it was right down the open side, down that wing. It's been a heroic effort to get him defensively, but Chase didn't give up, to be fair to them.
Interestingly, Jesters taking their time over that conversion as well, despite having the extra player. As, Richard Jackson brings up a whole bag full of goodies for the commentary team up here.
I haven't smiled so much all day.
O'Donnell, it was that scored the try. Ireland Sevens player, as I say, and showing that skill out on the field.
I'm just looking at the list of players' information, so we really do. We've got Czech, we've got Ireland, we've got Wales, we've got England.
It is a thoroughly impressive Jesters lineup and a thoroughly impressive couple of minutes for them as well. They are taking advantage of this yellow card period, scoring their second try of the game. First was down the right, the second, a big move down the left-hand side. 2 tries to the good. Conversion doesn't quite go close to the toughest point on the pitch for that conversion. But that's how you deal with a yellow card scenario, isn't it? You just step on it, score 2 quick tries, and take full advantage.
Definitely. Obviously, on the flip side, you're trying desperately not to concede, and then attack, trying to capitalise. We mentioned other tactics. Another really good one is taking those, taking the scrum, because you know that they're going to have to match your numbers in the scrum, which means you're going to have that 3v2. We spoke about it defensively, but in attack, also such a good platform. Now back to full complement on both sides.
They are indeed. The Stallions finding themselves 12-0 down now. Ball spilling loose. It is really wet out there. Hard to execute those skills. So we may see things tighten up as they try and get the offload out, but it's intercepted by Rambling Jesters. And Jesters managing to keep the ball alive now themselves, stepping this way, stepping the other, now moving the ball wide, and there's going to be a second score here for O'Donnell. One on the right-hand side, now one on the left-hand side. The skill execution under pressure and in the wet.
X are just getting a bit bunched as well, defensively. They're giving so much space on the edges and actually not putting that much pressure on the middle, which means they're able to execute even in these conditions, and making it look fairly simple for the Jesters right now.
At 1 o'clock on pitch 1, the women's social clash between HFR.
Conversion is good as well. That's a wonderful kick from the far side. And it sends us in at half-time. Jesters 19, Stallions development side 0. And as we see the replay again, it came from that offload that went into Jesters' hands. And they just found a way to keep it alive, found a way to use their feet as well to get on the wrong side of the defence. And as you say, the defence had all bunched in. And O'Donnell just had a simple run home.
Having said that, I've spoken about it before today a lot, about that threat on the ball. It's about how you coach kids, having the ball in two hands, not knowing what you're doing. If you just chain pass, that's easy to defend, but the fact that every player was in motion, using footwork, didn't have to do too much, but just enough to make sure that it didn't give time for those Exiles defenders to recover at all.
Absolutely. So half-time, Jesters 19, Stallions Development 0, and we'll be back with you in just a few seconds. Back underway, Jesters in possession, 19-0 to the good. Nigeria though, looking as though they're starting off with a little added physical boost. Absolutely careering into that breakdown. That was lovely control on the foot from, I think it's O'Donnell out there on the far side.
Pressure has paid off. All straight into a touch. I think, again, especially with these conditions, you can kind of take a few more risks defensively. You can put that little bit more line speed on, because you know the ball just takes a little bit longer through the hands, second longer, just gives you opportunity to really rush up a bit more in defence.
Backwards.
Jesters fling a kick through, but there's not a huge chase behind it. Although the Stallions' chase to get back behind the ball wasn't the most outstanding either, so they've had to kick it forward, and it's off the post, and perhaps fortunately so.
Yeah. No.
High tackle, referee's given the penalty. I think the Jesters player was absolutely desperate for him to play advantage, and kind of wonder why not, in fact.
I would be fuming. I think, is it the case because it's a high tackle you have to stop the game? I'm not sure.
Not quite sure.
But he seemed to be under the post.
And he's got another chance here, I think, to prove to the referee that he does have the gas. He's got himself, oh, that's brilliant. Oh, you've got to love that. The offload over the head of the defensive player into the hands of his teammates, and has allowed the ball to stay alive and the Jesters to realign and move the ball out to the far side. Hunting for a fourth try, having been on their own try line just moments ago.
See the difference now when...
Through they go. They are going to have that fourth try. And it's going to be James Pavey, the England Sevens player, currently at Bath University, on the score sheet here for the Jesters.
Really nicely worked. They just took it to one edge. Thought it was a little bit static, like I mentioned before, them kind of giving the Exiles opportunity to recover, but then coming back the other way, that threat on the wall again, just puts that indecision in defenders' head and straight through.
It does feel like almost for the first few passes of their possessions, they're just sort of waiting to see what's happening around them, and then kind of making a quick decision once they've got there. But because almost every time it's a 2-3 passes of just moving the ball. Let's see where we get to.
Because they've got such good width on their pass as well, but that will stress the defence. Oh, nearly a great take.
Nearly a good take, but it ended up being a Jesters line-out, which they've gone quickly from. And as we're going to see again, as we've just been talking about, stretch it all the way out to the far side. And I was going to say they might stretch it back, but they may not need to, because in for a hat-trick is O'Donnell. John O'Donnell, 3 tries, at least I think it's O'Donnell. He's having a rest. He's absolutely shattered, and no wonder. These boys have been putting it all in.
You've shown as well, both of those tries have come from great support play. When you make a break in sevens, obviously there's a lot of quick guys playing on both, or girls playing on both sides. You can't guarantee that you're going to go all the way, but having that inside support, in that case, the offload on the previous previous try, just makes all the difference.
Certainly does. We see it again here. We've seen the pace previously that Noah Fenton has. It was enough just to get him on the outside and get the pass in field. I think it's O'Donnell again.
It's not been taken off. He's having a rest on a bar wing now. Oh, look at that. Majestic.
Matt Bursey of Bury St Edmunds gets himself through.
Kick-off 101.
Conversion by Luke Davis, the Welsh under-19 player. And this Jester's side, well, they're showing us all the tricks here. Just look at this. Doesn't even have to take it high, just in the breadbasket.
I mean, it's fantastic kick execution. Also, just it's a really tough skill just to get that timing right. He makes it look so easy, but to get that timing just perfectly so that he's collecting the ball as he's not even breaking stride is a pretty impressive thing to do.
Another kickoff then. This time it's safely gathered by the Stallions, but immediately they are met by a brick wall of Jester's defence. Contesting so hard here. Stallions though find a bit of space. Get along this right hand side, but a foot in touch.
Time off.
Referees, in fact, are going to have a bit of a chat. We've got a flag on the field. Not too sure what happened there.
Hustle and bustle there.
I was following the play. I have nothing.
Too distracted by.
Well, the potential length of the field break. Find out exactly what's what in just a second.
So he's just holding the play on the ground. No strikes, no slaps.
No strikes, no slaps. But he went in after the tackle, went in on him after the tackle, and then continued to hold him.
Okay, holding a player on the floor.
And this was before or after the kick?
The tackle was made.
Before the kick. Okay, so we have the markers here then. Yep. Thank you.
There'll be
6,
a
holding the player
penalty.
on the ground.
Stallions. Not a huge infringement, I think, which is good news for the game.
Scrum advantage.
Bit carried away with his carry there, forgot that he needed the ball with him.
Always got to remember job one.
Easier said than done sometimes.
It's where he loses control of the ball, not where the player ends up.
Particularly in my case.
Right in front of you. Space 4.
Now, the rain really is coming down here. We've got people huddled under various gazebos and umbrellas. Just those few hardy souls out on the field that are braving the weather. Although for the Jesters, it probably feels like a glorious sunny day as they rain in try after try here at the Lit Sevens. 40-0 they lead, 6 tries to the good. Probably one final play to go.
Hooker in the channel, please, Red.
Obviously, Jesters have been dominant in this game, but to be fair to the Exiles, I didn't realise it was quite 40-0.
It hasn't felt like that, has it? It's been... I think it's just been the Jesters have been unbelievably clinical whenever they've had the chance.
Back! Keep going. Yep, this line-up started.
Definitely, they've scored quickly whenever they've had the ball. I think, like you said, clinical.
They might be looking for one here just to get things finished off. They go close. Has he got it down? I think he has. Noah Fenton, the Exeter Chiefs, an Ireland under-18, gets the try on the far side, and the Jesters are going to finish just shy of a half century here. What a performance.
He deserves that one. He's been hustling hard on that wing, hasn't he?
He's been a threat all game long, hasn't he? I think he's the one that was unhappy about not getting to play advantage back in the start of this half. And I think since then we've seen his pace on a few occasions, and we suddenly realise why he was so keen to be released down that far side. His team, grateful to him, grateful to each other, because they have had a fantastic performance here against this Exile side. We see that final try. It's just good hands out to Fenton, and Fenton with enough pace and indeed enough strength and wherewithal to get the ball across the line. And so that leaves us finished up with the Ramblin' Jesters taking the victory, and a fantastic victory it was too. 45-0 against Nigeria Exiles Development. And one of their players has kindly trotted over to have a word with our man James on the touchline, so we will hear what they've got to say.
Yeah, cheers, Angus. One of the benefits of coming and having a pitchside interview now is you get to sneak under the umbrella if you want to stay in the dry, but I think Matt's probably not worried about that, having played in the rain. Conditions have changed, but some players prefer to play in the wet. What about you? Is it conditions you like playing?
Yeah, that doesn't bother me. I'm from Ireland, so it rains 9 times out of 10. I was really happy with that performance. We probably let ourselves down a bit in the first game. It's good to pull that one out of the bag and go on against the Army now in the next round.
Dominating performance that, wasn't it? Your dad was watching from the sidelines as well, cheering on. I mean, look, matches like that, obviously you want to be respectful to your opponents, but really you were in total command right from the offset.
Yeah, I mean, we had a bit of a chat with ourselves over there. Like I said, I don't think we put out the performance we should have in the first game. And, you know, the boys put it right there in that game, I think, so we look forward to the next one.
Ramblin' Jesters have obviously won tournaments all around the world now, haven't they? Quite an experienced team, and you know, like you say, disappointing from the first match, but you've righted the wrongs of that, and you know, up and running now.
Yeah, we've had a couple of good wins this season. We've had a couple of close ones that we probably should have won. So hopefully today we can put that to bed and get a good win under our belt.
Yeah, individually pretty happy with the way you're playing as well.
Yeah, it's one of those ones. It's probably more happy that the team's going well, and we'll see how we feel after the next couple of games.
Thanks, Matt. Best of luck for the rest of the competition. Cheers for the interview. I'm going to have to throw back to you guys in the commentary box, because like an ice cream on a sunny day, if I stay in the rain too long, I'll melt. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, James. And well, we're just about ready to get underway in the next game, which is going to see the Flamingos up against the Nomads. Flamingos in the blue, white and pink, and the Nomads in their dark shirts. As we get ourselves underway, Nomads in possession, playing from right to left.
Backwards! Backwards!
Ball very, very slippy now, it has to be said. It is pretty tough out there, as you see, as the players go to ground, they're sliding around now. It's a tough outing for many.
Rock, no hands wide! Leave her, leave her.
Nomads keeping a hold of possession. Moving the ball out to the left-hand side. Having a little look around the outside, and more than a little look, in fact. They're going to score around that left-hand side. Ola Wabuyui
from behind
with the score.
Pick from behind the posts.
Great pace to burn around the outside, and the Nomads have had all the possession, and now they have the try to show for it in this opening 90 seconds. Cracking start from them, and brilliant pace around the outside from Olu Wabuyui. Scorched around the outside, and before she'd even got to the halfway line, I think she knew she was home and hosed.
We spoke about that effortless running style, didn't we? There it is again. Shows she's quick.
Have you another ball, please? Dave, you got another ball?
Referee
Time off.
That's the time off because we're short of a ball. Well, good news is we've got a pink one back. Two balls now.
Oh, that one.
Oh, no, box standard Gilbert. No one wants that. Come on. We want the pink balls.
I heard them complaining it was slippy.
I don't think changing the ball is going to help that, is it?
Oh. No, we're not playing with the tournament ball.
Stay behind your kicker, Black.
Excuse me, sir. This rain is making the ball too slippy.
Tackle rock, no hands now, Black.
Flamingos then. First real chance to see what they can do. What have they got on offer?
Lower tackles, please, Black.
Referee just saying to keep an eye on those tackles in terms of height from the Nomads. The Flamingos surge through up to the 22. Oh, perhaps was an option to go right. Instead they go left, but perhaps they're going to engineer something from it. Doing really well to keep the ball alive. They are going to engineer something from it. The Flamingos respond in style. Chaotic at times, but from chaos comes a try and a levelling of the scores, or at least it will be if this conversion goes over.
Yeah, I was with you. I thought they might have gone the wrong way there, but stayed with it, stuck to process, kept the ball alive, and been rewarded for it.
They have indeed. Clearly that grippy ball, doing exactly what was required of it.
But it looked very grippy.
Oh yes, there is real beat here, and lots of it. Pitch one at 1:20 That's the Punjab.
Someone needs to tell everyone out there that the tournament organiser has worked tirelessly on the design for that ball and will be bitterly, bitterly disappointed to see it shunned by the Nomads players.
In London today. That's at 1:20 on pitch number 1. Then on pitch number 2 at 1:20. In the men's open we have QVSOB.
Good awareness at the last to get that final pass away. Could have easily been tackled and have the play start again.
Rugby now. At 1:20 on pitch 6, it's Tensions RFC versus the Rummans. And those are the games kicking off. Free kick back on the 10. Free kick from the centre.
Bounce didn't help them with that one, did it?
Free kick from the middle.
Just too grippy.
Free kick from the middle.
Slightly slippier ball would have skidded on through.
And an important announcement. This is a birthday announcement.
You see it so often. You score and then kick off. Just doesn't go to plan. Either the kick not going 10.
You must get lower.
Thought that might have been dropped off the penalty, but perhaps she just gathered it before it hit the deck. If so, wonderful hands. Nomads have a look down the left-hand side. That time it is dropped. And we'll have a scrum.
They could have just got the ball away a bit quicker at breakdown. They had a really good opportunity there because I'm going to get my tongue to Flamingos. Managed to slow the ball down. It just took that opportunity away from the Nomads there. See, the cavalry are coming from the other side.
It is a bit of a mouthful, Flamingos.
Bind, set, steady.
Especially when you've got a retainer in.
Ball out.
At some point when we get a chance today, we are going to have to talk about the story of that. You've shown me the footage already of how that happened. It is.
I show everyone who
gruesome
who'll give me 5 seconds to show them.
Knock on the floor, scrum down, black ball. You're right. Scrum down, black ball.
Nomads have the scrum. As below us, Akuma Ratana go through their warm-up.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Go straight. Ball out. Ball's out.
Nomads pass doesn't go to hand. Looks as though it just slipped free there, and now again it goes, and perhaps a few of the players coming to the realisation that it's the rain making the ball slippy.
You do have to slightly adapt your game. I think it's those 50-50 ones that sometimes you are worth the risk. But maybe when the conditions are like this, it's worth keeping hold of the ball and securing possession as opposed to forcing it and potentially losing it.
Indeed. Nomads keep the ball in there. Fly hat comes in. It's good bravery actually on the floor. And the Nomads play it. Very easy to pull out of that when you see the boot flying.
Line out, black ball. Line out, black ball. White hooker here, please. Somebody from white here, please. Line out, black ball. Thank you.
We see perhaps the contrast between the social tournament and the open tournament. Quite a deep and serious warm-up below us going on.
Straight, what would you like, white?
The Ratana sides who are playing in the open tournament. Meanwhile, just crossing in front of your screens there, players from one of the social sides who've bought a couple of refreshments to keep them going through the afternoon session.
Yeah, I know it's time coach, but last play.
Sevens all about.
Serbians.
Fine, set.
Flamingos with the put in. Ball comes out the tunnel, but the referee's happy for that to be played. Have a look down the left-hand side. Defence crabs across quite well, but they do really nicely with the handling there to engineer the ball away from that tackle situation. And there's some space down the left-hand side. Can they get their way around it? Yes, they can. Now it's a foot race for the try line. The chase is coming in. Oh, that's wonderful cover from the Nomads. And in particular from Ella Loveridge-Foster, who came from absolutely nowhere to make a crucial cover tackle, and one that sends her team into the half-time break, still with that slender 2-point advantage. That was fantastic covering work in defence.
So crucial as well. We talk about that momentum. If the Flamingos then had got a try, they'd be going in with kind of a bit more confidence, whereas now Nomads go in with all the confidence, having just stopped to what would have been a pretty much dead set try there.
Absolutely. We head into half-time then with a very tight game on our hands. It is Nomads 7, Flamingos 5 at the half-time break.
So final call now for all teams taking part at 1. So don't forget, on pitch number 1,
back underway for the second half. The Nomads having to chase back. Flamingos flooding through. Ball sits up. Are they going to take the lead? The Flamingos, that's the perfect start to this second half.
Advantage for space, you were late.
Look at the celebration too. So good to see. Celebrating every moment.
And the try scorer, a very good tag rugby player as well, but showing she's got the contact skills to go with it.
Don't forget, if you fancy an ice cream to cool yourself down, we have a little Italian gelato van. You can go there and get yourself a variety of lovely treats.
A perfect start for the Flamingos. Teams will talk and talk about how they want to start second halves, but 99% of the time you never get the opportunity to actually do it. But on this occasion, the Flamingos doing exactly what they would have talked about, which is get in front nice and early.
Just got to dive on that ball as well. I think a little bit of naivety there, just trying to pick it up when you've got so much heat on you. It's actually a really hard skill diving on the ball as well. I think underestimated how tricky it can be, but you got to use your team around you, give each other confidence. Can't really be picking that up.
I'm glad you think it's high as well, because I've always thought that's a challenging skill that no one gives you any praise for when you do it.
It's either that or maybe I'm just not very good at it.
Backwards again.
It's hard, definitely.
Definitely hard.
Flamingos, oh, they've got their tails up, haven't they? They've got some pace about them as well. Back-to-back tries to start the second half. The Flamingos, well, I don't know what they said at half-time, but whatever it was absolutely on the money. They have got 2 tries in quick succession to start this second half, and from 7-5 behind, they are 15-7 in front.
Where was that gas hiding from? Hiding from?
I don't know if they made changes, I don't know what they've done, but it's a sea change. Because I would have said in the first half, the Nomads were probably the more dominant side. The Flamingos had done well to stay so close through the game. I know they had that chance towards the end of the first half, but the start of the second half, it's just full of pace and energy.
Definitely, and I think you kind of, when you see the Nomads, you see teams like Kuma Beavers, these are like all 7 sides, whereas Flamingos are coming from 15 side, come together for 7. So rightly or wrongly, you kind of sometimes think that more as the natural 7s team would be the one that's known for 7s, but I think it's been a great game so far, both evenly matched, but Flamingos definitely coming up on top at the moment. Although something criminal did just happen. When you scored your try, I'm afraid you've got to pick it up for the kicker. Can't just leave it there.
That is true.
There behind your kicker, White.
Maybe it's her first try, she's not familiar with the setup yet.
Maybe. Well, I hope the kicker told her off and she'll learn.
Tough regime over here. Nomads gather the kick off well and get on the attack early. Taking it into contact. Referee saying that referee saying that the ruck rather had already formed.
I think that was a bit harsh. I thought it was a good turnover, but who am I? Not a referee, so.
Ball bobbling away though in the Nomads. Well, we know all about the pace of Oli Wabamui. Her second try, and much like the first, almost as soon as the ball was in her hands, she knew she was scoring just what they needed after that shell shock of a start to the second half for them.
And look, she picked the ball up.
Too sure the score, sure. Comes up in a minute.
Well, there you go. A team player if ever I saw one. We're on to our 3rd ball of the match as well. This one clearly rain resistant or something.
Well, it seems to be working because it's a great rugby so far.
Conversion bang on line, but won't quite go. So the Nomads currently trailing by 3 points. And actually it was good work from Oli Wambamui. Getting 2 touches in that phase of play always creates problems when players can get more than 1 touch of the ball. It's all out attack here from both sides.
Tackle, ruck.
Flamingos going the direct route. Oh, offload. If that had gone to hand, it might have been away.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
I mean, I think they're lucky not to give away a penalty there. Nomads did well to pin that defender in. Ref sees its player also played on.
Backwards initially.
Ball spilled in contact. Nomads continue.
Tackle release, roll wide.
Gosh, we said about having not many tight games. It's definitely a tight game. Both teams, every time they get the ball, look capable of scoring.
There's gaps all over the place now.
Slightly scrappy, but sometimes that actually it makes it more unpredictable. You get those tries that come from absolutely nowhere.
You had it.
Kick comes in. Ball is gathered by the Flamingos. Getting around the outside. Can she get around the last player? She can, just about. No, just scragged by the shirt. Crucial intervention from Amy Reynolds to make that tackle.
Happy with the tackle.
If the Nomads are set.
Yeah, take your line out, white ball. Black ball.
So we got slightly distracted by photographer Dante.
Paparazzi have come out.
Not like me, see a camera.
Backwards.
And that is full time, and Flamingos have held on. A 3-point victory, turning around the deficit. That fast start to the second half proving absolutely crucial for a victory in what was an absolutely fantastic game. Could have gone either way.
Definitely, I think so good to see the fight back come, the keeping belief, staying in it and getting that victory.
Absolutely. All finishes up here on pitch 1. Flamingos 15, Nomads 12. An absolutely fantastic game. We're hoping for something fantastic in the men's open, and among that will be the Army, and luckily one of the Army has come along for us to preview that alongside James.
But that doesn't bother you. You're tough as old boots, I know, because you're obviously Chief Army Operations Officer.
That's correct.
There we go, got that right. We're previewing obviously the Army-Navy game coming up next. Big one, this one, isn't it?
It is a big one, and whenever we play the Navy, you know, at whatever stage, whether it's 7s or 15s, you know, both teams want to sort of put a bit on the other opposition, really. So yeah, it should be a very interesting game.
You always are going to back your own team, but what are you expecting from this? Are you expecting a flying start from either team? Have you got any tactics leading into this one?
We play the same game depending on, you know, on whatever the opposition is. I think that the Navy have their own game as well, but it's who cancels who out, I think, on this one. So it should be a really entertaining game.
And obviously a great day for all you guys, you know, competing here at the Lit Sevens. I mean, it's a big day for all the teams involved, but obviously a big part for the Army as well, isn't it?
Yeah, we do a full season of Summer Sevens, so we've been around quite a bit already, and I think this is our penultimate one. We're at Isle of Wight in a couple of weeks, so yeah, very much looking forward to this one.
And obviously the teams are now just making their way to the start of the pitch. You guys are playing in red, Navy are playing in blue. No surprises with the colours there.
Surprise, yeah. No, so and we have a different sponsor for the Sevens. We have DXC, which are also sponsoring Manchester United, would you believe?
Okay.
Yeah.
Playing in the Reds as well as the Manchester United, who yeah, obviously are renowned as being the Red Devils. Listen, best of luck for the match. Do you know what? I'm going to push you for a score prediction.
I'm going to say 21-14 to us.
21-14, there you go. Prediction, you heard it. Thanks very much, Chris. We'll hand back to the commentary team as the match is about to get underway. Cheers.
Thank you very much, James. Good little word there from Chris from the Army, and it is the Army against the Navy. One of the great games in rugby union. The Army in red, playing from left to right, against the Navy in blue, playing from right to left. And it is Army possession first up. Big wide ball comes in. Just have a look out for the skills from some of these players, and already we see a little bit here from the Army. A fast start, looking for the pass inside, now looking outside, just tackled, so he sets up the breakdown. Navy competing hard, but the penalty. Referee clearly saying no hands there, but immediately there, Amy, seeing the pace and precision that the Army can play with.
Definitely. I can feel the excitement building the ground, can you? I think there's like a proper like hum coming now that Army and Navy here. What a spectacle.
It certainly is. There's a real knowledge of just what a game this can be. Of course, Twickenham Stadium sells out for the 15-a-side encounter between these two. And Wasps FC is getting pretty full around pitch 1 as well. As players, spectators look to see these two sets of players show us what they can do. The Army going direct. Oh, how's that for an offload? Oh, that's magic. Absolute magic. It ends in a score for Callum Mawassa, but that is a spectacular offload from the Army.
How do they do it? It's so incredible to have two people trying to take you down and still be able to do that. Yeah, I want that skill.
I just don't even know almost what happened. The ball one minute was in his hands, the next minute it's sitting on a plate for his teammate, and we'll see it on the replay here. This is just stunning stuff. Radianirova, the co-captain, takes the quick penalty. Throws the dummy. Just look at that as he goes to ground. Well, Amy, have you ever seen anything like that?
A few times on the world circuit, but not sure at Lit Sevens.
Exactly. Unbelievable. Kickoff doesn't go 10, so we come back for the free kick. I'm still getting over that offload, to be honest. That was just stunning.
I don't think that's the last you're going to see of it today either.
Well, we told you that this one wasn't going to disappoint.
Let's go, please, let's go.
And it certainly hasn't so far. And we're only 2.5 minutes in. Navy's first real chance at possession. What have they got in their locker? They go the direct route. Plenty of depth on this attack. They move it to the right-hand side. Now looking to feed the ball out to the left-hand side. Defence gets back in shape very nicely. Tackles not quite sticking though at the moment. Christian Logan. Tom Briggs rather, I think it was.
That's fantastic physicality from Briggs. Like just refusing to give up in that fight. And hence creates opportunities like this. That is a high shot. Oh, and the ref is down. Carnage is... It's carnage out there.
Time off, please.
Oh, that was one of those that you felt up in the commentary box.
Number 2, yeah?
You should have seen Angus cowering down actually when he heard that hit.
Thank you.
Well, when you're operating at my height, you tend to attract quite a lot of high shots. So
Felt that one.
I really take them quite personally.
Got a flashback.
Dynamic situation. I've then seen number 2
It's good to see the refs taking
go directly
these things seriously, obviously.
Into the head.
The reason they're so strict to this is player safety.
With force. Okay. So we're applying the high tackle protocol. Direct to the heads. There is foul play because he could have gone lower. There is no mitigation because the ball carrier is always upright.
And I think
it's a red card against number 2.
Radianirova, the co-captain, the man who gave us that magical offload just a few moments ago.
Thank you.
Is going to be seeing
Thanks,
red
Harry. All
here.
good? Thank
My
you.
reading
2
of that
captain.
conversation is correct.
2. The high tackle direct to the head, there is no mitigation.
And Radianirova, as we said, gets the red card, and well, the referee pretty clear there was no mitigation, and
We're definitely having a scrum, yeah? Yeah, scrum, sir. So it's a penalty for high tackle and they're
hard to
taking a
argue
scrum.
with that point. So we'll have a scrum. It was a penalty, of course, for the Navy, but they've opted for that penalty to go for the scrum, which, as you were saying, Amy, when you're a player to the good, is not a bad way of tying in some players.
Really good. Obviously, you have to match 3v3, so it just instantly gives you an overlap, just how you use it.
7 away! Never on sides.
Penalty to the Navy, offside from the Army.
but they might opt for scrum again.
Instead, Dakaliga takes it.
Oh!
Ball cannons off the chest, forward pass. Army might have fancied having a little bit of advantage there, but referee said no advantage doing, so we'll have the scrum.
It's there.
It's an absolute billet of the pass to the chest. It's really hard to take this. Not sure if it's intended for him or not, to be honest. But
crouch.
With this long left, when you're down a player, is it? Are you already into game management mode, or are you? Is it too long? You've just got to keep playing the game.
Play on.
Well, you've got to be sensible up to a point, but like you said, and we said before, you can't go into a shell. To be honest, I don't think there's any danger of the Army going into their shell on the way they attack, so maybe it's more about their decisions that break down in defence, but...
May well be right there. Hard to imagine this bunch going into their shells in any occasion.
When you can take 3 players out and still offload, I don't think you have to worry too much, although the lungs may hurt a bit more.
The Navy in possession. It's a really, really physical contest out there. Another penalty. They're starting to mount up now against the Army. These penalties. The Navy controlling the ball at the moment. Another big shot coming in.
Away, Reds!
Another penalty. The man competing for the ball was fine, but the player that had made the tackle hadn't rolled away. Still they go. Tackles raining in, but the Navy making good ground.
First man!
This time it is poached legally. And the Army have the penalty. And they survive what felt like a huge wave of attack.
The turnover was legal.
You're definitely really canny in terms of just pinning that tackler in. Like you said, even if the steal is good from your assistant tackler, if you've got pinned in as a tackler, then you're not going to get the penalty for you. So, clever play.
Clever play, and a brutal first half comes to a close with the Army leading the Navy 7 points to 0. That incredible try early on, created by Radiana Rover, who was then sent off just a couple of minutes later for that high tackle. But so far, his side are surviving the inevitable Navy onslaught that has followed, and they take a 7-0 lead into the half-time break.
So this is a final call now of all teams playing at 1:40. Final call for all teams playing at 1:40. Please make sure you are all now pitchside with your teams ready for a smooth, quick, pain-free transition. And for those of you who are looking for a really healthy snack and have thought to yourself, how do South Africa manage to win?
Teams are out and ready for the start of the second half.
Well, there's one reason. Because they beat themselves.
Stunning start to the first half. The Army with a magical try.
Good, Army ready?
But since then, the game turned on its head by the red card. The Navy still haven't found a way through this Army defence. The Army, well, Amy, as you were saying in the first half, they're not going to switch off an attack at all. It's going to be all guns blazing.
It's what they thrive for. Not sure that I can say they like defending as much, but I can just see instantly them light up as soon as they got the ball in hand.
Always on the ball, let's play on.
Sharp work from the Navy, though, turning that ball over. Back, another tackle. It's drifting dangerously high. Referee seems quite happy with that one, though.
Dipped into the contact.
Saying the player dipped into the contact, which is, of course, part of the new laws as well, that players dipping into contact is thoroughly policed. Another penalty, though, for the Navy. And is the referee going to have to think about this penalty count at some point? It's getting alarmingly high. We'll just pause on that as the Navy throw the big pass out. Could be a chance here on the left-hand side.
This is on you, Gary.
Dakaliga gets across the line and gets it down brilliantly.
Great finish in the corner. Not just in terms of losing possession with penalties, but also you're having to keep retreating, which means, again, you're losing all that momentum. The Navy did really well just to stay on top there.
Navy certainly taking advantage there. And Dakaliga, who's been a threat all game, finally gets the reward for his efforts with the score.
I'm hoping now 27. I love the survey.
Count it now. I've been pretty lenient, yeah.
Stallions RFC 10. And Dogs 29. Last Rugby 7.
Conversion is good, and that was a tough one right from the touchline. Could be crucial here. Levels the game at 7 points each. Wasn't the prettiest pass, was it? But it got the job done.
Definitely did. We knew it was going to be close.
Second half. 7 points apiece. Plenty of time left. And a high hanging kickoff. Won brilliantly by the Navy.
The second one's a knock on.
But it was knocked on in the end. The height on that kickoff was just magnificent.
Yeah, so much hang time, giving the Navy opportunities to get under that ball. Also, it's not very nice to be on the receiving end, just waiting like a sitting duck, ready for it to come down.
Nothing quite like knowing that you're about to get smashed, but being able to do nothing about it.
Hands away!
The Army bursting through the middle, boot to ball, the chase is on. Oh, it's great pace though on the cover from Wrigglesford, who's trying to wriggle free now, but he's tangled up behind his own try line. It's going to be a 5 metre scrum to the Army, but Wrigglesford bailed his team out there.
Such good hustle. He did just let the ball bounce. Could he have got it slightly before? Don't know, but tough position to be in, like we said, when you can feel people charging down on you. Easy for me to say from up here.
Well, I guess as well with the weather coming in as it is, he's probably thinking about that balance between taking it early and taking it cleanly, I suppose.
Crouch!
Definitely.
Bind!
And hey, you've lived to fight another day. You've got to
on the line.
Still opportunity to turn over here.
I don't think the ball ever actually made its way into that scrum, despite the fact that there were tackles flying in.
Don't push the scrum half. Stay on the mark until the ball's in.
There's a bit of bite when it comes to the
quick reset. That's your one reset of the game.
Just a bit.
Crouch! Be on the mark.
Salu goes quickly. Trying to find their way through, trying to wriggle free. Bernuve.
Tackle 2! Hands away!
Round the fringe they go. Could there be space? Stepping back inside, but the tackle comes in. Oh, that was brilliant defensive tackle.
Never on the ball.
Navy very tempted to get hands in, decide wisely to leave it alone. Army looking to move it wide, but actually it could bounce into Navy hands, and how's the gas? It's just about tidied up there by the try scorer, Callum Owaisa.
He did so well there. He was so isolated. Just managed to wriggle, stay on his feet that second longer, and then fling the ball back.
Tackle off the ball, off you go.
Oh, we've got yellow.
Tackle off the ball, and the Army are going to have to finish this one off with just 5 players on the field. And what was a tough task has now become an absolute nightmare task for them. Worth pointing out, both of these sides came into this game having won both of their previous games. The top 2 teams in the group do go through, so the likelihood is that both teams will go through, but you do want to qualify top of the group to give yourself that easier run through the knockout stages. But at this stage, down to 5, with a minute left, you rather think the Army will just take whatever sort of qualification they can get.
Tell you what, I feel like it's just dropped about 10 degrees as well. It's getting miserable out here. Ugh.
Yeah, someone told me it was July earlier. It's definitely mid-October. Navy, 40 seconds to find a winner. 40 seconds for the Navy, for the Army to hold out and see if they can find one for themselves. The power coming through from the Navy there, outstanding. Kick goes through, not a bad option. There's so much space out there. The try scorer now, Dakaliga, is going to score a second. Is he? No! The tackle comes in, the ball spills loose, and the game finishes. And it is 7 points apiece. Dakaliga with the chance, but that covering tackle, knocking the ball loose. And perhaps fitting at the end of all that we finish up in a draw, but definitely a pretty special encounter out there.
I think I was even celebrating that try. It's such good kicks, such good take, such good option when the winger defender's flying, but testament to the Army, they stuck in. They were down to 6 for pretty much the whole game, down to 5 for that last bit, and still to have that work rate to go in the corner. Awesome stuff.
Absolutely awesome stuff. A 7-all draw. Perhaps no more fitting way for that one to finish up. Up next, we've got a pretty special game actually, and we stay with a bit of a military theme to things, because it's the Royal Marines up against Akuma Ratana Toa. Akuma Ratana, of course, emerging after the sad death of Matt Ratana some years ago. And I've got a positive plethora of co-commentators for this one, in what I make out as being 2 members of the Akuma Ratana side. So let me talk to you both. I'm Angus. I don't know either of your names yet, but I'm going to bring you in for a quick chat to get introduced as we just finish off the Army Navy things. That one all turned up 7 points apiece, and we're into another pretty special game. How are you?
Very well, my name's Pete Mitchell. I'm from Matt Ratana Foundation and the manager here. And yeah, we're looking forward to today. First time here. It's going to be good. Obviously, we're part of the foundation, and part of Matt, who was a police officer who was killed whilst on duty. And the foundation's aim is to keep the legacy going of what he's trying to achieve and get young players, especially in sevens, to get them onto the circuit and do as much as they can and play as much rugby as they can.
Absolutely, and all for an incredibly worthy cause as well. And we've got just a couple of minutes, I think, before things get underway. And in fact, that gives me time to throw to James down below, who's got one of the Army players, to just let us know their thoughts on the last game.
I guess discipline obviously was a factor for you guys, but you had to defend hard, and a wonderful tackle right at the end there as well, just to keep the scores at 7-all.
Yeah, so credit to the boys. They've put their hearts out. You can see that there was a red card there, and we played with 6 men, and after that we played again with 5. But the key there was discipline for the boys. We have to go back and change some things that we have to work on. And yeah, it was, I can say, it's been a good game. As you can see, the Navy and the Army, they had a good game for day.
Yeah, a bit of a grudge match that, wasn't it, in the end? But congratulations, 7-all, a good result, great match to watch as well, and listen, best of luck for the rest of the competition. Well played, then.
Cheers, Maka.
Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, James, and we're off to a fast start here. Ratana with the score. Well, lads, pretty much the perfect start for you.
Yeah, it's fantastic the way he went down the line there. It's good rugby, good start for us. We usually slow starters, but it was good for us to get out straight away, and hopefully we'll keep it going during the game.
I'll tell you what, if you're usually slow starters, I shudder to think that was incredible. Absolutely magical start to the game. Royal Marines with a lot of work to do in response. Not how you want your game of sevens to begin if you're them. If you're Ratana, that is exactly how you want things to go. Now, who are the players we need to be looking out for from the Ratana side?
On the kick, we have Noah, who just got the try. He is very good. We have the big boy Luke. We have the big boy Luke, who is a Dutch international for the 15th, so he's number 1 on the pitch there. He's another boy to look out for.
Ratana almost through for a second, but it's been carried over by the Marines. So it'll be a 5-metre scrum to Ratana.
So we're now just 10 minutes away.
5-metre scrum, great attacking opportunity for Ratana to score their second try of the game. Can they do so? 2 minutes in, this will be a cracking start for them.
Approach, bind, sit. On its own. Leave it.
To the open side they go, through the first set of hands. Out, round the back, and it is going to be that second try. Ratana off to a flyer here.
Yeah, fantastic run by Mark there. He's one of our guys from Hong Kong national team. Doing a great round there. And now Noah's going to take the kick in a minute. The idea of being here today is to showcase the players and what we're trying to achieve with these young lads. And they're really enjoying this one. Apart from that kick was absolutely terrible, but otherwise, having a good time.
Well, they're not here to show their kicking skills.
Obviously.
Tell you what they are here to show, though, is how magical they are with the ball in hand. 2 tries. This one worked brilliantly off the set piece, behind that front runner. And he looked for all the world like he was thinking about just how early he could get that dive in.
Luckily, he got there just in time.
I think on the first 3 strides, there was almost a dive on each and every single one of them. Kick goes straight out though, and it's going to be a first opportunity, really, of the entire match for the Marines to get their hands on the ball.
This is the first test of the Ratana's defense here. See just how good they really are.
Well, now, what I need to know then is what is the balance between attack and defense? Which is the biggest strength?
I would say our strength is attacking, but we are also deadly in the defense, because even if a man does go through, everyone on our team has a bit of legs to get to the ball. And that should be Noah in for another try with Adrian on his left. He will hand it off. Oh, good hands by Adrian. And that's in for the 3rd try of the game.
Well, there we go. You said it yourself. Animals in defence. And from defence, you turn it into attack, go the length of the field, and score your 3rd try of the game. You need a permanent gig.
Oh, he's doing a good job here, isn't he?
Seeing things I can't, that's for sure. 3 tries to the good. I'll tell you what, as you said, great hands there, because that pass was not the most sympathetic.
It was a Tony, especially he's our veteran of the team, Adrian, so he's keeping up with the young lads. He's showing them how to do it.
Just testing the skills of the younger lads.
Absolutely.
Navy just about retained that one off the kickoff. It's been a hotly contested area in this game and really across all the games.
Oh, unlucky.
Intercepted.
Unlucky there.
Knock on advantage.
Marines. As that pass slightly forward, referee says it is, but I think we're going to come back for the original knock-on on the interception attempt. That would have been pretty spectacular had it stuck. Instead, it's going to be the Marines looking to play their way from their own try line and whisper it. Whisper it. But I think the rain might just be easing off.
Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
It might just. I'm getting death stares from Amy Wilson-Hardy for tempting fate.
It's good bind, hold the push. Approach. Bind. Set.
Marines. Player flashes from the open to the blind side. Can they get the ball to him? It was just all a bit slow and stuck. It was a good idea.
Tackle, roll.
But they needed faster ball for it to work. Now they look to see if they can create something. The defence is strong so far from Ratana. And then the ball is lost forward by the Marines. And now Ratana have a chance to get on the attack again. Pass is good. Tackle is good as well. Ball might just be nicked at that breakdown, is it? No, he came in from the side, and so the Marines give away the penalty. And Ratana have an opportunity for a fourth try, and it's a fourth try.
And that is the captain himself, Sami, through the posts. Favourite and probably best player on our team.
You can't be that nice about him, surely.
Sure, you see it as the game goes on. He's just come off the bench because he's limping a bit, but he's good, and you see it.
Well, he certainly showed his skills there, scorching through for the try, and it leaves us at half-time with Ratana 4 tries to the good against the Marines. And we are going to throw over, in fact, at half-time, down to James, who's removed the umbrella, which tells me that things must be brightening up, and he's going to have a chat with one of the Navy players who did so well in that previous game.
Thanks, Angus. Look, I'm trying to avoid turning all of these reports into a weather report, but it has dried up a little bit. We're doing a flashback to the previous game. We're joined with Will from the Navy. Will, listen, great match, that one. You were very complimentary about the Army, which I admire that. But ultimately, in the end, a little bit frustrated not to have won that, given they were down to 5 players at the end.
Yeah, of course. Like we worked so hard in the 2 previous games, and obviously we fancy our chances against the Army no matter what. So unfortunately, when they go down 2-man down, you then expect to come away with a win there. But they did extremely well. So yeah, hats off to them for the draw.
Nearly nicked it right at the end there as well, didn't you? It was a fantastic tackle by the Army lad. But you come into this tournament with very high expectations, don't you? You mentioned just a moment ago your aim is to win this tournament, and that's ultimately what you're focusing on at the minute.
Yeah, of course. Like we strive to win every single game here. I think that's a little bit of the way that we are. Same thing with the Army. So we've got to back ourselves with everything we do.
You've been in the Navy now for 3 years, was it I'm right in saying? And you've, from that 3 years, pretty much mostly been playing rugby, haven't you? So it's obviously a passion as well as something you're doing a lot of.
Yes, yeah, I've been very fortunate over the 3 years to actually be picked up and play for the actual Navy and wear the badge, which is always an honour.
Well, listen, best of luck, well played, and we'll maybe see you later on in the competition, semis, finals, who knows? Well played, well, good interview, cheers mate. Back to you guys in the commentary box for the second half, cheers.
Cheers, James. And we are just about 15 or so seconds into the second half. Ratana leading the Marines 24-0 after an absolutely barnstorming first
10
half.
yards, I need more. Give you the 10, please. Backwards.
Attacking position here. They move the ball into the middle of the field and just start to crab across the left-hand side, trying to draw and give a little bit, but the big tackle comes in from the Marines.
One out by Luke there, done well. Kept his line all the time there, but played well.
Backs for black, gentlemen.
Just perhaps needed a third player in there so you could have someone cutting in on a direct line.
Or a wider pitch.
Always the easy solution, just widen the pitch. Many a try would have been scored if pitches could just be a bit wider. Even more would be scored if they could be a bit shorter.
Maybe.
Certainly be a few interceptions that I've seen that would have made the grade if the try line was on the 22.
What's got it?
Backwards. Backwards.
Ratana have numbers on the outside if they can draw and give. Pass isn't the best, but they may just about get away with it. They do indeed. 5 tries for Ratana and a first of this second half.
He done well there, Luke. He swapped sides. He was on this left-hand side, went on to the right, got the gap, behind the overlap. It's good rugby.
Yeah, we see it on the replay here. It was the Marines line out, overthrown. Ratana first to it. Difficult to collect that ball in these conditions. And then just simple handling. Not the easiest pass to take, but he did a good job with it. And finished off for a lovely score.
4 chaps.
Kick-off goes deep, and they went for the big shot, but Marines managed to spin out from it and surge up past the halfway line, almost up to the 10-metre line now.
Ball.
We've seen so little of them with the ball in hand. It's almost all been in Ratana possession. Can the Marines conjure something? They do well to keep the ball in field down the right-hand side. Back in field they go. They are going to be away for their first score of the game. And at the first opportunity, really, that we've seen for the Marines to show us what they've got, they show us they have got plenty on offer with a score on the right-hand side.
Yeah, a bit unlucky there. They overpowered us on that wing, but it was good rugby. But hopefully they'll miss a kick. Very good kick.
I'll tell you what, that's one of the better kicks we've seen today.
That's what I've seen today, I tell you that.
Stroked it home from the left-hand touchline. Absolutely lovely.
You've got a 3.5.
It'll be interesting to see how Ratana respond to this try.
Who are the big speakers out there on the field?
Oh, 3 to go.
We have the captain Sam, who's a very big speaker. We have
Behind the kicker, please.
Mark is a very big speaker as well. He's actually directing the backs there, as you can see, just to make sure everyone's in the right positions and everyone goes up and wins that ball.
There's always someone telling you where to stand on a kickoff, even though you've done 1,000 of them through your life.
Ball off black, gents. From.
Still, communication's important.
Communication is key, as they like to say. Nothing more. That's all you need in teams, communication.
Scrum down, Marines ball.
Let's go, chaps. Time off, time off.
Ratana looking a bit small in that scrum, but I'm sure nothing they can handle.
Approach. Bind. Set.
Marines have a little dart round the right-hand side and then move it back to the open side on the left. Going direct now, getting a lovely offload. Oh. Ball squirts loose. Chance again for Ratana.
Oh, sits him down.
Competition on the floor. It's good for the Marines though.
Time off, injury.
We've got an injury over on the far side. So we'll just have a little break in play. And a chance really for everyone to catch their breath. It's been frantic stuff out there. Both sides showing us what they've got with the ball in hand. But I guess defensively you'd say it's been Ratana that have been on top. They've not really allowed any kind of possession other than that one score for the Marines, whereas the Marines have found it hard to contain what Ratana are offering in attack.
Yeah, I feel like Ratana was unfortunate with one try. I think they just switched off because they felt they were far ahead and, just opened up a few gaps, but otherwise they've been solid, keeping shape, no one's running out. Communication is amazing with them, and it's lovely defense from Ratana and attack.
Certainly is. player is on his knees, which is a good sign given where he was previously. But rightly, the medical team taking their time.
Oh, back up on his feet. That is great. He can play on lovely.
On his feet, and not even. In fact, one of his teammates is telling him that he's coming off, whether he likes it or not.
Well, it's about safety first, you know, so it's better he goes off.
Took some convincing, but he's finally off.
Time on.
Yeah, doesn't seem very happy with it.
Marines then. Oh, big tackle.
Big tackle there.
We'll look around the right-hand side and darting through. Big fend coming on, and that's a great handoff and a lovely score.
Try.
Eddie Vogue with the try. Eddie with a lovely try.
Time to restart, guys. Time to
The
restart.
stiff arm was just a little too stiff for the Ratana defense there.
It was a lovely fend. And a good try, less of a good conversion. But the Marines are creeping their way back into this one. They were struggling in the first half, but as this second half has gone on, they've found more and more and more ways into this game. And just look at this, it's that first fend, then the second fend, almost uses it to propel himself forward and gets away for his team's second try. Could the comeback be on? Well, there's not a lot of time left. Probably too much to do, but the Marines just showing us what they're made of here.
The beautiful kickoff.
Black advantage red.
They're straight back on the attack. As you say, a lovely kickoff. Bounces off the face though, and into the hands of Ratana.
Okay, guys, that came forward off black. Here's no advantage.
And that's it, it's all over. Ratana take the victory, 29 points to 12. A fantastic performance from them, but the Marines just gave them a little something to think about as the game wore on. But a fantastic performance from your boys, you got to be happy with that.
That was lovely from the boys there. First win of the day. Beautiful tries to go put in, and I feel like they worked hard for that. Lovely.
They certainly did. Well, all finished up here. Akuma Ratana Toa 29-12 against the Royal Marines. Fantastic performance from them. And a fantastic story that is the Ratana team. And just before we let you go, I guess tell us a little bit about the Matt Ratana Foundation, just so that people at home know what to look out for.
So what we're doing is we're trying to get kids who are struggling in special areas, especially we're working in the Croydon area at the moment, trying to get kids into rugby clubs so they can learn the game and socialise with others, and just to get involved. We're going to do it all the way around the country, also involved in New Zealand where Matt was from, and that's what we're just trying to build on, is trying to get rugby into the community of so many places in the cities, and at the moment we're doing a great job.
You certainly are. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a real pleasure to have you up in the commentary box. All finished up. Ratana 29, Royal Marines 12. And I believe that down below us, James has got a couple more of the Ratana family to join us.
Thank you very much. You know, players and coaches are like London buses. You wait for one and then two come at once. Well done, great result. We wanted to talk a little bit about your warm-up routine first of all, because it was quite thorough. It was just in front of our commentary box and our camera position here. Well, you've obviously got a great rapport with the lads, and that's resulted in a fantastic victory.
Yeah, I thought so. I think we've had a bit of a tough day, so we just try and break it up with a bit of enjoyment, a bit of fun, moving the ball around, and yeah, a bit of wrestling, a bit of competition. Every rugby player loves a bit of that. So I think transcended really well into that game. They went really competitive for that ball on the floor, the 50-50s, and each of the contact elements. So it was really positive. Yeah.
Harrison, your thoughts on your coach's words there? I mean, how does that warm-up routine transfer into playing as well as you guys did in that match?
Well, it really helped us to get into the proper mindset. Obviously, we had a bit of a break from the last game. It was a bit wet and windy, you know. probably the boys feeling a bit down, but proper warm-up places us in the right mindset. So we were able then to attack the game with full intent. It was good.
Team spirit obviously is key. You know, vibes are building here, aren't they? DJ's having a bit of a go in the background. It's getting loud. It's getting feisty. But team spirit is obviously a big part of this, isn't it? Enjoyment, having fun, ultimately getting a win. These are the reasons you do this.
Yeah, 100%. Our big focus on this week, we theme each of our tournaments. Today was celebration. So the boys put in a lot of hard work away from the game, in their gyms, at their own clubs, and obviously we come together, you know, as a bit of a mixed match squad. So it's really important that we celebrate our greatnesses together and really get on it. And I think that showed really well there in terms of a few turnovers, boys getting up, geeing each other up, and then we've scored a few defensive tries, which is obviously always really pleasing with that element of celebrating the defence, turning attack.
And Harrison just talked about sort of playing in that match. You know, it was quite a comfortable win in the end, but it's never the case when you're on the pitch, is it? It's always difficult. You've always got to graft.
Well, the main thing is obviously backing the person next to make the tackles. You know, to be the player that they are, that you know they are. It just makes the whole game easier for everyone. It wasn't an easy game. You know, there were some instances where it got a bit scary, especially towards the end. But you know, the boys pulled through, and it was really enjoyable to play.
Yeah, it was enjoyable to watch as well. What do you sort of do in preparation for the next match then? We've seen what your warm-up was for that one. Do you go for it all again, or do you just take a little bit of a moment to reflect on the win and actually just sort of gain your strength back?
Yeah, so we're trying to hand it over as the tournament goes on to the players, so they'll have a lot of a reflection within their own group. We'll do a similar element. We'll have a little flush out, stretch out, get mobility going. But otherwise, we'll just try and make it as enjoyable as possible, get the key components of catch, pass and tackle stuff in there. But otherwise, at these it's kind of self-perpetuating, this kind of level of the tournament, we want them to be leading it and delivering what they want. So much of the same, probably.
Passing on their expertise and seeing how they absorb that knowledge and integrate it into their own play. Harrison, just on sort of word on the actual event itself, you know, everyone seems to be having fun, it's well organised. Weather's, I mean, look, it's not great for a spectator's point of view, but playing in the rain, a lot of players prefer that, having a little bit of a slip on the surface.
It's quite refreshing, you know, a bit of rain on a hot day, hot and humid day. But you know, the festival, like tournament itself, is really well run. There's lots going on. Everyone's, you know, lots of camaraderie between everyone. Everyone's friendly. It's really good fun. You meet loads of people as well.
Yeah, it is good fun. It is good vibes. And what becomes your sort of expectations, and you know, what are you hoping to achieve now?
So really, we're in a kind of like a 5-year building program with our Ratana program. Obviously, representing Matt, who's done some awesome things for the club, for rugby and the wider community. So we're just trying to do his memory pride by each game. As that, our player pool's growing each year. We're going to enter a few tournaments next year in terms of the development team. So we'll have 2 squads going out to certain tournaments just to get that kind of strength and depth. Because I think what we've really struggled with is a couple of injuries, and we're behind the curve. When really it's a squad. It's a 12 to 14 man effort every tournament. And if you don't have that competitive 14 men, you're struggling. So that's our big off-field plan, is growing our playing base. On the field, we're just enjoying smiles on faces and boys expressing themselves as you saw out of that one. So yeah, those are 2 kind of main targets.
Yeah, and you talk about the smiles on the faces, and one thing again, just referring back to that warm-up routine that you demonstrated for, I wasn't for us obviously, but we felt like it was a personal show. If a player makes a mistake in a warm-up, you're very much encouraging, you're very much a feel-good factor, and did you feel that as well in terms of the ethos in this team?
Everyone just kind of picks each other up, so if there's a mistake, you know, everyone's there supporting them. Obviously there's an urgent to fix it, but it's forgotten straight away, and you fix it, you make it right, you move on, and just forget it, otherwise it might affect the game. But overall, the boys, like ethos together, proper togetherness feeling, is really good. It's like a family.
Well, listen, it looks like Rasna is being well led from top right through to bottom. It's being reflected in the results as well. Nathan, Harris, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We'll see you guys again soon. So just catching up with coach and player there, Rasna victorious in that previous match. And we hand back to the guys in the commentary box as we continue our build up to the next match.
We believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact. And our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all. we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sports' positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all. we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sports' positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have rugby. We had a bit of a break here on pitch 1 at the Lit Sevens because we were a little bit behind schedule, and so the previous game got moved to a different pitch just to allow us to catch things up on the schedule. And so we are now back underway. And back underway in some style. The Wild Dogs scorching away for what could be the opening try. Yes, they get there in the end. And the Wild Dogs are off to a good start here against the Navy in the women's social.
Tell you what, great try to start it off, but I'm feeling for her having to play another 13.5 minutes after that run.
Okay, it's good, tinged with a hint of regret when you realise you've got to keep the energy levels that high for the remainder of the game. Navy in the blue then. In the left, they've just gone behind. Wild Dogs, as we see the replay here, scorching away for the try.
Ball. When you're ready.
Wild Dogs ceding possession this time to the Navy, who have a little probe up the left-hand side. Ball is spilled though into Wild Dogs' hands. Wild Dogs, that's a great pass into the supporting player,
no advantage coming
but no
there.
advantage comes, so we're going to go back to the previous infringement.
Knock on by blue, scrum down, black. As your mark, focus to the left of that.
Shame we're not getting an Army-Navy women's game as well.
Let's be positive.
Both teams are here, but in different competitions, is that right?
It's a bit of a shame, but there may be time yet. Knockout competition.
Are they in the same competition?
I think they are. I'll tell you what, viewers, I'll let you know as the Wild Dogs cross for their second try of the game.
They're not in the same competition. Just so you know, everybody.
As I was going for the high-tech solution, Amy just looked at the piece of paper that's right in front of us and had the right answer.
In line with me.
We've obviously got a stronger logic gene than me. Wild Dogs, 2 tries to the good.
Blue.
Fast start here.
Interesting, Wild Dogs actually being in the social tournament. I think being such a renowned Sevens team potentially would be in the Open, but obviously coming to the end of the season, wanted a bit of a laugh maybe.
All I can say is I hope they're on the beers mid-tournament if they're dropping down a division.
Isn't that the criteria for the social?
I believe so, yeah. Certainly the criteria on any team I've played on.
Ball still in.
Navy. First proper chance to show us what they've got.
Ball's out.
Ball is loose at the back of the ruck, but they have a little charge down the left-hand side. Offload gets away nicely. Good continuity here. Sustaining possession. That ball's a bit loose, and of course, as soon as I say this, sustaining
Knock on there.
possession.
Scrum down.
So the
Back
ball
ball.
bobbles loose. Now the Wild Dogs, it's
Dangerous.
worth saying,
Black.
obviously everyone has their own name, as we all do in life.
Your call.
But on the back of their jersey, they've
Hands
got
off.
a name on the back that isn't their birth name. It is a name that is inspired by various African language phrases and meanings.
Hands
So
up.
to give you an example,
Up.
number 1, Kath Baverstock,
Bind.
has ish on the back of her
Set.
jersey, which is a South African word used to express a range of emotions like surprise, annoyance, or resignation. So we'll try and keep you informed on all of those as play goes on. Wild Dogs stretching the play right up to the touchline on this near side.
That's a great fact. I do love their kit as well.
It is a great kit.
Ball's there, play.
And I think they've got maybe 3 teams here today. I think they've got one in the men's open, one in the men's social, and one in the women's social.
It's great feat, really awesome.
And in fact, one in the women's open as well. There we go. 4 teams here today. Wild Dogs looking for a third try.
Sorry.
Referee
My
just
bad.
got in the way
got in
there.
the way there of the tackler. We'll have a scrum down, team moving forward.
Really lovely break down the far
your
wing
way as a tackler.
from Wild Dogs. Couldn't quite finish it off, but they definitely look slightly more energetic, I'm going to say. They look like they're a bit more willing to fight in this game, a bit more energy about them. I know there's a lot of games, and I think I always take my hat off to kind of these social tournaments, because I play 2 to 3 games a day and I'm knackered. Some of these girls and boys will play 6, 7 games in a day. It's crazy.
Ball's out.
Certainly is. Wild Dogs just... I'll let their attack play out.
Off,
I've got many
out,
questions to ask you about multiple games in a day. It's the Wild Dogs.
High tackle in front.
Close. High tackle.
The high tackle here.
Penalty.
There'll be a penalty. On the line.
Referees pointed both ways initially for
Oh,
that
no,
penalty.
no. Sorry. High tackle.
There we go. He's pointing his arm in the right direction now. Oh, now the touch judge is coming. I'm going to use this opportunity to ask you about it. Managing your energy as you've got
My apologies.
multiple games
High tackle
through
by
a day,
you.
particularly at
It's
the
black
level
ball.
you're playing at. I mean,
I
obviously you're
apologise.
fit enough to be able
To your ball,
to have it.
on the
but
line,
that-
ladies.
Almost the emotional energy, the peaks and troughs
Was
of
a high
having a
tackle
game, having
on
it
you.
down, having a game again. That must be quite a crucial part of each tournament.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill in terms of... Oh, just as we start talking about it, Wild Dogs get their third try.
Third try of the
Third
game
try.
from short range, just surging over.
Yep.
But yeah, it's definitely a skill, and I think that is one of the things of Sevens. It's learning how to manage that energy. Obviously, when you're on the pitch, you can't hold back. You can't think, oh, I'll take it easy for this game, because that's when problems start to happen. But what you can do is that mental switch off. Sometimes, I think the last tournament we played, we had 9 hours between games, which is very challenging, because you want to have downtime, but you also need to have confidence so you can get back up again.
As we head into half time with Wild Dogs leading 3-0. It's been a cracking first half from them. And I suppose in those big gaps, I guess your warm-up becomes, I would imagine, as much as anything else, an emotional warm-up as well as a physical one, in terms of moving you from that I've been trying all day to chill out, now I need to get myself back up here again, of sort of trying to get yourself into that mental place again.
Yeah, warm-ups definitely. It's kind of like one rung on the ladder though, because you kind of have to already be switched on for warm-up. So we have like a team meeting where we review, not review, but preview, should I say, the next team, and kind of get engaged and switched on there. So that's kind of like your first step, and then slowly you'll have your own personal kind of switch-ons where, so that time the warm-up comes, you're pretty much there, and then obviously that final switch-on for when you're running out on the tunnel. But if you're leaving it to warm-up, you're probably a little bit too late.
A lesson there between the difference between the sort of warm-up you do and the sort of warm-up I do. I'm switching on about 99% of the way through the warm-up. I'm starting to think, God, we've got a game in a minute. Better pay attention.
Does it make you feel better that we all hate warm-ups?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, we hate warm-ups. I need a warm-up now, but I still hate it.
Yeah, they're not fun. They're not fun. Mind you, do you still get the best bit of the warm-up, which is drop goal practice?
If I'm doing a drop goal, something's gone terribly wrong.
That's what warm-ups are all about. First 5 minutes spent doing drop goals. You never know when you might get the chance.
I'm probably singing Greatest Showman still in the first 5 minutes.
Fundamentally, that's the same thing.
Yeah, essentially.
Still people doing things that are not at all what they're going to need to be doing in a few minutes' time. Both teams just about ready for the second half. Wild Dogs 17-0 up against the Army.
Navy.
The Navy. Oh, they will be so angry with me.
That's almost as bad as calling Great Britain England.
That is cardinal sin, for which I can only apologise to the Navy and indeed the Army, as the Navy in their blue shirts have possession. Deary me, I don't think I'm ever going to get over that.
Unlucky there. Knock on. Scrum down. Blue ball.
So it's a long day, that's my only excuse. And we're quite early on, so I'm not sure that even counts as a good excuse. Scrum down, Navy ball. Difficult one to gather. So standoff goes on her own. Now they power up. With good effect as well. Oh, huge competition on the floor. Wild Dogs.
Holding on.
Intense competition on the floor.
Wild Dogs doing a really good job just to not let the Navy get in their stride at all. They've got no continuity.
Holding on.
Another penalty.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sorry, yes, it's your ball.
He's got his arms confused again. I was about to say, I'm not sure how you can hold on in that instance, but...
I wouldn't trust him in a car with these lefts and rights. Navy ducking underneath the tackle and then scragged down.
That was high. You've got to keep it low. Keep your tackles lower. Penalty, here's your mark.
Consistently strict with these new tackle rules. Got to keep the tackle down. Not sure Wild Dogs were back 10, but getting away with it here.
Navy having to work hard at that breakdown to make it work. But holding on and now moving the ball out to the right-hand side. Foot race here. It's a foot race the Navy are going to win. The Navy, they've been looking for a try for the last 9 minutes. They're going to have one now. And she's going to be able to just stroll underneath the post. No, she's not. Eased off the gas and didn't quite make it. The try still good though. The conversion just that couple of inches more challenging.
You could see the Navy had pace. You saw snippets of it, but just didn't get to keep enough ball to really show it. And there you just showed a few paces, a bit of ill discipline from Wild Dogs, and they finally got the rewards for sticking in it and battling through.
Battling through, they have indeed. Conversion doesn't go, but they're on the board. And with 4 minutes to play, anything can happen. And the Sevens as the clock ticks by.
When you're ready.
So the outfield
behind the kicker.
More and more of a bit of a party zone. The DJ started to get his music up. The barbecue is certainly in full flow now as well. And a few of the social teams are in full social mode over by the bar as well. Wild Dogs not in social mode at the moment though. They're looking for a fourth score, having just conceded to the Navy. And they hold on to that 17-5 advantage. Try and hold on to the ball here. Moving it out to the far side, cutting back in, wriggling through the first tackle. Can't wriggle through the second, but can get away. A nice offload. But then the ball is just spilled.
Knock on first, then into touch. We'll take the scrum.
Ball is knocked on into touch, and we will have a scrum.
I thought Wild Dogs looked fairly clinical in the first half, but they seem just getting slightly scrappy there. A few offloads flung out.
Do you think that's Navy stepping up, or Wild Dogs maybe switching off a little, having built up a decent advantage?
Navy ball.
Probably a combination of the two. Navy have definitely just marked their ground, obviously getting that try. But I also think it's very, very normal. Most teams will go through that little rough patch, and it's how you get through it and then can you get through it, or does it just, the errors start to compound?
Navy going the direct route there. Wild Dogs getting over the ball, but it's a huge clear out from the Navy. Wild Dogs
Holding on, Navy. Penalty.
continue on.
Let it go, 10! 10!
Wild Dogs doing well to hold on to the ball here. Turning it in. Kick goes through. There is space in behind and a bit of a foot race to get after this one. Will it sit up? Just short of the try line. Who's got there first? Both players appealing to the ref that they have.
Surrounded by blue.
That's
Thank
close, you know. At first I thought it was dead set for the Navy, but
22.
did the Wild Dogs player just sneak in?
Surrounded by blue. 22.
Grounded by blue, says the referee, but it was, as you say, oh so
Grounded
close.
by
The
blue
full
over
length
the try line.
dive really gave it something.
22 drop out.
And another game, another crossfield. Has there been a game without one?
I don't think I've ever seen
22.
quite so many kicks in a game of sevens. It's the
15
world's
is
greatest
there.
photographer comes
In
up the
sevens,
stairs.
it's 22.
Meanwhile, the amateur photographers alongside us are trying to do their best.
The boys
Anywhere
actually
on the
thought it was
22.
them.
One. Far as you wanted to go.
Smile, Angus.
22 to the Navy. Or for the Navy, rather. It's a little cheeky one, just over the first player.
Come backwards. Come backwards.
Ball is
Go
bouncing
backwards
around
again.
everywhere, but Wild Dogs just about staying in control. Here we go. Now we've got a proper photographer taking photos. It's all going to be fine now. Wild Dogs.
That's too high. Too high. Get back 10.
See.
Penalty.
No, in fact, sorry, they were high tackled rather.
Excuse me. On the mark.
Score away with that.
Behind the mark. Thank you.
With these offloads, I think we just gotta be
Play.
careful at why you're offloading. Are you in control when you're offloading? I think probably both teams are guilty of just flinging the ball out. And as I said, that beautiful try, just absolutely slicing through defence from Wild Dogs. Felt it was coming, right?
Yeah, they've spent the last 2 or 3 minutes just cranking things up a little bit. As you say, they've managed that little down period that they had, and now they're back on top and back doing what they do best and scoring tries. Both teams taking the opportunity to get some water in.
It's getting warmer again. This is what Sevens weather's more like. None of that rain rubbish.
Last play.
Last time I said that, I was getting daggers for.
Yeah, but you were saying it when it was still raining. Oh, it looks nicer. He says as a black cloud comes over.
Well, all I'll say is it's got nicer after I said it.
Very true. Well,
Mind you, it was a 50-50 shot. Could have gone either way.
Knock on.
That's it. It's all over. The Wild Dogs with a cracking performance. The Navy just gave them something to think about early on in that second half, but the Wild Dogs managed that last few minutes very nicely, scoring the try towards the end to secure a very healthy 24-5 victory.
yeah, they did well. Didn't really give Navy a sniff, and very resounding win in the end.
And so that's it all over here in this game in the women's social section. Wild Dogs Impy Pack with a fantastic performance, 24-5 against the Navy. And let's hear what the lads downstairs have got to tell us about now.
Thanks very much.
much. We're mixing things up a little bit, actually. We've decided not to interview a player post-match here. We've got another one of our own, because you can see from the T-shirt. Bryn Lucas is in the house. Bryn, you've been socialising with everyone. You're on social media.
Thanks, yeah.
Been recorded. Oh, actually, I'd question why they put you on social media, because you just tried to take a few pictures upstairs and failed miserably. But other than that, is your day going okay?
I'm not on the camera. I don't operate the camera.
Oh, okay.
And also, you say, you know, I'm not a player. What are you saying? Are you saying you look at my physique and think I couldn't play? That is 100% correct. I am useless at rugby. I'm useless at most sports, but that's why I talk about them and I don't do them. A bit like you, really. Hey, rugby, I would say here. Army-Navy, the 7-7 draw, that was pretty good, pretty intense, wondering which way it was going to go, and it went, well, nowhere, didn't it? It went 7-7. So there's been some really, really good rugby. There's been some, you know, interesting rugby. There's some teams out there that I've spoken to that are more interested in the social side, shall we say. And I reckon if you come back here in about an hour's time, you'll see some teams out there that probably can't even run in a straight line.
Okay, I mean, basically what you're alluding to there is maybe people sort of kicking back, relaxing, enjoying some of the facilities that we have on play here. Obviously, there's a barbecue going on, there's a bar. DJ, by the way, is absolutely pumping out tunes. What's the vibe like over there, other than people just drinking themselves into a early retirement?
Only some people are doing that, I would say.
Are you one of them, by the way?
No, I'm not.
I'm struggling to stand still here.
No, I'm not one that's been drinking, sadly. I would say that the vibe, the atmosphere is fantastic. It's really kind of family-oriented. There's a lot of people out here just here for the crack. There's a lot of people here for the rugby, and there are lots of people in between, sort of straddling the rugby and the fun. And I think it's a really good balance. There's still a fair bit of time, what 3-4 hours left of rugby here. So if you are at home and you're near to Acton, get to Wasps Rugby Club, because there's still plenty of action to see and drink to be had.
I knew it'd be good getting you on, because you're a good ambassador for this.
Yeah.
They're looking after us here as well. Did you get the little voucher which gives you a free ice cream, a free coffee and a free barbecue? You didn't get that, did you? And also within that pack is an energy strip, energy in a strip, caffeine B12 and L-theanine.
It's the best one.
I might take this later.
Yeah, good, yeah. Different sort of strip that you normally do for energy, right? But there you go. No, it's been a real pleasure. I'm going to go and try and find my vouchers then for a smoothie.
I think we need to get rid of him now. Yeah, it's been fun talking to you. Go get your smoothie vouchers. Why don't you go get yourself one of these? We'll both do one and see what you can't have mine. There's only one strip in there. Enough stripping for now. We'll hand back to the guys in the commentary box and focus more on the rugby, which is what we're here to do, aren't we? See you guys in a bit.
Well, things really escalating here at the Lit Sevens. On the field, we're still in the women's social competition, and we've got Wasps against Fine Rugby now, and Wasps are off to an absolute flyer straight from the kickoff, storming away. Brandy Akpamabome with the score. How's that for a start?
Excuse me?
Had a lot of games actually with tries early doors, haven't we? Really, really good stuff. Also exciting to see home team here. An amazing record this season with the 15s amateur Wasps side. A lot of these players, if not all of them, playing in that. M Stone number 9, she's also stepped up and played for the Wasps Premiership side as well a few times. Obviously, sadly, no longer, but great to see the amateur side in full kit, donning the colours here.
Absolutely, and as we get time through the game, it'd be good to talk to you about that. Obviously a place incredibly close to your heart, and indeed many people across the country, but sad times of late. It'd be good to talk about them, but on the field it is so good to see them, and on the field they are off to a flyer. 7-0 they lead with a scrum in a very promising position. Flooding the open side, but I kind of fancy the scrum half might have a go herself here around that blind side.
She should, I mean, questionable offside, but ref was happy with it, with the hustle from the opposition 9. Fine Rugby now.
Wasps getting the offload away to the try scorer. Played away by Stone. Hume on the charge. Offload is rolling along the floor, kept alive. Accidental offside, was there? No, says the referee. Bundled into touch in the end. And a slightly scrappy period of play comes to a close.
Okay, hold
interesting
it.
to
Put the ball
see
down the centre of the
how
line,
we
please.
speak a lot about 15
Yeah, throw it down the
teams
centre.
coming and playing sevens and how they adapt their game. And not want to make assumptions at all, but how can you use your forwards in a good way? Can you use them as those direct ball carriers in the middle, taking defenders on? But right now you're seeing the speeds to M linking up.
I did think she was going to go for the old school, just horizontal the whole way, and then just beeline it around the corner. It was kind of on for her.
I mean,
once
she's
she'd
got
made
the
it.
pace for it, 100%.
Fine Rugby now have stolen the ball though, and are trying to make some headway down the right-hand side, but a good tackle puts her into touch from Asha Reed.
Hold it, sorry. Let's have full line out. Okay.
I know Em was playing for, I can't remember who she was playing for. She was playing for a different team last year, but I think, did she get player of the tournament? I know she scored about 100 tries, so.
Okay, yellow
She
throw,
certainly
please.
looks
Yellow throw.
unbelievably threatening.
Okay, hold it, girls.
It's
Push
gonna
down
be
to the touch judge, yeah?
Reed
Touch judge was back here,
to
so push
throw
down
this
a bit.
one in.
It's not, yeah, this way. Step this way, please. Everybody go down about 1 meter. Okay?
You won't be able to see it on your screens, but
Now,
you've got the
guys,
Wasps
hold it.
Amateur men's
Gap's
team
got to be this
that are
big
also
between you, so step out, everyone, so
in
we
this
create the gap
competition,
that big.
all rallying
Right, push
around
down the middle,
supporting the
please.
girls too, which is why we love Wasps, right? Family club.
Absolutely. And I would imagine even more so now than ever before, as Stone charges through the middle, enough pace, and despite her small frame, plenty of power as well to go charging through there and score her team's second try of the game. Lovely score.
Ready for the next cliche? Hot knife through butter, that.
They're only cliches because they work. Has to be said. It's about as accurate as a phrase as we can use for this, though. Spotted the gap between the two defenders. Arrived with enough pace that she could go flying through. And underneath the sticks, and her side lead 14 points to 0 against Fine Rugby now.
And release, hands out, play away.
In many ways, one of the more poignant games on this field. As Fine Rugby now have a bit of a chance to get away. Stone's probably got the pace to catch up. She's got the tackling precision as well to do so. Fine Rugby now working their way down the left-hand side though. Stone comes in again, goes a bit high with that one.
High tackle, penalty try.
Penalty try. I'll tell you what, she's probably thinking as she walks past, I'll take that as long as he doesn't give me a yellow as well.
Is the hand in the pocket?
The hand is in the pocket.
Who made the tackle?
I thought he'd forgotten.
That would have been nice. It is the right call. Great work rate to make the initial tackle, get up
2
off her
minutes
feet, but
And no conversion on the...
oh, did he get it out? I didn't see him even present the card. She's walking.
Perhaps he just reached
Is he-
for his notebook.
He's
She's
teasing us.
She's stayed on. Well, there you go. You don't see that often, do you?
I was about to say right call, so it was high, but
But no, she is making her way off the field. It was a yellow card indeed.
yes, I was just counting the players before I agreed with you. All being noted in the notebook. Very officially done, hence the slight delay. And we're back underway. Great support play from Fine Rugby now there.
Absolutely fantastic. Looked as though they were clear. Stone came in with the cover, but the players had stuck with it.
And release, good.
Can they take advantage of having the extra player? Particularly when it is arguably your opposition's best. It's the time to take advantage, but instead it's Wasps who are on the charge here. Refusing to bow to the numbers. Carolina Kumuni with the try.
If determination was summed up in a facial expression, that was it right there.
That was a real look of determination, wasn't it?
Felt like the Fine Rugby Now player. She just came up at the last bit. Could she have gone for that little tackle even? She might have even managed to grab her foot. She seemed pretty close.
Okay.
A fine try, less of a fine conversion. And I think that's half time with Wasps. 3 scores to the good. But Amy, I mean, we're here at the the team you played for so long. Your name's up in the honours board inside. I saw that earlier on. What does it mean to be here and to see people wearing the Wasps shirt? I know it's been the most horrible time imaginable for the club, really. But it's special to be here and to see people wearing that Wasps shirt and to be playing.
Yeah, I think obviously the professional team's taking a hit. Well, I say professional for the men and the Premiership team for the women. Firstly, just the Premiership women's team this year have been outstanding. The way they've held themselves despite complete lack of funding, not through the fault of any of the Wasps team. I think especially like Richard here at the amateur club have been so supportive, and they've got behind the girls in any way possible, done what they can to field a team week in, week out, turn up for training. These girls travelling for miles, hours to come to training 3 times a week, still turning up and playing each weekend despite being on the end of some really tough score lines. So fair play to them. But I think, like you said, the positive of it is Wasps FC, the amateur club, they're not going anywhere. Wasps Legends still very much prominent in the rugby world, and it's not the end of Wasps, it's just a little hiccup. And so good to see the girls and the boys playing here today, keeping their name alive. So we know once a Wasp, always a Wasp, so it's going to stay that way forever.
Absolutely. A club with a long and very rich history and some wonderful players, you among them. And I'll tell you what, wandering around that clubhouse and looking at some of those names, it is a reminder of just what a special place this is and always will be.
The last game of the season, last home game here against Bristol, it was amazing. All of the old girls came back, just had a huge celebration of what has been a remarkable journey. Hearing from some of the absolute legends that have worn the Wasps shirt, feel honoured to have played in the same shirt as some of those women. So incredible, strong women that have rugby and women's rugby at the forefront of everything. We've got so much to thank for. I don't know if we would be here without it. And speaking of old gals, Rocky Clark has entered the building. She's here. We heard her stumbling up the ladder. She made it though.
Precarious ladder. We get back underway. Wasps leading 19 points to 7 against Fine Rugby now. Ball bundles itself out into touch.
Scrum down.
We'll have
Yellow
a scrum.
Ball, knocked on by
Wasp
green.
ball.
Knocked on first. Playing the knock on.
By the end of this scrum, I think
Playing
Wasps
the
will be
knock on,
back
yeah.
up to their full complement of players.
Scrum girls.
I think they haven't quite realised that they've got to match numbers in the scrum, but they're getting there. You do not have to match your 9 though.
Are you okay?
No, that's an interesting point.
Did you know that? I didn't know that at first.
I didn't know that, no.
Okay.
That surprises
Are you
me.
experienced?
So they
Okay, be
have, because they're in
careful
attack.
now, okay? Crouch.
But in defence, you don't have to. And I learnt that
Too
this season.
sharp rugby
Set it
intellect
there with your head
here.
and hold. Okay. Black.
Oh.
Tackle is high. I'm sorry, I've got to
High
yellow card you for that.
And the referee apologetically dishes out a yellow card to the offending
Is that
Fine
okay,
Rugby
Paul?
now player. But I tell you what a carry that
time for
was
yellow to come.
from Brandy Akpahome. Massive carry. I think players
Tap and go,
ended
you
up
must
going
tap it
high
off
on
your
it
foot
because
first.
they simply didn't have
Tap it
time
off
to
your foot
adjust.
first. Off your foot and then play.
It was off the training field, that one, wasn't it? As potentially her then going route 1 off the
You held that
penalty
on the
might have also
penalty
been.
against you. Play.
Felt like it could have been another high tackle there, but penalty the other way.
And suddenly it's now Wasps up to 7. And Fine Rugby now playing with 6. Fine Rugby now are through, but Stone is corner flagging, and Stone is going to get there to make the tackle. Can she complete it? She certainly can.
Touch.
Judged to perfection.
Play away.
Wasps have played it fast. I don't think they told anyone they were playing fast though. And Fine Rugby now were the first to react. Well, first rule of rugby, communication. We heard that from the Ratana team earlier on, and Wasps guilty there of no communication. The quick line out, but no one knew it was happening. And Fine Rugby now pounce on the loose ball to score.
The Em did such a good job. She really shepherded the Fine Rugby now player into touch. She didn't give her an option to cut inside, but then, I mean, she got excited through the quick one. It's great initiative, but like you said, if nobody else knows about it, then things go wrong.
Well,
as we see the replay here, flings it in field, but as she released it, the intended recipient turned her back, and it all went rather wrong. And suddenly, we've got a bit of a game on our hands here. The gap down
make sure they're all behind you.
to just 7 points.
All behind her. All behind the kicker, guys.
Technically, the card is over on our clock anyway as well, but they're playing on. It's one of those things when you context of the game, you should be asking those questions. When can I get when can we get our player on? Is it time? Asking the ref, getting in their ear.
That's all right. Contested.
Wasps.
Oh.
Lovely dummy. Ball inside, but it's intercepted by Fine Rugby now. How crucial could that be?
Play away.
Fine Rugby now in possession. Can they set up a chance?
Play away.
Great tackle coming in there.
Ruck comes in. There was an opportunity for a bit of a counter ruck, but Fine Rugby now get through, side through. Fine Rugby now are going to draw this one level.
And it's under the post.
Conversion to level it, and we have a long time left to play here. 2.5 minutes to go, and surely we're going to be honours even here. Conversion is over. We are honours even. 19 points apiece.
It's a cardinal sin. It's that outside defender getting up outside the inside defender, which just gives you that really nice seam to attack into, which Fine Rugby now do so well. You can see just getting ahead, even with a fumble of the ball, it makes it so hard to defend. That inside is so isolated. Really well capitalised there.
And your
certainly is.
Sin bin back on.
19 points each. 2 minutes to play.
Ball plays. Well, we got it coming now. Got it coming.
Well, we haven't had a whole lot of close games.
19-all now, girls. 19-all.
But this one is going to be a nail biter.
Okay,
it's the home side.
Back behind the kicker.
Up against the side that is the parent side to this entire tournament. One way or another. It's going to be pretty fitting for whoever wins, but the kickoff's gone straight to Stone, and I don't think anyone's going to be stopping Stone. Cuts back inside. Oh, she's been scragged. Gets the offload away. Brilliant cover from the Fine Rugby now defence. Which side is the ball emerging on? It's a penalty.
Holding on. Hold it.
Against Wasps.
Get back, Ted.
To Fine Rugby now. I thought that was the opportunity that Stone needed, but the cover was fantastic, and now Fine Rugby now are having a look around the outside. Control to the foot, but just
so unlucky.
Spilled with the hands. 2 chances, one for either side, and they just can't quite take them. But I tell you what, we're in for a bit of a finish here.
If I was on a seat, I'd be on the edge of it.
I'll tell you what, I'm on a balcony and I'm on the edge of that, and I'm a bit concerned that I'm going to get excited and fall off the back of it.
There is a gate that is very much open behind us, which if we do get a bit overexcited, we're long gone.
Set.
The commitment on display, not just on the field, but up here to bring this to you. Yep. Knows no bounds. Stone tries to play it back and forth there, but ball is spilled. We'll have another Fine Rugby now scrum.
Knocked forward here.
You can sense the tension. Oh, and it's finishing in a draw.
The referee blows his whistle, and it finishes up. Honours even. 19 points apiece. Fine Rugby now 19, Wasps 19. An absolute cracker of a game.
We want those close games. We want to see them. They're so good to watch, and I think there's some excellent rugby from both sides there. Just probably both sides forcing a little bit at the end. Those unforced errors meant that it kept at that 19 apiece. Excited to see these two back in action.
Can't wait. One of the most thrilling games we've had all day today. And it looks to me as though James below me has procured yet another guest. He's a wizard here below us, is James. Finishes up here on the field. Fine Rugby Now 19, WASP 19. And we'll hear from James, who's got another one of his very special guests.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. We're joined by the pacey Zoe Evans. Now, Zoe, I feel like I need to build up to this introduction. You play for the Leicester Tigers, Savvy Pumas. You're captain of Savvy Panthers when you're not playing for the Tigers. How was that intro?
Yes, perfect. You nailed it. And yeah, looking after our two side today, the Savvy Pumas.
We were discussing what position we thought you were. You're not a scrum half, you're a winger.
I am indeed.
And sometimes you're mistaken as a scrum half, but you would prefer to be acknowledged as a winger.
Yeah, well, I've been hitting the gym, so I thought at least I'd maybe not be called a scrum half yet. But
Classic day in the gym for you.
Classic day in the gym.
It depends if you work in legs or upper body, right?
Yeah, we've got a lot of power stuff in our programs at the moment. A lot of plyos, a lot of sprint-specific work. So we're sort of 4 days a week 4 days a week at the moment.
4 days a week plus smashing the protein afterwards as well.
Of course.
This isn't the way you thought this interview was going to go, is it?
No, you didn't say you were going to ask me this. Yeah.
I told you to be informal. You're like, what are the questions going to be? I was like, I don't know. We'll just make up as we go along.
Yeah, and then we start pre-season on Monday, so that's why I'm not playing at the moment.
You live in Stratford-upon-Avon. You're playing for Leicester Tigers. You're obviously having an insight into today's tournament as well. Savvy Panthers playing up against Bath in their next match. What do you sort of feel ahead of this match?
We're excited and we're confident as well. We've come across Bath quite a few times in the Super Series. We're currently on a clean slate at the moment, and I think if we play our own game, we'll keep that slate as well.
You've got your coach hat on today, haven't you? How does that sort of differ, obviously, from playing? You're desperate, I'm sure, to get on the field, but equally it's quite nice to watch from the sideline sometimes as well, right?
Desperate to play, desperate to play. Sometimes I'm like, I won't pack my gum shield and I won't pack my boots, so I don't get in trouble. But
you join us again then?
I enjoy coaching as well, and it's nice to be here with our development side and kind of pass on a lot of the stuff that we do with the Panthers down to some of the girls. A lot of them at 18, it's their first time playing adult rugby as well. So.
Well, I'm sure that they are taking your expertise well. They're just about to score a try as well. Do you know how you know you're keen? Because you're carrying a rugby ball to the interview. You're keen to play.
Always.
I could chat to you all day, Zoe, but unfortunately we do have to get back to the commentators who are going to describe through the action that they've just missed because we've been chatting too much. Back to you guys.
Just a quick shout out to Lauren Abling's family who are watching all the way from America.
She did ask you to say that, didn't she?
She did.
Back to you guys.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you, Zoe.
Back underway on the pitch, as James says. And Savvy Panthers have already got us on the score sheet. We're back in the Women's Open competition. We've seen some crackers so far, and this one is set to be no different. Bath against Savvy Panthers. Bath in the yellow and blue, Savvy Panthers in the black, and Savvy Panthers have got us off to a bit of a cracking start.
Okay, time on.
Bath.
Okay, accidental, but it's offside.
Accidental offside.
Shower.
It's offside. Being a tackle.
Things have descended into a state of disarray. Savvy Panthers try to get on the attack. Ball goes loose though, so Bath. Well, I was going to say Bath are going to try and tidy it up, but Savvy Panthers scorching away down the left-hand side and across for their second try of the game. Fantastic start from Savvy Panthers. We saw what they had to offer in their earlier game against the Wild Dogs, and now we see them showing their stuff here against Bath. 2 early scores, 2 fantastic scores.
Really nice finish there. Looking very professional, very clinical, very smart. Again, one of my favourite kits, I think, the Savvy Panthers.
Yeah, it's an outstanding kit.
Although being a Bath University graduate, I feel like maybe I should like the bright yellow and blue a bit more. Very Team Bath.
You can like more than one thing at a time.
I can, but
No, it's no one's saying you've got to choose. no one's imposing that on you.
Balls live.
oh, nearly brilliantly done. So say if that kickoff goes slightly short, just allow it to bounce, see if it will travel that 10. It's probably inches away from getting there, but ball here with Bath Rugby.
Take step, take step.
Bath. That's a tidy little offload, but well, there's a question. Can the player on the floor make the tackle? I think that's what happened there. That's the referee.
Stand, hold it.
Unfortunately not. Tempting as may be, you're deemed playing on the floor.
Well, that's what that's what I thought as well. Bath.
No!
Go direct off the penalty.
Ball's out, she retreated, came back on side.
Bit of a chaotic breakdown, but eventually Savvy Panthers get rid of it. Ball is bouncing and bobbling away, but eventually it's under control. And now that it's under control, it gives Savvy Panthers a chance to show us what they can do, and what they can do is score tries, and tries for fun. Their third of the game. It's a valiant effort from the chasing Bath player, but Savvy Panthers have their third.
And that epitomises Sevens for me. See the Bath player going all the way back. It's a long run in as well, so defensively to make that effort, you'd say to no avail, but that's making that kick that much harder. And you can see how tight some of these games are, the last game being a draw. These 2 points make all the difference sometimes. As you can see, that effort was not wasted.
Ball came out the back of the ruck. It was clearly out. She came onside and then went for the ball. Completely legal.
Completely legal on that previous breakdown, says the referee.
I think she was a bit offside. That's a secret. What ref says goes, doesn't matter.
They always say that. Oh, there we go. And ladies and gentlemen, our screen has come back because the magician that is Richard Jackson has turned it on, probably. So, Savvy Panthers then, 17-0 in front. 90 seconds to play in this first half. Looking for their fourth try.
Left turn. No, high tackle. AR's coming.
Bath just struggling to find any possession. But with this penalty, they nudge themselves a little further on, give themselves a line out from which to work.
I was actually watching Bath last weekend in a Super 7 series, and it was exactly what you just said. They've got real promise, they've got some real good talent, but they just struggle to keep holding the ball, and that's testament to Savvy Panthers as well. But see there, kind of willing them just to keep it for a few phases, just so you can kind of see what they can do.
Credit to the Bath Rugby social media channels as well, actually, that over the last few weeks have been really bigging up the performances of this women's seven side.
You can actually do a shameless plug, not plug necessarily, but a shameless request. If you're a lover of sevens, and you've got a team, men's or women's, it massively helps if you can get behind them on social media. You don't realise how much work goes behind these sevens teams, social, international, whichever. You want to celebrate things like this try. Potentially, is it held up? Oh, heroic effort. Heroic effort.
Absolutely fantastic defensive work from Bath. Just about keeps them within a manageable scoreline as we head towards half-time. 17 points to 0, Savvy Panthers lead, but it could have been so much more if they'd scored that try at the end there. And at half-time we go in Savvy Panthers 17, Bath 0.
Sorry? We'll go then. I think she's got it. Because it's held up, they didn't kick.
Second half then, Savvy Panthers kicking off, leading 17 points to 0 and almost gathered off the kickoff. Bath just about survived that, but that was oh so nearly the perfect start to the second half from Savvy Panthers with their 17-0 lead. But they have a penalty.
Not 10, get, drop!
And they move it to the left-hand side.
14, offside!
Fast start to the second half from Savvy Panthers. There was a fast start from them in the first half as well, scoring almost from the kickoff and almost repeating the trick here, but they're going to score early anyway as bursting through they go and underneath the post. 4 tries, 2 fast starts either side of the half-time break, and Savvy Panthers have started this second half like a bat out of hell.
Well, that was lovely, wasn't it? Such a good line. So often you see, oh, wingers stay wide, have a go on the outside, but it's all about reading that defence as well. And the line, I think it was the 13.
From the side of the post.
I think, and we'll see in a minute. Line she cut. Defence couldn't do much about it, to be honest. That late change of pace. Beautiful. Can you tell I like that one?
Stunning bit of rugby.
Need to listen.
We'll see it again
I told
here.
you 3 times from outside of the post. You took it from in the middle.
Penalty was taken fast. Almost crabbing sideways, but she arrived onto that on the angle like a train.
You can see the winger was hedging her bet. She thought they were going to go the outside. Really, really hard to recover from that position.
Bath then staring down the barrel a little bit now. Can they respond? They've got possession back. Let's see what they can do. They've had so little ball in hand.
Advantage over!
And as soon as they get some, we see exactly what they can do. Perfect response from Bath. Liv Taylor underneath the posts. Just what they needed, just when they needed it.
You can see, like, they're a team of athletes. It's almost like it's been pent up and it all came out in that try, but just want them to have more of the ball. Come on, girls, keep the ball. We want to see more.
Well, as we said, they've just not had any ball, have they? And when they have, they found it hard to retain, but we see it for the first time. They get probably 2-3 passes in and gives them the opportunity, and there's plenty, as you say, they're athletes, they've got plenty of talent. Just needed a chance to showcase it, and we've seen that there.
Having said that, all credit to Savvy Panthers to keep hustling and to stop teams having the ball. That's a skill as well.
Savvy Panthers will want to just make sure they keep their foot down here. They don't want that Bath try to create too much of an opening. And in fact, they're not just going to put the foot down, they're going to press it hard to the floor and score their 5th try.
Really good from Grace Moore there, almost Fijian-esque, holding the ball in one hand, teasing the opposition, waving it around, drawing in those 2 defenders again, and then offloading to her teammates. She does the power work, they get the glory with the gas.
I don't think they liked losing the 0 on the scoreboard, did they? Immediate response.
Definitely, and what a response. Some scores against you come straight back at them.
There you go, that Fijian skill that you spoke of, wafting the ball around until the opening came.
She's such a physical presence, and I think, like we were saying earlier, in terms of if you've got forwards or physical carriers in your team, like how can you use those to then release those speedsters?
Bath gather the kickoff. How they'd love to respond in kind as well. Gonna need to get the ball to stick with these passes though. Lost 20 metres because of an awry one there. Now a big tackle comes in, it bursts the ball loose. Oh, just couldn't be picked up by Savvy Panthers, or that was game, set and match.
Grace showing the other side of her game, that back row Blair.
She is, I think the word for her when she's out there is relentless. She's just everywhere and constantly on the go.
Definitely. I think you have to also credit Savvy Panthers. They've been so clinical with the ball. You see their skill set has been so high. Bath just showing there that is slightly that skill letting them down. That's what's enabling Savvy Panthers to dominate that possession. So integral in sevens. You've got to keep working on those core skills. But what's exciting is this Bath team is a young team. They've got the rawness about them, so you hone in a few of those skills, and I hope to see them with the similar setup of players this time next year. They've got potential to be a real contender.
Leave it now, leave it back. Come off feet, leave it.
It's a shame their kit's not as good as Savvy Panthers, eh?
I know, right? Maybe that's what's going on. They've actually got a nice white and blue one as well. Maybe they should wear that one.
The white and blue is very nice, actually, I have to say. Seen that a few times. Savvy Panthers have seen the try line a few times.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. Yep.
Across they go. Try number 6.
Interesting, the ref was saying hold it, hold it, hold it then. I wonder what he meant by that as they're over the line.
I wonder if he was that his communication with his touch judges, maybe?
Who knows?
I've never heard a referee saying that.
Did he not want them to score right then? You need to catch up?
Maybe he's getting his breath back. I know you want to go again, but hold it, I need a rest.
This is the ref that also had his trainers on earlier, so it's nice to see he's upgraded.
Upgraded to the boots?
Yeah, white boots, might I add.
Last play. Last play, balls live.
Bit concerning, that has to be said. Very white boots as well. They look like they get cleaned after every outing. Kickoff just spilled forward. And that means that will be the final action of the game. Bath finding the going tough against the Savvy Panthers, who take the game 34 points to 7. And Savvy Panthers are looking very strong in this Women's Open competition. Full time, Savvy Panthers 34, Bath 7. We'll be back just after these.
Here at VIO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact. And our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
Right. Back up. Yeah.
So, well, immediately as we get Ratana against the Exiles started, we've got a bit of an injury and a bit of a break, which hopefully isn't as serious as it currently looks, but we will keep you abreast of it.
Okay, so and there's no, his eyes pointing in different directions.
We are, well, only 15 seconds into the game, but immediately a bit of a cause for concern on the field. Into the 15:40 games now. Nigeria Exiles. Player is back on his feet, which is good to see. Always rather worrying when someone is prone on their back, but caution rightly being taken. And in the meantime,
This time is out. Okay.
player makes his way off the field. We will be able to restart the game. Ratana. Defending in their blue shirts, playing from left to right, Nigeria Exiles. In the green and white, who will have to put into the scrum.
Okay, good. Time back on, please, fellas. Scrum green.
Yeah, you never want to see it, but a little bit jelly-legged, but hopefully it'll be all okay. Maybe a bit groggy.
Set. Oh. Is that, fellas?
Yes!
Good play on.
Our referee with the white boots has just come over to inform me that he doesn't polish his boots after every game. It's just baby wipes. That gets it sorted. But I'll tell you what, more important is the action on the field, because that is some score from Nigeria Exiles. The pace on the right-hand side, absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, really lovely way to respond. Sometimes with an injury like that, it kind of unsettles players a little bit, takes their mind off it, but not there. The Exiles straight in, focused, getting the job done. Also, who's the mole? Who's telling him that? Or has he got the commentary in his head?
Yeah, no,
in his earpiece?
Guys, if you're watching, don't tell people that we're talking about them.
If you're the mole, please come up to the commentary box if you're here.
Got some questions to be answered, that's for sure. That is absolutely for sure. Nigeria, the team asking the questions at the moment, though, with that fantastic opening score of the game. Kickoff is on the money as well. Oh, it's so unlucky. Comes off the head in the end and bounces out into touch.
Fellas, okay. Cross forward.
Let's go, boys.
Okay, an important announcement.
Approach.
Please, if everyone could listen up, this is a
Fine.
issue that we need to resolve straight
Set.
away. Please listen up.
Good still. Good still. Backwards.
Nigeria are exiles. Oh, over the back of the head. We're starting to see the skills here in the afternoon. Oh, and Nigeria are exiles. Oh, the team showing them at the moment. All from that over the head pass. And then the one-handed loaf of bread style holding of the ball. Makes it look casual as you like, but let me tell you, that was some score.
I was just about to say, so casual. I wish I had the hand span for that.
Guys, just speed it up, please. Yeah, line with me. Let's just go.
$10-0 Exiles lead, but immediately Akuma Ratana are going to halve that deficit. Maybe more, because it's going to be underneath the sticks. Oh, that's the worst ash splash I've ever seen in my life. He bailed out halfway through, leg down, minus points for effort.
He completely bailed out, but can't take away from him. Great try. Interesting. Akuma Ratana is so dominant in the previous game we commentated on. You sense that, again, haven't had possession, haven't had the ball, haven't seen what they can do. So I don't think you can write them off from that strong start from the Exiles. It's going to be a tightly fought game.
It certainly is. I'm going to give him the tiniest little morsel of credit. I think he was worried he was going to overshoot the dead ball line, and he's dropped a leg to stop himself.
See, I'm going to take that away. He definitely just chickened out.
I think you're probably right. What it has done, though, is reduce the gap to just 3 points with that conversion. Exiles leading Ratana 10 points to 7.
Did you ever try celebration, or did you not score too many?
I was always just very grateful that I'd made it across the line and just trotted straight back.
Thanks, guys.
Just get the essence. Sorry, Akuna Ratana are just forcing it a little bit. Got plenty of time.
Plenty of time, and only 3 points behind. Game is well within their grasp. Exiles, they just look like they have another gear when they get the ball in hand. They just put every single little last ounce of effort and pace into their play, and it is rewarded with a third try. And it's that injection of energy when they get the ball into those channels. It just seems absolutely impossible to contain. And the Exiles immediately respond to that Ratana score.
They've got such athleticism all over the park, and it's so hard when you play these teams of athletes. Like, you just have to, you just can't let off. You just always have to really think about what, I know that sounds so stupid, but really focus on taking the players down, because they're so physical, they're so fast. Just show their fantastic finish, giving a comfortable lead going into the second half.
Certainly do. An absolutely wonderful finish to what's been a cracking first half of rugby. And what was a cracking previous game of rugby was the game featuring Bath, and James has got a couple of their players down below.
Bath Rugby, obviously just played in a cracking match. Listen, let's start by just talking about the day on a whole. Everyone seems to be enjoying themselves. You guys obviously had a great match. Really enjoying the day by the sounds of things.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been a nice day in the sun and the rain, but we've all come together as a team and we've all developed and got on really well, so it's been a great day out.
Liv, you've been nominated since you was team captain. What did you make of your team's performance in the last match?
It's been really great. I'm super proud of everyone and the effort we've put in, and days like this are really great for the women's side, so hopefully it's just going to keep getting bigger and better.
Sophie, I want to talk to you about the UR7's pathway. Obviously a great initiative. Talk to us a little bit about that.
It was been great. I've really built my confidence, like as a leader, as also as a player. Amy, who's here today, was my coach at the South versus North Festival Day, and now I've finished the academy. I'm going to be coaching at the residentials this summer, so now it's developing me as a leader and a coach as well as a player.
And how much of an inspiration has Amy been? I mean, she's there up there, sort of, giving you a bit of encouragement, even in interviews as well as in matches.
She's been great. Like on the South Day when she was coaching us, we didn't have a great day out against the North, but she kept all our spirits and morale up the whole time, and she made sure we had fun day out. So it was really good.
And in regards to the rest of the competition, how you sort of fancy your chances today?
I think it was the last game today. Yeah, finished on a good note and lots to come away with.
Well, listen, we're going to enjoy the second half of this match, but it's been great speaking to you both, and yeah, thanks for your time and great efforts today. Well played to both of you. Back to you guys in the comments box.
Cheers, James. Those were rather kind words about you. I heard you ruled with an iron fist at UR7s, but apparently you were very nice to everyone.
Well, my tactic obviously didn't work because we didn't do too well, and just giving away a try there, just lapse of concentration.
Starting the second half where they left off in the first. The Stallions, fourth try. First conversion for a 22-7 lead here against Rotana.
No, going back to Sophie, I think she was right. We had a bit of a tough day at the office, but that's what is great about UR7's Academy. It's giving opportunities. There's no real Sevens pathway, so that's what we wanted to do, is create an opportunity for young girls and boys to get into the game of Sevens. It's so easy to get into 15s, which is obviously absolutely fine as well, but to create the future of Sevens.
Certainly doing a good job of that. And I have to say, some of the play at that UR7's North versus South Day was utterly outstanding. Rotana put the kick through, and I'll tell you what, the chase is properly on here. Rotana, good footwork. Will it sit up? No, not quite. Not quite. Short dead ball areas here, and he needed that one to sit up. Just needed a softer touch on it, perhaps, to allow it to do so.
It's not just a short dead ball. I don't fancy diving into that fence.
Running clock, guys, running clock.
No, that would be commitment in the extreme, wouldn't it?
Fellas.
22 restart then.
Guys, drop out, fellas. Yeah. Drop out.
How long have these guys been playing rugby? 22 dropout, lads. 22 dropout.
We've got a few things wrong today. I don't think we can comment.
That's very true. Not held, and so the Exiles player well within his rights just to get back on his feet and charge away for yet another score for this Exile side.
Behind sticks. Behind.
Referee just instructing him to get behind the post for the conversion.
Just shows that it's so dangerous to let rugby ball bounce. Kuma Rotana's slightly nonchalant, I would say. That's a great word, isn't it?
Outstanding.
With that,
plucked straight from the depths of the dictionary.
My mother would be proud. If you're listening, Mum, you're welcome.
Exiles go long with this one into the 22. Rotana going to have some work to do, but they are mopped up in the tackle by the Exiles player. Rotana take it in, but it's penalty to Exiles. Holding on where Rotana. Exiles having a little go around the outside, and the tackle can't come in. Those long legs, too difficult to gather in, and the Exiles have a 6th score
Sorry.
Definitely a dominant force in this game. Look, a new lease of life from the first game we saw. Different team.
They look a completely different side, don't they? They're so sharp in every action that they take. Everything is decisive. Everything is full of energy.
Well, you do see in sevens tournaments like this, obviously we don't know how long these teams have all been together, but quite often you see a substantial increase in cohesion throughout the tournament as the players get used to playing together. I mean, even on the international stage where you train week in, week out, there's nothing like playing together, right? And it definitely can be seen from these guys.
Absolutely. And they are putting together a very, very tidy performance here. Ratana throwing everything at it. But so far, just the one score. But I tell you what, they fancy a bit more. Big bump off in that tackle. And they've got a penalty. They'll go quickly and they'll go all the way, but they weren't from the right mark.
Rare. Come on, it's close enough.
Yeah. Okay, must have it with your foot, not off your knee.
Well, once again, I say, how long have we all been playing rugby? Come on, off the foot, not the knee.
I always go with put it on the floor and give it a little tap, not taking any risks.
Yep, exactly my school of thought as well. Once you've seen one person get it wrong out of the hand, you know you're never going to need to be in that situation yourself as Ratana get close and earn another penalty, and it's going to be a penalty that comes at some cost for the Exiles as they are reduced to 6 players, and that'll take us through to the end of the game under those yellow card conditions. And Ratana take immediate advantage for the score. It's not going to make a huge difference in the end to the outcome of the game, but it might just make that scoreboard feel a little more comfortable.
Especially with our clock and the accuracy, we don't quite know. I mean, they could have 5 minutes left, who knows?
It's always possible.
Oh, they're wasting it, don't worry about it.
Ratana up to the 22. Exiles, they'll be smarting after conceding that score. You know they'll want to finish on a high. But instead it's going to be a penalty to Ratana.
Shoulder!
Offload doesn't go to hand though. It's a bouncing ball. Could go anywhere. Slide tackle comes in.
Back the ball on the floor, fellas, okay? Can't be laying around a bit on the floor, fellas.
Chaos out on the field at the moment. Ratana hoping to take advantage of that chaos.
Sorry, fellas.
And unfortunately, that little miscommunication could be seen coming from a mile off as the Exiles tie this one up. 20-point advantage, 34 points to 14. They take the victory. And the Exiles are looking like a threat in this competition now.
100%, really clinical, really powerful performance. And it wasn't a dig at our clock, it was a dig, it was a dig between the communication between the rest clock and our clock. Our clock's perfect. I take that back, I'm very embarrassed now. But regardless of the clock situation, dominant performance from the Exiles. Angus lost it. He's taking my 3:30 hyper time.
Full-time Nigeria Exiles development side playing very much not like a development side. 34, Akuma Ratana Toa 14. And up next, it looks as though we're going to have some adverts, so we'll be back with you in a couple of moments' time for the next game.
Here at VIO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
And so we are back in action for London Japanese Samurai against the Harwich and Davenport Hawks. And Amy Wilson-Hardy has gone for a rest. We're joined by Rocky Clark. Rocky, nice to have you alongside. How are you getting on?
Yeah, very well. I managed to get up the ladder, which was a big success. So I'm here, and yeah, super excited to see my first scrum of the game as well. It's not often you have that many, and certainly missing a few players that I'm used to. But see how they go in this first scrum.
Well, hey, you've survived the biggest challenge of the day, which is the ladder, as London Japanese Samurai secure the ball from that scrum and make their way up to the 22. Saw a great performance from them earlier in the day. This is our first time seeing the Hawks here on pitch 1 at the Lit Sevens. At the moment, it's defence they're having to focus on as Japanese Samurai make their way towards the try line and scythe through that defence. An opening score and a lovely sequence of play.
Yeah, lovely shifting the ball, wasn't it? They just turned players inside out, got the ball to the edge, came back and went through the middle. Great offloading game.
And it's a hard start, that one, for the Hawks. Haven't really seen any of the ball yet. You're forced into a long defensive set. Never easy. And as you may or may not be able to pick up across the airwaves, the social aspect over at the far end is certainly picked up a notch or two. It's like playing into the Western Terrace up at Headingley for some of those kickers taking their conversions.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, you got to have a cool head, haven't you, being able to get that through with a load of people with a few beers chanting at you. All part of the fun.
Well, exactly. The pressure should ramp up as the day goes on. We're heading towards those knockout stages, aren't we? And the pressure should be knocking on. Hawks then, with the play from the halfway line. What have they got to offer in attack? Harry Hunt looking like the man through which most of the possession is going to go through. I'll tell you what, they got some pace on the far side as well. Good tackle comes in. But just a hint there that they've got something to offer on that outside. That was good pace.
Yeah, it was indeed. And it all started with Harry Hunt with a big, outrageous dummy that went back to the short side, got it to the edge and got some pace onto that ball.
Samurai all batted on. Goes backwards, then goes forward on the floor.
Play on.
Playing advantage though. 2 Hawks over already. Fast advantage that. Could be a bit of space here on the blind side. They just have a little dart around. Offload gets away, batted into touch. Will the referee give a penalty or will he decide that wasn't deliberate?
He's on his feet.
I might have fancied a penalty, but I'm a harsher ref than most, I suppose. Hawks battling to level the scores here.
Samurai making a huge mess of that breakdown. They've got the penalty against.
Looking to take full advantage of it. One-on-one here in the backfield, steps inside. The chase, though, still continues for the Hawks, but Samurai and their number 14 are going to take full advantage from that penalty, doubling their lead. And just listen out for a bit of noise from the crowd here. And there's another thing we've seen all day. Players going the length of the field and then immediately asking to be subbed off. Quite right too.
I think I'd be asked to subbing off halfway along, trying to run the pitch.
Giving the old offload to the sub oncoming.
Exactly. Just hold it up in the air.
Please.
Hawks 12-0 down.
Lost of the ground there.
But in contention.
You lost it. Yeah, but
Strong carry by Jacob Parker there, getting himself into the game.
Referee just letting the players around him know that he doesn't need any help from them. He knows what he's doing.
Approach. Bind.
Seen a lot of scrum acts in that scrum. Quite impressed with that.
There's a few that have seen a scrum or two in their time, haven't they?
I would imagine so. Probably on the edge of the scrum rather than the front row.
Samurai getting the ball back inside. This is lovely handling from them, but it's gone forward as the space started to open up in front. The ball just loose, and the good news, Rocky, we're going to get another scrum.
We are. It was beautiful handling, wasn't it? Just crept forward there. Their offloading game, they're just so fast, aren't they? Keep the ball alive, ball in the air, players running onto it at real pace. They were just so flat, just called forward there. Assume another try had gone missing there.
So much zip about this Samurai attack, but Hawks just about hanging in on this game.
Went forward,
Just spill
Japanese.
forward. We're going to have another scrum.
Scrum.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know if it's your influence on proceedings here, but we've had about 4 scrums all day, and we've had 5 in one game now.
Yeah, maybe my influence is here to have a little look, but I am seeing a really strong scrum from Samurai. They're just shifting in as the ball's coming in, almost standing up, but they're getting away with it. But they are putting pressure on the Hawks.
Hawks' solution to that is to feed it in, and Hawks kick is charged. How's the bounce? Oh, so unlucky. Fantastic commitment from the London Japanese player, diving at the feet of the Hawks kicker. And just unlucky that the ball didn't bounce infield for him.
Yeah, it was really good charge down, chase down.
Underline's good.
I'm going to assume that he's played as a flanker before, given that he knew the technical detail to dive towards the feet on that charge down.
Tackle!
Well, 5 scrums and now a box kick in a game of 7s. I don't know what's going on, but it's a fantastic chase from the Hawks, competing for the ball now as well. London Japanese have done incredibly well to be able to resist that, because there were 2 Hawks players flooding through on that breakdown, but Japanese still attacking, countering, and they may well turn that into a try, and they're going to. Well, I have to say I'm glad to see that a box kick is not the correct option to take in a game of 7s.
Half time.
But if you're Hawks, you've got to be feeling so unlucky there, because they thought they had the turnover coming.
Yeah, I must admit, I felt it was a little harsh. He was allowed a lot of time to lay on that ball and get up, and players are over the top. But that's rugby, you've got to play to the whistle, and the number 9 goes through and scores. The guy that charged it down earlier, so he's got his result now, got his score. As he sucks in any kind of oxygen, walking back to his team.
He is breathing in heavy, but he is breathing in with a big old smile on his face as well, because his London Japanese Samurai side lead 19-0 here against the Hawks at half-time. 5 scrums, 1 box kick. Whatever are we going to see next in this second half, eh?
Maybe a partridge in a pear tree, who knows?
We've seen it all. We may well see that.
quarter-final in the men's social category between the Rummans and the Millfield Old Boys. That's pitch 1, 4 o'clock. Then the quarter-final again in the cup for the men's social between the
Second half underway. London Japanese leading in their blue shirts, 19-0 against the Hawks. Working their way around the outside, and they could be away for an early score in the second half. The chase is pretty good though. They do really well, the Hawks, to flood bodies back. Huge competition at the breakdown, but in the end, those numbers in the breakdown mean there are gaps elsewhere. And London Japanese, with a little jig at the end, open this second half with a score.
Yeah, lovely pick and go from the try scorer. Just backs himself, sees there's not a guard in place, and just goes 30 metres up the pitch. But it all started with a big fend. Gas went for the corner, got caught, quick recycling of the ball, and then just that quick pick enabled him to go through, celebrate with a smile, bit of showing off. That's what you want to see in sevens, isn't it?
Well, that's what we want. That's more like it. None of this box kicking. Let's have a little dance when you score a try. That's much better.
Yeah, look at that fend. Lovely fend. Quick recycle of the ball. Too many numbers in, wasn't there, for Hawks? And then just that pick, nobody there at guard. That's the problem when you put extra numbers in that breakdown. You obviously narrow up and it's a bigger space for everyone else.
Yeah, they just got excited, didn't they? The prospect of, I think they thought they were going to be able to drive over, but ball gets away, and simple score for London Japanese, and it's a 24-0 lead. Hawks haven't done a huge amount wrong so far in this game, but London Japanese just playing really clinically and coming up to try and make that tackle, but just slipping off it, and that may present a little half opportunity, but the ball just spilt. Still stays alive though, and it's unorthodox, but the ball is staying in Hawks' hands here. And there's actually a bit of space out wide if they can get it. The kick pass is a good option because there's a load of space out here. Hawks aiming for this right-hand side. There's a bit of space. There's a lot of space now. Away they go into the right-hand corner. Andrew Sterry. We've seen him on the Sevens circuit before. And that is the perfect riposte from the Hawks.
Yeah, outstanding finish. The gas from Andrew. He's waiting on the wing. He's waiting for his chance. I loved how the ball was just kicked up where it was too low for hands. That would be the one where you'd knock it on. So that little chip up, went to hand, and then got it out to the speedster. Look at those pink boots flying along. He's scored many a try before. So casual, just kicks the ball through the post afterwards. Waiting for his next opportunity.
You could see, couldn't you, that they knew that there was space out there. The skill execution hadn't quite been on point, and you just realised, well, actually, if I just get a toe on this, it doesn't matter if it goes to hand or not. The space is all there. No one's getting across.
Yeah, they had like a 4-on-1, didn't they? And it just needed to somehow get there, and it did. Whether it was bowled or kicked or passed.
Come in the channel, please.
It got to where it needed to in the hands of that speedster, Mr. Sterry.
Hawks needed that. Will Japanese respond immediately? They're certainly going to give it a good go. Testing the limits of that defence. High tackle comes in. Intricate play from London Japanese, but accuracy not quite there. Matters not though, as it falls into their hands and they keep it alive, but now it's spilled back into Hawks' hands. Hawks caught on their own 22, offloaded off the floor. Could be a bit of space here. Goes the direct route, but it allows the offload. There could be space. They're having to work so hard to get the ball away. That one's surely drifted just forward. Referee seems okay with it. They pass it back inside. The chase is still good. They're being made to work so hard for every single pass here, but they get the penalty for offside. And they go quick for it.
Big man Tommy Moore making that, isn't it? Carrying hard, putting some big passes in. It's his massive hands, massive height. He certainly can take a bow for that score.
There's a tackle there.
Certainly can, and it's 2 in quick succession
Bamboo to
for London Japanese Samurai.
It was strong carrying, wasn't it, by Jack Mulligan as well. He put some 2 big hits in as well and just managed to get through, just holding the ball up. And great score. Samuel Parker goes through.
And I'll tell you what, Rocky, we've got a game on our hands. From 24-0 down, suddenly 10 points in it, minute and a half to go. Anything can happen in sevens.
Not you, him.
Certainly can.
Got anything? Okay. Just no deliberate knockouts or anything.
Cool box has just arrived
Okay,
in the
that's
commentary
fine.
box. It's a positive
Option.
festival
Scrum or
up
line
here.
out. Scrum.
Well, I really hope it's not
Over
empty and got
position. Over here.
spiders in.
No. Let's just do it here.
Well, there's an image none of us are going to be able to stop
Stay there,
thinking
thanks,
about for the duration of this game.
Minute. 1 minute.
Minute left, says the referee.
Bind. Set.
2 scores needed for the Hawks, but the London Japanese have found a bit of space down the blind side, needing to find some support. He's found it. Still needs a bit more, does he? No, he might just have the pace. It's a foot race for the corner. Brilliant cover tackle coming in from the Hawks. Slow ball for Japanese as well, but he goes around the corner. He's caught him unawares, and that will be that.
Great dive over to pick off the short side.
You okay, dude?
It was that man again, Andrew Sterry, got back, made the tackle. He just got caught looking into the breakdown. There's a quick pick went round him. Fabulous play again by Samurai.
Timely score from the Samurai. Just as we thought there might just be a hint of a comeback on for the Hawks. They go pretty much the length of the field. The conversion won't matter at all. And they seal the victory, 29 points to 14. But just have a look at this, the support play, the commitment to getting up there and to keeping this ball alive. And just look at this for a bit of awareness on the finish. Slow, slow, slow ball. But it was perhaps all just a little bit of a fake out from the London Japanese scrum half. And it ends the game on a real high for his team. They take the victory, 29 points to 14. A fantastic performance from them. The second strong performance we've seen from them in succession here on pitch 1 at the Lit Sevens. And what a day it has been as we see some of the Millfield old boys come down in front of us. A few of those have been on the Next Gen 15 coverage over the years. Let me tell you, there'll be a few of them to look out for. And they are up next here on pitch 1. So do join us in just a second.
Millfield Old Boys against the Rummans here at the Lit Sevens. Great to have your company. Shout out Angus Savage. Heck of a shift on comms, but wherever you're watching around the world, it's great to have your company. But before I have your company, James Sanadakis has got it.
Thank you very much, Dave Rogers. A pleasure to have you in the commentary box, my friend. Congratulations to London Japanese Samurai, who are through to the semi-finals. We're joined by JJ, who's just put in a shift. JJ, tricky match in the end, wasn't it? You had to fight right up until the end. A useful try right before the end of the match there, and you're through to semi-finals. Congratulations.
Thanks so much. We have a lot of
young guys. They're quite flair intensive, so we're not the biggest team. We brought quite a lot of Japanese team with us. So thankfully, if you find a lot of open space, they're usually pretty handy. So we got away with it.
Finding the space, but you're going to have to change your tactics up a little bit for the semi-final. Strath Chargers in the semis, they're a handy team, and one I think that you're aware of their threat, aren't you?
Yeah, I think we played them last year, and they knocked us out, I think. So it's a little bit of venom there, but they're a big team, quite physical, so we're just going to try and get around them, give it our best shot, and otherwise we're having a really great day.
Well done. Hopefully you learn a little bit from that previous defeat that can help you get through to this year's final. Thanks, JJ. Enjoy the moment. We'll see you in the semi-finals. Well played, mate.
Pleasure. Thank you again.
Good man. See you soon. Cheers. Back to you, Dave.
Cheers, James. Well played, JJ. And we are underway with the Rummans against Millfield Old Boys. Millfield Old Boys in the hoops, on the ball, in the blue, red and green. Anybody who's been following schoolboy rugby over the years knows that kit and knows it well. However, whoever designed it, who decided to put black numbers on it, that is a dreadful, dreadful decision. However, they've got a chance now inside their own 22. Long way to go off, but just as it was about to open up,
15! Keep it down!
the ball goes to ground.
15.
However, the Rummans
An attempted tackle on the shoulder. I think it was you.
have come in with a high tackle.
Below the sternum, please. Okay, I need you on half.
Below the sternum is the chat. So a let-off from the knock-on for these Millfield Old Boys. A nice offload out of the back door. They've got numbers here, but have they got the pace to capitalise? Not at the moment. Rummans forcing them back inside. Yet to get a touch on the ball, the team in gold and maroon. Good patience from Millfield, good ball retention. 90 seconds of the game gone, still scoreless. Oh, lovely Goosey. Being ushered into a cul-de-sac. Now the kick in behind. Oh, that's a bad one.
You changed your line. He changed his line.
It was an off the ball, it was a shoulder. There were no hands involved. And maybe lucky that it's a yellow. 2 penalties conceded, down to 6, 2 minutes for the Rummans to survive. Coming, rushing out of the line. Oh, and a shirt tackle, keeping the score at 0-0. Millfield up into the Rummans half for the first time. This lovely work by them, the netball style offload to try and create some space on the edge. The step inside, great tackle. And they lose the bout with the touchline. Rummans keep it at 0-0. Defending hard with 6 on the pitch. But now they've got to escape from their own 22 with their first touch of the game.
Please wait. We need a man in the 5-metre channel, please. That's green there.
Well, that man in the 5-metre channel does make it a one-on-one in field here for Rummans, who get their hands on the ball for the first time. Rocky Clark's here with us. Feeling good?
Tackle!
Feeling fabulous. Watching some great rugby and yeah, plenty more of it to come.
That is a nice pickup out in front. Rummans getting out of the 22. Oh, there's some serious gas on the left-hand side. Millfield sweeper being called into play. And they should have just about done enough for the turnover here, and they do.
Do not kick the ball. It's over here. Please do not kick the ball away.
Referee just telling off players. Not heard that before, have we?
15 seconds. But next play.
Well, they're struggling a bit with discipline here, Rummans. They've conceded 3 penalties now. They've got 1 in the bin, and now the referee is giving them warnings. So they need to stay on the right side of the man in pink. That's good handling.
Outrageous out the back pass.
And a good fend as well, but intercepted. Referee says it's gone forward too. But the advantage doesn't last long for the knock-on. Millfield Old Boys. All the ball now finding the gap, and they will hitch kick away. Finally, the Rummans defence yields. They're down to 6. Now they're 5 points down on the scoreboard as well. And the conversion successful from under the posts. We are 4.5 minutes in.
Is your card back on? Hold on. Is he going off?
Just a quick count from the referee as we look at the replay of how many players are on the park. Well, that's contestable, but it might need to go. Ooh. Oh, I think they're hard done by.
Go 10, therefore, and you played it, therefore Gold has it.
Gold on the ball. Rummans chasing the game. Oh, he's been lined up there and met well. Rummans back up to 7 on the park after that early yellow card, but ambition getting the better of them. And that ball goes dead.
Mac Loveridge with the pass out into touch. Just a little bit too much on it.
How did you do with the rain earlier? Did you survive it?
Yeah, a few little spits, but I was all right. Yeah, I was all right. I was all right. To be honest, quite refreshing. I'm absolutely melting.
Oh, that's well intercepted. It's not a great line-out throw. The Millfield Old Boys survive for now, but they're inside the 22. Great response here from the Rummans. Oh, and the ball just needs to go left. There's acres of space. That final pass should do it. It is a race for the corner, and they have grounded it. Mark L.
Be careful,
This is the beauty of Sevens.
Clearly being grounded, and you go off your feet.
This is the beauty of Sevens team sheets, isn't it? We just get presented with a piece of paper. So congratulations, Mark L.
So I've got his number.
Yeah, top work, mate. You were in lots of space, and you finished off well. But it was a great pass out from Max Loveridge.
What do you reckon the L stands for? Legend. Lovely man.
Lad.
Legs that move quickly so he can finish in the
there
corner.
There we go. Marky boy goes over.
Tough conversion. Good conversion. Oh, drains one from downtown. And at half-time, we've got a game on our hands. Take another look at this. Felt for a second like they weren't going to get it there.
Made a little bit of hard work of it, but then got shifted out wide. Huge pass out from Bowser. Out to his mate, Marky boy. Goes over. Beautiful finish.
I'm just going to read the team sheet out to you at half-time. So, number 17, MCW. Number 2, Conan Hoy. Number 8, Max Loveridge. Number 5, Alex Dix. Number 6, Viv. Number 4, Westy. They're like Brazilians, aren't they? They've only got one name. Number 16, I thought that said Charles Profiterole there, but it says Profitable. So obviously he does well with the investments. Mac Connell, number 9. Rob Hickford, number 3. Kurt, 69. 15, Monty. 10, Bowser. 3, Mark L. And 7, Reese. Reese, the Welsh Brazilian.
Exactly. You know, all the best people have one name. He's standing next to one.
Rocky, yeah.
Hey! Just put me in the same context as Madonna.
Yes.
And all of those wonderful people.
Who else? Ronaldo?
Hey, that's a hell of a shout.
Yeah.
Hell of a shout.
Prince. Trying to think of other people famous for having one name.
Maradona.
Maradona, yes, of course.
7, yes.
Bono?
7, because he definitely converted.
Sting?
Sting, yes. Now you're talking.
There we go.
He on the pitch. No,
Rummans 7, Millfield Old Boys 7. Rummans doing well to be in this game. Conceded 3 penalties, had 1 yellow card, but only conceded 1 try in that time. Millfield very patient, but not very penetrative.
Extra sprightly.
I think I just heard extra sprightly from the referee there, so he's feeling good.
Advantage!
Oh, that's unlucky.
Gone forward from green.
He's very vocal, the referee. I'm not sure he needs a microphone. I think we could probably hear him from here anyway. What I will compliment the brilliant people here at Twyford Avenue on is this lovely new elevated commentary camera position. This is a luxury touch.
Next time, eh? So, gents.
Absolutely beautiful. I especially like the ladder on the way up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, he fell down it twice.
We were talking earlier, have you ever done that thing with the ladder like the window cleaners do, where you put your hands and your feet on either side and slide down it?
There'd be about a 6-foot hole in the floor, mate, if I did that. Jeez.
Right, Rummans on the ball. We've not really seen them stay in possession for a long time. They've not had the chance to be patient. They might not need to be patient. Oh, great last-ditch tackle. He's not held though, so we can go again. They're up to halfway, and now they can cut loose. They've got space here. They've got numbers out wide. The pass needs to be good, but the bounce ball lets them down.
2, come here.
And some of the spectators have to take evasive manoeuvres.
I have blown the whistle. I blew the whistle. I don't want to see you kicking the ball. I just thought you said that.
Referee's getting cross now because he kicked the ball away. Said he'd already blown the whistle.
Go again.
So Conan, how did you say it? Was it Hoy?
Maintain the gap, gents.
Let's go with Hoy.
Yeah.
Crouch.
Hey, Hoy.
Bind.
Kicked it away.
Set. Thank you.
Options both sides here for Millfield. They go open. Oh, lovely Goosey! Put that in the highlights reel. But Rummans still organised in defence.
Backwards!
Again, more patience from Millfield, but good defensive discipline here from Rummans, coming up as one unit. They've not got a sweeper in play, though. But they're communicating well.
I think the game plan is goose steps and out the backs.
As it should be.
Yeah.
As it should be. 7-7. Coming up to 9.5 minutes on the clock. Oh, lovely bump. Good strength.
He's like a spinning top. Keep going, son. Oh, out the back.
That's it.
That's what I tell my schoolboys. Tell them off for doing this. Keep the ball. You'd love to be coached by me, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. It means I'd still be playing. Millfield Old Boys not coughing this ball up easily, but not finding a way through. Coming up to 10 minutes, still time on the clock. No scores yet in this second half. Is this the first one? Oh, flailing defenders. The stop, the go. Why hasn't he backed himself? Instead, the ball's in touch. It's heroic defence from Rummans. But that is a gilt-edged chance missed by Millfield Old Boys.
Why don't he just back himself out? I don't know, perhaps he had to get another goosey in before he...
Yeah, that's why I thought you want to check.
Outrageous. Brilliant defence.
It's paint.
He was in. He was home and hosed.
We have you in here,
Let's see where this line-out goes then.
Yeah, I want you here.
Well, they've done all right, haven't they? Oh, until now.
Play on!
Millfield have done well to pinch that.
It's a rugby league tackle going in there. 3 people on him.
Yeah, just waiting for him to play the ball. Big ball over to the left-hand side.
Off his feet, play on!
And more great last-ditch defending here from Rummans. They are hanging by a thread, but they are still hanging. Millfield hemorrhaging metres, but keeping hold of that ball. Bang! Oh.
Advantage!
That's been knocked forward. This is a real defensive masterclass here from Rummans. Oh, now a charge down. We've seen absolutely everything in this game. What is going on?
Gone to the circus.
To be fair, that was a good shout, though, because there was no sweeper in place for Millfield. They've now gone to a 6-1 with the sweeper dropping deep.
Advantage!
That's the ball in contact.
Gone forward from gold. Definitely. Scrum. Blue.
Definitely, says the referee.
Yeah.
But he's not going to change his mind, is he?
No, he's definitely not.
Make sure everything's very clear, just in case there's any doubt from the players over there.
It's getting to that point of the day now where there's still loads of rugby to play, but there are a few teams that are out. And away to our right, the barbecue started to smell very nice. People starting to settle into...
Set.
I'm not going to say party mode, but I'm going to mean party mode,
No,
you know?
I'm not happy with that. It's not come
Yeah,
out.
there's definitely
Can we have the same ball,
a few pints in hand and people queuing up for the barbie. I'm certainly hoping somebody brings us over a cheeseburger at some point.
Oh, now you're talking.
Amy Wilson-Hardy's just offered, so that's fantastic.
Bind. Set.
Oh, she can get them in as well. She's minted.
Just use her charm.
Right, Millfield Old Boys looking for try number 2. Oh, big collision.
That's fine, he was
He's done
falling.
very well, and he's worn it too. Tough lads out there. Again, the final pass letting them down, but any score here could be pivotal. Approaching the final minute. Rummans have hardly had a touch. Dancing footwork through. Oh, keeping that ball alive, it's so scrappy.
There's no offside
But there's no offside line, and Millfield Old Boys are through. Eventually, Rummans' defence yields. Patience is key, and Millfield score with less than a minute to go. Is that the winning try?
You're 7.
Yeah, it could well be. It was a hell of a shift defensively, but they just managed to get through. Just trying to back themselves. There was a lot of space out there, but passes were bounce passes. They saw what they had to do. Lucky bounce, got it up. Was able to get through. Seconds left on the clock now.
Well, we have got time to restart the game. Let's take another look at this finish. That's the thing, when the ball is bouncing loose like that, they've been so organised in defence, but when there's no offside line, there are gaps. It's just a case of whether or not
We got that other ball off.
you can locate them. On that occasion, they did.
Okay, last play, all or nothing.
Well, they've gone deep, and they're inviting them on. Rummans need to show that they can go the length. Next time the ball goes dead, the game is over. Oh, that could be it. Referee says backwards. Oh, watch that touchline. Flirting with danger. Oh, that has gone forward. That'll be the ball game.
Go forward.
Viv just got a bit excited, threw it forward. He was trying to get that offload away. Had to go for it.
What a battle. 2 tries to 1. Millfield Old Boys victorious. Rummans with a yellow card, gave away too many penalties, never really gave themselves the opportunity to win the game, but hung in there till the very end. The full-time score, Rummans 7, Millfield Old Boys 14. Now, we are very excited to have rugby teams, rugby players, rugby organisations from all around the world. Now we're going to hear a little bit about Grenada Rugby World Sevens with James Sanadakis.
Brian Stolmeyer standing next to me, furious with Dave Rogers. It's Grenada, Dave, come on. He was thinking about his mum's old Ford. I think that's a fair way out of this. Grenada, we'll forgive him this time. Grenada World Rugby Sevens, I mean, it's a great event. It's an expanded format this year, isn't it? We'll come to that in a moment. Firstly, how's your day going? Are you enjoying yourself?
It's brilliant. This is lovely. This is really well organised, and it's lovely. It's nice and cool, which is fine for me.
You're calling it cool. I'm sweating buckets, sunglasses are on, and Brian's like, no, this is cold. I need a coat. Do you want us to get you a coat?
Yes, please.
Oh, he's cool. It's cool next to Grenada, isn't it? Look, you've got a big event coming up this year, later in this year, November, December time. Expanded event. Talk to us a little bit. We'll start there, shall we?
We've introduced social tens this year. A lot of people come and they want to play. And before, all we had was the Elite Sevens, the 2 Elite Sevens divisions, the men's and the women's. So we've expanded it for people who want to come and have a laugh and have a bit of a run around and more social fun. And so that's what it's for, really.
We're here today in West London. People don't really need an excuse to come to Grenada. I mean, they've come all the way to West London from around the world. Grenada is a fabulous place. No disrespect to West London, by the way, but Grenada is beautiful. What would you say to people to sort of encourage them to come and take and participate and view this event?
I would say come for a whole multitude of reasons. Not only is Grenada a really very special place, it's a lovely, lovely island. It's unspoiled. The logo is pure Grenada.
Look at that picture, by the way.
And that's the Grand Anse Beach, where most of the teams would stay, and most of our visitors would stay in hotels near the beach, and it's absolutely glorious.
I mean, listen, the banks of the Thames are nice. There is a little beached area, but I don't know how well you can see that watching back home, but I would give everything on my person right now to be there right now.
It really is lovely. But there's also waterfalls and hills and streams and...
You're rubbing it in now, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's lovely. And we try to do as much as we can to make life easy for everyone who comes. For example, we provide transport from the airport to your hotel, and from the hotel to the game venue, and back each day, and then back to the hotel as well. So
there's a few special offers as well to entice people to come, isn't there, that you wanted to talk about today?
Yeah, well, British Airways is providing a package. We haven't finalized it yet, but it's about to be. It will be shortly. And then you've also got Virgin Atlantic that flies directly to Grenada, and also Condor out of Frankfurt. So you have a choice really of how to get there. And we try to provide a package as well that will be pretty welcoming.
We've spoken about what makes Grenada such a special place. The event in particular, what is it that's so great about this Rugby Sevens event?
It's elite, so it's only we've only got 10 teams in each of the men's and women's divisions. So it is. We only started last year, and it's building to be a really top-notch tournament. The ground is lovely, and we get referees from all over the world as well. So we get good referees. We've got big prize money. I like to tell you, it's really a women's tournament, because there's $15,000 worth of prize money for the women. There's $5,000 worth of money for the men. So we're trying to push the women's side. We're trying to get rugby introduced into the schools there. So most of the teams that come down do spend some time going into the schools and spending some time with the kids as well, getting them throwing a ball around, and it's just great. It's going from strength to strength.
Wonderful initiative, I'm sure, with a great legacy that's going to follow as well, Brian. You've done a great job of selling Grenada. You've done a great job of selling the event. In a few words, sum up in the highlights of this wonderful location, this wonderful event. Really sort of sell it in the next sort of 20 seconds or so, really, to sell it.
Wow.
No pressure.
Great weather, great rugby, great entertainment, and just great fun, I think, all together.
Everything is great. Okay, that pretty much sums things up. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
Thanks, James. No, thank you very much for having us. I really enjoyed today, and we have a special relationship with Lit 7, so Elaine and everyone who has helped us, we really do appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Brian Stolmeyer, thank you very much for joining us. If you are still thinking, oh, maybe I'll go, maybe I won't, listen, go. Grenada Rugby World Sevens taking place end of November, beginning of December time, isn't it? Brian and the rest of the gang will be there as well, and some good prize money. Great location to go. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of a pause in the broadcast now. No matches going on behind us. There's a bit of a break in play. I think we're going to have some more words from our sponsors, and we will, of course, be back with some more matches imminently. See you all very soon. Thanks again to Brian.
We believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all. Here at VEO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sports' positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all. Here at VEO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sports' positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all. Here at VEO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. That technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
It is women's final time at the Lit Sevens.
Ready?
And it is two superb teams. We've got the Wild Dogs in the white. We have got the British Army in the red. And there is silverware up for grabs. Great to have you on board wherever you're watching around the world. Big South African contingent in this Wild Dogs team. The Army wanting to attack from deep, but that is an early knock-on. Rocky Clark's with us for this one, a player who has played in many, many finals. But it changes, doesn't it? It is different for these players out there. It's the end of a long day, and that carrot that's been dangling is so close now.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about who can keep going all through these games that have come through. I don't faint. I have actually played in a few 7s and 10s games, so I know how they're feeling at the end of the day. You've got to try and get on the scoreboard early.
And that is exactly what Wild Dogs are going to do. Touching down with their first attack. It is clinical. It is spaced out wide. And Wild Dogs, one touch, one try. They lead 5-0.
great gas to go through and finish. Exactly what they wanted, early doors. Get it out to the gas on edge.
Move. Thank you.
Tough conversion to come. Decent strike, but it drifts across the face. But in the quest for silverware here at the Lit Sevens, it is Wild Dogs 5, a British Army 0. And it's up to the Army now to try and get their hands on the ball. They made that one mistake inside their own 22. Up goes the restart then. Oh, there's good pressure on that restart, and as a result, they forced the knock on, and it's back with Wild Dogs. Good decision making there to go back against on a good bump as well. It is physical.
Thank you.
Everyone getting a touch here. They don't quite get it to the edge. Now, feed the speed. This isn't the best. Having to go backwards to go forwards here, but British Army really struggling to get a touch on this ball. Everything coming up Wild Dogs at the moment. Up to the 10 they go. Oh, good tackle. And forcing the knock on in the process.
Just taking their time as they're coming towards this scrum. Regroup, suck in the oxygen. Go again.
Well, that's the toughest thing, isn't it? Being able to reload at the end of a long day. First set piece.
So Gary and Dave, if you do see something you're talking to me,
here.
Start by saying Sarah, Sarah, then I know it's me you're talking to.
And a little check of the referee's comms as well.
Time on. So it's a knock on by white, scrum red. Big push goals. Crouch. Bind. Okay, just do reset once. Bind
A few
into
familiar
here, make your
faces
bind.
from the 15 season in this Wild Dogs team.
Crouch.
Bo Westcombe Evans, Loughborough Lightning, Izzy
Bind.
Mayhew of Harlequins. Everyone looking to get involved in this Sevens game, and given this sunshine, I'm not surprised. Oh, here's some good gas. And an excellent recovery tackle, but now Victoria Ewan for the Army takes it on. They're looking to get their first score of this final. It could come here. It is going to be a race for the post. Wild Dogs running in treacle. And British Army going in under the sticks. Great response, great finish, and maintaining that speed.
Outstanding finish, wasn't it? Absolute gas going through. Two Wild Dogs chasing after her.
I'll take it.
And an easy conversion as well. Remember, Wild Dogs missed theirs.
Final.
So this one from under the post to take the lead in the final. Wild Dogs, oh, adding the extras. A nonchalant chip through the uprights.
We got the ball on the pitch already.
Let's take another look at this. She had serious work to do here.
Time off, discretionary. Time on.
British Army 7, Wild Dogs 5. Good contestable restart. Oh, and Mayhew does well with the take.
Yes.
And now Wild Dogs looking to strike straight back. Really keen to attack from deep. It's a lovely stop and go to create the space, and they are going to strike straight back through the hands. Or are they? What a chase, what a tackle, a try saver. Well, so often we see teams give up the chase in Rugby Sevens, but British Army having absolutely none of it. Oh, they managed to make another try-saver. This is astonishing defence, but eventually it yields and Wild Dogs bust the lungs, but they are back ahead in this women's final.
Yeah, we thought Steph Plunkett from Old Albanians was through. Twice she got caught, just managed to keep possession, went through. Wild Dogs go through, get that all-important score.
Thank you.
You've spent a bit of time with the guys down at Old Albanians this season, haven't you, as this conversion goes and misses on the inside. So Wild Dogs back ahead, 10-7 they lead. How's it been there? You've been teaching them a thing or two?
I've only played a few games, but certainly enjoyed it coming back from my injury. Obviously coached by Sarah McKenna, the England stalwart, there in the full-back position now.
When you're ready.
Gone to inside centre. And Saracens player as well. So yeah, it's a really good setup there. Great bunch of girls, and
backwards
first.
first.
They've done really well in the championship this year.
Certainly have. That is a loose pass. That's a big mistake. And just as they were launching or looking to launch an attack to take them into the lead before half-time, the last attack of the half will go to these Wild Dogs. They lead 10-7.
Red, someone in the channel. Red! No, stop. Red in the channel. Still white ball.
Referee staying on top of the laws of this game. On the line out to overthrown, but it is going to come back Wild Dogs' way. Oh, big contest for the ball.
Go straight off your feet. Leave it.
British Army straight off their feet. Numbers out to the left here for Wild Dogs. British Army just about recovering defensively, but Mayhew strong on the ball. British Army forced the offload. Now it's a foot race. Great chase back by Wild Dogs, but British Army get there first, then Heron up the inside. They're going to be beaten by the 10-ball line. A lung-busting chase comes to nothing. And at half-time, the final's in the balance. It is Wild Dogs 10, British Army 7. And on this hot day, on this hard surface, they're going to feel those sprints.
Oh, they certainly are. I tell you what, this has been absolute torture for me, so I'm glad I'm up here commentating, and the speedsters down there are enjoying the sun. Quite often I speak to Sevens players and they talk about being solar powered, so they got nothing to complain about today. Enjoying the sun and this hard, fast track.
But it is hard and fast, and it's held up really well too. Given we had that little bit of rain, no chance of it cutting up whatsoever. British Army having to reset. They are 3 points down here, 10-7 to Wild Dogs.
Yeah, the Army have had real threats on the ball though, haven't they? They haven't quite managed to capitalise on a few opportunities, but it's certainly up to them now to come out for a hard second half. Meanwhile, we're seeing the Wild Dogs having a chat, putting in some tactics. I expect to see a few subs made as well. Join us in the second half in a few moments.
Here we go then. Dogs 10, Army 7. And Wild Dogs probably deserved leaders, but I think British Army have shown that you cannot switch off for a second against them.
Absolutely not. They're ready to pounce.
Well, we're not going to go just yet because the referee is down with Dickie. Oh, I thought they were changing the whole thing, just changing the batteries.
Makes you wonder whether they got the expensive batteries or the cheap ones. Are they the ones that last for hours or the ones that go pretty quick?
Hey, life's too short for cheap batteries.
So as we wind our way towards the final game.
Also, some smart footwear decisions from the referees too. Last thing you want to do is have your studs too long on a day like today.
She's got her trainers on. She's ready to run home.
Yeah, exactly.
She's going to run straight off the pitch.
Well, there is.
Mind you, you've took your shoes off, and I'm really jealous, so I'm going to copy you.
I am melting. It is so warm today. It's so close, but it's a great day for Sevens. Army get us back underway. That's a good take at the second bite for Wild Dogs. Referees comms are back up, and Wild Dogs are back up over halfway. That's a gorgeous pass to feed the speed, and Wild Dogs take control of this women's final. Brilliant score.
Feed the speed, indeed. That was certainly at class by Maddie Vaughan there. Another Old Albanians player's absolute gas. She's come back from an ACL injury. We're seeing her knee strapped up, but she certainly doesn't look like she's been out for a year and I'm making her comeback. What gas, ex-Saracens player as well. I've seen her really do so well on this Sevens circuit this season.
Conversion to come. Decent strike, decent outcome. 17-7 is the score. As we take another look at this, it was well played by Mayhew. It's a bit fumbly, but sometimes those fumbles can just cause the defence to push up a bit, and then it's up to the attacking team to exploit it. What a finish.
Even went for that out the back pass. Not sure it was necessary, but it definitely looked fancy, especially for the occasion, and it went to hand.
Well, it's an occasion that's currently belonging to Wild Dogs. Excellent chase. Again, that's Mayhew with the work rate. British Army with some work to do. Just going back to that ACL injury, I mean, you've been involved in the game for a long time. You've had your fair share of injuries, but it must, from any player's perspective, anybody involved with the game, to see a fellow player be able to come back and excel after something like that, that means a lot to everyone, doesn't it? Not just the player involved.
Oh, absolutely, and they've got the Old Albanian physio here as well, Chris, who's been through it with her through thick and thin, got her back on a pitch, so I think it's really satisfying for him to see. But you know, the hours that we saw on the side of the pitch, just doing her walking drills, her speed drills, and then running and stuff, just to see her come back and just be like she's not been away at all has been brilliant.
Backwards.
She says dropping a ball.
Yeah. However, she's got that left knee strapped up still, but she's obviously trusting it because she stepped one way, then the other, and eventually brought down. Heavy tackle. British Army defending inside their own 22. I think another score here for Wild Dogs might see them with their name engraved on the trophy. Space here around the outside, but instead run into a two-person tackle.
Leave it, Red.
Smart dummy, going through another phase.
Red, you're good. She has to roll.
Well, they've gone quickly here, Wild Dogs. Before the referee had even finished explaining the decision, Wild Dogs wasted no time. Try number 4, and surely that will see them being crowned Lit Sevens champions here at Twyford Avenue.
Yeah, you've got to assume that's going to be the fate handed to them. 4 tries down versus 1. Haven't looked much of a threat in the second half. It's Wild Dogs who've come to the party, put some gas on, got it out to the wingers, and then taking their opportunities.
Well, they're managing to keep this tempo high, aren't they? Even in these challenging conditions, although with
new
that,
ball on the pitch already.
we have got a little bit of breeze, and it is more than welcome. Oh, more than welcome. Here it comes, and it's slightly favouring the Wild Dogs, which is the last thing the British Army need. What they do need is a try, and that knock-on is not going to help them. We'll reset with a scrum, and that'll waste a few seconds as well.
Yeah, not long left now for the Army to try and claw it back. Get some replacements on.
Here, step across, step across.
Just looking down to my right-hand side and seeing the Wasps jerseys.
Crouch!
And with everything that's happened in rugby, how good is it to see? Of course, we're at Wasps FC, but just to see a black and amber striped jersey, very, very cool indeed.
It is indeed. I used to play for Wasps many years ago. To be honest, I played for most Premiership teams. I'm so old, so. But yeah, great to see them. I think this is Bo Westcombe going through.
Oh, she's brought down, and it's a great tackle. She's had a second bite at it.
Advantage going around.
But
if you go, you
coming
can't go
in
around.
at the side.
Back on the fight, back on the fight.
And Bo Westcombe Evans was causing the damage.
Shot!
And so much damage caused by Wild Dogs. Little snipe, another try. It's try number 5. And Wild Dogs are ravenous.
Look at that, forwards try in sevens, a pick and go. That has made me do cartwheels up here. I'm happy with that.
Well, we've been lucky enough to call some Premier 15s games together this season, and I love how excited you always get about the scrums and the line-outs. And we've not had that opportunity to do that today, so I'm glad that
Let me have that.
Yes, certainly will. 27-7. Remains 27-7. That's a decent strike on the conversion. Yes, from close range here. Do you know what? That's a really good pickup. And then we come back for the penalty a couple of phases later. Nice step there to commit, what, 3 defenders. And then over we go from short range.
Little step off her left. Shows she's playing sevens.
Important to differentiate, of course. Now, Army playing for pride into the last minute. Can they get a try? Oh, no, it's gone forward again. And, off her foot, says the referee. So now...
Touchy's called it in, hasn't he? They're coming back.
Let them play. Let them play.
Thank you, Dave.
Still loads of great games to come. We're going to be taking you through all the way to the end of the Lit Sevens. Really great to have you on board. Got a global audience as well. We've had teams from all over the world, viewers from all over the world. We heard about the Grenada International Sevens as well. Tell you what, they go to some far-flung destinations in this brilliant sport, don't they?
Do indeed. Nice to be on those trips.
Cool. So the women's social final next. Savvy Pumas against Wasps. But is there another try in this one? Excellent tackle. Really well played. 27-7. Our clock has ticked past 14 minutes. And that is all she wrote. Wild Dogs are the Lit Sevens champions in 2023. They have decimated the British Army. What a performance. They've been in charge from the first whistle to the final whistle. The full-time score, the championship winning score. Wild Dogs 27, British Army 7. The Lit Sevens women's champions are the Wild Dogs Alpha Pack. We've got two jubilant victors who are pitch side with James Zanadakis.
Well, the Wild Dogs have done it, and I'm joined by Alex and Emma, who are understandably delighted. Congratulations, this spot right here is for the champions. Talk to us about how you're feeling.
I was going to say absolutely knackered. No, it's just so much fun. I think we've grown massively across the Sevens season this year. We had a couple of issues and just everything's just clicked today. And putting up performance against a team that we really struggled with throughout the season is just great.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, playing from the Super 7 series every single week, there was something that we needed to work on. And honestly, today, everything's come together. We've really bonded as a team over the season. And everyone's just absolutely buzzing. Yeah, we're really happy with ourselves, our performance. Can ask for more, really, yeah.
We'll talk more about the final in a second, but the statistics read 5 matches played, 5 matches won, and a phenomenal victory in the final as well. It looked kind of one-sided, all respect to your opponents as well. You say it's all clicked. That's shown in the results you've had today.
Yeah, no, just everything clicked. I think we played Army at Bournemouth, and I think we got absolutely thrashed because we just weren't quite there physicality, and like we put some big hearts in, especially like in that last game because it was actually we played them as a last group game as well. So just actually came out there, buzzing to just put through our attitude and how we're going to play in the final, and we just sealed the deal.
I'm feeding off both of your energy, and I feel like I could sit here and talk to you all day, but the next match has started, so we're going to have to get back to the commentary team. But well done, guys. Brilliant performance, brilliant day, and just enjoy the moment.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, credit to all the teams we played today, definitely, yeah.
Go enjoy some beers. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for the interview. Back to you in the commentary box, Dave.
Congratulations, Wild Dogs. Cheers, James. This is the social final. More silverware's up for grabs. And there is a home team involved. Wasps in the famous black and amber hoops against the Savvy Pumas in the pink jerseys.
Wild dog, up the dogs. Anything there?
We've got an early injury as well. We don't like to see that, but sometimes it's only natural. Hard surface, long days, tired bodies, massive efforts. Fingers crossed. This is all good, and the Savvy Pumas will be back fighting fit. Just going back to that interview there with James and the Wild Dogs, isn't it nice to see teams making progress, teams happy with victories? It's a long season, whether you play 7s or 15s, so to sort of feel the evolution and feel it all click, that must feel pretty good for those guys today.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been working really hard throughout the season, and to see some of those girls come together and play such a good brand of rugby has been really good for the Sevens circuit. You know, they're a name that's there or thereabouts most Sevens games. Brilliant to see them come out with some silverware, and as they talked about it, maybe a few celebratory drinks as well.
Hey, it is the season to be jolly, but jolly in a very different way. And they have earned it, because you've got to come here and win 5 games. 5 games of Sevens in a day is no mean feat at all. It's looking like the race is run here for that particular Savvy Puma. We'll get back underway with a scrum. It'll be Wasps put in.
Scrum. Yeah.
We haven't seen much yet, apart from Comfort, Elozabi carrying really hard and get the team on the front foot. She's a force to be contended with.
Get out! Bang!
M. Stone to put it in here for Wasps.
Hold the push. Stay,
A good push from Savvy Pumas. And oh, they thought they'd turn that over, but they're going to reset this.
Yeah, great scrum.
Here she goes.
Yeah,
Rocky Clark, getting
beautiful.
excited.
Look at that. She's got 2 really tall props. Just the drive and the angle that they went through.
Set.
Real opportunity to turn the ball over. Go again. Pressure's on.
They've had to go up the short side, Wasp, but that does release the speed. Well, it's limbs everywhere, but a good tackle made. Here is the carrier. One more time. Oh, the offloading game good. Spinning away from the last tackle, and Savvy Pumas just about hanging on. But now they're defending their own 22, but defending it very well.
Time off.
Another injury.
This game is physical. It was always going to be, as you said, 5th game, hard ground, but the physicality going in, you can tell how much it means to both teams.
Yeah, it is rough, tough stuff. Tell you what, we've had a few tasty shots today. I think there's the natural assumption that rugby sevens, because there's more space, because there's such an emphasis on keeping the ball alive, that maybe the physicality drops off and the impacts aren't quite as big as we've become accustomed to in the 15s. But I think anybody who's been out there today playing the level that these have would sternly disagree with you.
I used to knock about and play a little bit for Wooden Spoons back in the day and Samurai. And I just remember at one stage we had Mike Friday coaching, and he was saying that if you were going to go for that hit, you had to be 100% on that you were that hit. Otherwise, you get stepped. You know, you look like a bit of a wally.
Yes.
So I reckon that they've absolutely backed themselves. They're going to make that hit, and 9 times out of 10 we've seen that, haven't we? And it's been a hell of a hit. And of course, when you get that front foot hit, you can get up, you can counter up through. Somebody can jackal, you can jackal, but it's all on your terms, and they're going backwards. So a real opportunity to get that turnover if you can get that big hit.
Social final. Savvy Pumas 0, Wasps 0. Wasps showing that with the ball in hand they can do some damage, and again they forced up the blind side, but now they come back in field. Oh, sit down, she says. Now is there gas on the outside? Oh no, the ball goes forward and the chance goes with it. But some of these Wasps offensive collisions in the middle of the pitch, just getting rid of tacklers, creating space.
Your mark.
Good strength.
Come on.
Looking to put a show on in front of this home crowd here at the Lit Sevens.
Get out!
Just seeing the Pumas drag their winger across. Like in Wasps go on the short side, but now they've gone back to their traditional side.
Good pressure on the scrum half. Savvy Pumas hardly had a sniff really. We're coming up to the halfway point of the first half. No breakthrough yet. Still eggs on the scoreboard, but space here for Savvy Pumas to run into. Well, that's a really good dummy and an excellent pass. Now there's the speed, now there's the finish, and Savvy Pumas, after a beautifully delayed ball, are going to get the first try and take the lead in this final. Oh, what a superb decision to throw the dummy and then delay the pass.
Yeah, outstanding. Number 12 backs herself through 2 players. If she'd have been caught, I think she'd have been cut in half, but she managed to step her way through, or gas her way through, should I say, and then just get that pass away to the gas on the edge to go and finish and get that all-important try.
Let's take another look at this. I absolutely love this piece of play here.
We have 2 balls, huh? Can you kick that one off?
Yeah, beautiful dummy, wasn't it? And she ran past, I think it was Comfort, and another big carrier as well. And you don't want to get caught by those two, so you have to be sure that you can get through that. And she did. It was just enough time on the ball. That little dummy just to hold the player on the edge. Get herself through.
Pumas 5, Wasps 0. I think Wasps will be confident they can get a score before half-time, though. They've got time, coming up to 5 minutes, and with carries like that, they will be very confident indeed. That was Comfort, Ilazaboe.
Hi. You go lower, okay?
High tackle. Been a few of those today as players are becoming more accustomed to sternum and below tackling. That's a lovely in and out. Oh, that is a lovely in and out. What a try to level this final. And they've gone under the posts. Absolutely brilliant from Brandy Akpabome. And she's going to try and convert it herself, which she does. Wasps back into the lead, but this was spectacular.
Less than 1 minute, okay, guys?
Absolutely outstanding. I can't believe it. That beautiful step, just a little step in, step out, goes round, shows her athleticism, backs herself, head back, arms flying through. Nobody's stopping her from there. Brandy goes over to get that all-important score, converts it 7-5 to Wasps.
Are we going right or left?
What's so impressive about that? The step is impressive, but it's getting back up to full speed after that stop again. So good. Changes the momentum of this final into the last minute of the first half. Pumas 5, Wasps 0. Oh, is that giving us a knock on? That's a tough one.
That's half time.
And that takes us through to half-time. Couple of injuries, one for either side. Couple of tries, one for either side. It's one conversion, the difference between the teams. Savvy Pumas 5, Wasps 7 in the quest for silverware here at Twyford Avenue.
I mean, she touched it with her fingertips, didn't she?
We've got a great final on our hands here, and it could go either way. Wasps currently leading by that one conversion. They've had to come from behind to do it. And they've gone deep with the kickoff. Savvy Pumas in the pink with a slight breeze advantage. Oh, they've tried to go out of the back door there.
That was forward.
Do you feel as though players have become a little bit blindsided by the fact that you can still pass the ball traditionally? Not everything has to be one-handed, one way or the other.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like a
Sorry, I need you to take that during
fun training session in the summer, doesn't it? A bit of pre-season fun, trying offloads you want, you know, get it out your system. Yeah, there's a few where you just need to go, right, traditional two-handed push pass, create those two-on-ones.
Or maybe we are just a pair of old farts who need to get with the times because the kids want to play.
Hey, don't get me wrong, I am one of those those out the back door passers, I have to say.
Now watch this blind side here because the scrum half has shown a clean pair of heels. Oh, she's got open this time.
Good.
And got the ball away. Oh, lovely line. That is a beautiful line. It's a second try for Brandy. She could be the match winner.
A double Brandy try. Could be costly.
Well, we saw her for the first try show really good footwork, really good balance. What we've seen there is her showing a really good ability to run a good line, a good hard line, and use her natural pace for a 14-5 lead.
Yeah, she's gassed. I just saw her signalling to come off. She's like, hey, I've done my work now. And they're like, no, stay on. You need a hat trick, girl.
Yeah, just look at this line here. Lovely delayed ball. Gets on the outside shoulder of the defender.
Look how she just weaves from side to side. She reminds me of a motorbike, going from side to side, so effortless. I'd literally be on the floor with grazed elbows if that was me.
She's on 2 tries and she wants to come off. I don't know how times have changed because I know the game has evolved, but back in my day, hat-trick avoidance was a thing, and that's not the kind of thing you'd want to get fined for at the end of the tournament, so she needs to get another one. Oh, now then, Pumas threatening to breach the Wasps line.
No, don't pull, don't
But it's a 2-score game because they failed to get that first conversion. Need to get a try, need to give themselves something to build on. Oh, that's a nice step. Oh, she's just about kept hold of it as well. It's been a shame to lose it in that context. Galloping into space though. Wasps just about holding on defensively and looking for the turnover. Not getting it this time. Pumas just need to keep their depth. Or do they? Oh, that's a beautiful arcing run. Wasps beaten for pace by a little bit of cup final brilliance, and Savvy Pumas right back in this one. It's 10-14.
Outstanding by the number 12. It was her who set up the previous try for them. She backs herself, backs her pace, goes through the gap.
Thank you.
And now has to convert this try. But the woman of the moment, she gets it as well. Close one, this.
Have 12-14 for Wasps.
Well, the next try is absolutely massive, because whilst there is still time on the clock,
yeah,
if Wasps manage to pinch another one, then it's looking pretty bleak for Pumas. But right now, these next few phases,
where are we going?
absolutely enormous.
Pumas have to get the ball back, don't they? Oh, that's not going to help them. Commentator's curse.
Well, that's not going on the highlights reel, is it? That restart.
Free kick, okay?
And you don't want Comfort running at you either, who's running off the shoulder of 9.
Well, they dealt with her very well there early on.
You are totally
Oh no, she's gone in off her feet. Oh, 10 metres as well. Free gift here for Pumas, and they need to be careful. Well, not only are they not 10, they're nowhere near 10, but it might not matter. Great chance here for Wasps. If they do score, though, they're going to want to score close to the post to get the conversion. An unconverted try, and not a lot changes here, but they will get the try. They will extend the lead. 19-12 with the kick to come. And this conversion, in the grand scheme of things, absolutely enormous.
Yeah, massive, and we've seen M. Stone be a threat all day. Her gas coming off that scrum, but she's just there, that linking player for the little lift ball to her as she circles around the outside, goes over, gets it close enough for the opportunity to be in with a real shout, get these extra important points. Time's running out for the Savvy Pumas.
And if you're Wasps, you'll take as much time as possible over this conversion. But the mission for Savvy Pumas has not changed. A converted try, and they can take this game to extra time. It's another good carry, isn't it, by Comfort. Just draws in defenders with that strength in the contact zone. Good restart. It's going to bounce which way? Oh, it is Savvy Puma's ball. So if they're going to score, they're going to need to do it from distance. However, there's a high tackle, and they've got a chance. And they've got less than a minute to get the try and the conversion. They've got to be error-free here, Savvy Pumas. They've left that behind, but it's no knock-on. But good pressure, good lift. Caroline Akamuni.
Oh, we're going to see a card here.
Oh, it is dramatic.
Yeah, here we go.
Savvy Pumas with a player advantage. Send it on its way. God, they don't want to get isolated. They certainly don't want to lose the battle with that touchline on the far side. Wasps Down to 6, defending a 7-point lead, but picking up the penalty. And that should be the ball game.
Back.
Sam Emery's holding the width there. Just wondering if they're thinking about a crossfield. They're going to carry.
Well, they should be thinking about keeping hold of this ball, because if they go through the phases
Not
here,
rolling. You, not rolling.
then they will become champions. Well, they've been told to kick it out, but they're going to try and put some icing on the cake. Oh, they just love to play. Great offload. Great. Oh, it's been knocked on, but that'll take us to the end of the game anyway.
And that's
Oh, Wasps 19, Savvy Pumas 12.
You have to look at the ref and see what we do, okay?
And Wasps win it at home. Brilliant final in the end. Tough for Savvy Pumas. Never really got a foothold in the game. Wasps worthy winners, 19 points to 12. They are the women's social champions here at the Lit Sevens. Let the celebrations begin.
Now he's supposed to streak. And you missed it. Good for them. Fucking superb work.
It is the plate final in the men's social competition. It is the Camden Roosters versus the Sharaf Chargers from Dubai. Chargers attacking the try line to your right. The team, well, I was going to say the team in your picture now, but then the Roosters captain has arrived. Very similar jerseys, yeah? Very similar jerseys indeed. Rocky Clark is with us for this one. She'll be keeping us company, bringing her expert insight to all the finals between now and the end of the competition. We've had a couple of crackers already, haven't we?
We have indeed. We've just seen an excellent final between Wasps women and Savvy Pumas. Wasps being the winners of that.
We've got Camden versus Dubai here. Two very, very, let's go with different parts of the world, shall we? Although both equally vibrant when the sky is dark and the lights are bright. It'll be the Sharaf Chargers of Dubai College to get us underway. Very similar jerseys, both nice jerseys though. A fan of these broken hoops.
Pretty nice, although I reckon I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes trying to work out who's on what side.
Well, Roosters are in the black shorts. Chargers in the white shorts. Chargers about to kick us off. And that's going to be a contestable kick-off to get underway.
Advantage. Lost forward.
And there's advantage for the knock-on.
Advantage over.
Roosters on the ball. Good pick-up on the half volley. Two young teams, full of vitality, full of running, full of offloads, and that is going to be some opening score. Roosters in. Chargers barely had time to get off the mark. 30 seconds have passed. We've got 5 points on the board. He's already said the tank is empty and wants a change, but what a score to open this final.
Absolutely beautiful. We saw the player come across, and it was just that late switch, and number 11 came through like hot knife of a butter, went through. There we go, little step. Nice offload, just backs himself.
Just that slight overcommitment on the tackle, wasn't it? And once your back is turned, you have got no chance. What a start. Camden Roosters 7, Dubai Chargers 0, a minute gone. Oh, there's a space there. Smart thinking, great pickup. And this Roosters team have come to play. Oh, that is a tasty mullet.
And a tasty step as well.
Yeah, and the offload to match. Second touch in the attack. I like that little fend there. Using the fend to put space between yourself and the defender. Oh, that is serious power. We had one of those little tickle fens before, but that is a piston-like left hand, and the Roosters get their second score.
There's two players left in his wake, wasn't there? And they were just looking at each other going, well, at least we've both been embarrassed. It's just not one on our own. Nothing worse than being handed off, is there?
Well, especially in that manner.
I'm used to being gassed, but I'm allowed to be. I'm allowed to be one of the slowest players on the pitch. But sat down, that's a kind of no-no.
But we've just seen the first handoff, that one there, that's where you just use it to almost push yourself back and create the space.
Yeah, careful you don't push yourself back off the ledge there.
And then we've got this one here, big, heavy, strong guy, all the momentum. You sit down, I'm going to score this try.
He's a huge power athlete, isn't he? I think we'll see more of him today.
Backwards.
Chargers, well, need charging. First real attack though. Oh God, now they're finding space up the middle. That's a really good carry. Now needs a bit of support, and armour's gone a bit high. The referee's really hot on high tackles today. Roosters need to be careful with that. We've seen some yellow cards given. No sweeper at home, so this good territory for Chargers. Can they turn it into points?
Offside.
Oh, offside. And it's a waste in the end for the Chargers.
Yeah, it was an opportunity. Threaded that ball through. Good chase.
Oh, good feet. And an excellent tackle. It's come back Roosters' way. Really do look an excellent team, even when the ball's scrappy like that.
They've got some skills. It's certainly not their first Sevens tournament, is it?
It's a little bit chaotic. Referee happy enough that the ball hasn't gone forwards. Oh, they're missing too many tackles now. And Roosters hitting lines. Tell you what, this is a great foot race, though. Chargers are in with half a chance here, but eventually the parachute comes out of the back. They've done well to force that one wide, but Roosters score their third try, and this becoming a little bit of a procession. 4 minutes gone. Roosters 19, Chargers 0.
Just too many missed tackles. They overchase him, grabbing at shadows. Got to make sure their defensive line is connected, using the touch lines as well. You know how important that is as a winger or as a Sevens player, to be able to use that as an extra defender. You've got to stay in line and together.
He's given that a very good whack. We're going to have another look at the try here. This is the second one they've scored from a player coming from deep and hitting this similar line.
Yeah, just another beautiful support line by Mr. Mullet.
And the restart's not gone 10. Roosters doing their best to really challenge on the restart. That's a nice little grab and go. 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts at the offload. Oh, a big old shot.
He was desperate to do that out of the back pass, wasn't he?
There's the loosey-goosey. That sounded like a final warning for the high tackle for me. Come back for the advantage. Roosters are 19 up, but they're going to be down to 6. And they'll see out the rest of the first half. Maybe a bit of the second with a player down. Chargers. The inside ball. Oh, that looked like it could have been high as well. I think he might have got away with one there,
I think he has. You could certainly hear the clattering of it.
But it's a brilliant turnover. A wild pass. And I think we've seen the first instance there of the... Oh, what a ball! Go on, please score this try. And the offload too. Unbelievable! Football, rugby, basketball, a bit of everything. And finally a meat pie for Chargers.
Hell of a try, wasn't it? Lovely little toe up and a ball to his mate. Good finish as well. Tucked his shoulder to barrel over. We were willing them to score. They did just that.
I love it when tries like that work. That takes us to half-time so often. They just get booted straight into touch. But that time, it's gone to hand. There was a bit of a step, a bit of a hop and a skip. And Chargers have given themselves a lifeline. Let's take another look at this now. Yeah, I think we were just about to see the first example of players getting confused about the jerseys. However, it's gone forward there. Just watch him come in here. Whoop, there we go. Still with work to do. But the offload good. The finish good too.
That was a lovely step, wasn't it? Off his right, back to his left, little out the back again. Outstanding.
Now we are down at Wasps. Wasps have won a trophy, and we are going to hear all about it with James Zanadakis.
Thank you, Dave Rogers. Wasps have won the plate final in the previous match that took place just before this match here. I'm joined by Em and Brandy with an eye and a little heart on the eye. I said I'd get that in. Well done, guys. Congratulations. Talk to us through the final, because it was quite a close match in the end, wasn't it? But you obviously came out victorious in the end.
Yeah, it was a really competitive game, really physical game. I think we really tried to stay connected in defence, but credit to them because it was a really tough battle. But fortunately, we came out with a win.
Yeah, you certainly did. And Brandy, obviously, winning something in these competitions is a big thing, isn't it? Winning the plate final. Just how much does that mean to you personally and as a team as well?
I think for me, it was just really important that we played for each other. Just before we went on, we said, it's the final. Give it all you've got. Just dig deep. It's the last game, but mainly do it for each other, and then we'll have a pint together after. So, yeah.
That's what attention now turns to the after party, doesn't it? You've done the hard stuff now. I think you're happy to sit down for 5 minutes to take a moment and then start looking forward to a drink that's well earned.
Yeah, and hopefully have a trophy to drink out of as well.
Yeah. Some big cheers from those watching from the commentary box. Right, the second half's about to get underway in this match. Congratulations again, plate finalists, plate winners, and enjoy that pint from the trophy, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well played, the Wasps. And who will be joining them on the top of the podium, Roosters or Chargers? Chargers scoring just before half-time. Roosters certainly been the stronger of the two teams. But a nice smart little nudge in behind, and he's gathered that as well. It is a hard way to earn 3 meters and then to take the extra roll. That's a free gift, I'm afraid. And Roosters can just calm things down now. They've got a 2-score advantage. That's another decent ball into the 22. One missed tackle, and you're under your own posts. Oh, and he's made a sausage of him underneath the sticks as well. They show no mercy, these boys, do they? Just a reminder that Roosters are down to 6. And that is some finish.
He's a big old boy as well, isn't he? Lovely step off his left to go through, and then just taunting the player under the post. Yeah, great finish again. They got all of it, haven't they? The playmaker, 13 on his back, been unleashing his attack. And all these boys can step and run hard lines. Pretty decent gas as well.
Oh, another mistake.
And that's a yellow.
From the restart. Oh, and another yellow card. A free gift from Roosters. Well, if they're going to win this championship, they're going to do it the hard way. It's the second time they've gone down to 6. But Chargers need 3 tries and they need to convert them all. And that's just to get level. Oh, he's got good feet, hasn't he? Good balance as well. Little nudge in behind. Where's this going to bounce? Oh, it doesn't quite sit up. Not getting the bounce, not getting the rub of the green, Chargers.
Good to see him trying something different. Just feel they need to try and take advantage of this one-man overlap, though. Perhaps get it to an edge, create a 2-on-1. It's in the danger man. Big fella coming back on again. He's got that outrageous first try within 30 seconds.
Couch! Fight! That's
Well, that could have been intercepted there. That was a good dummy to keep hold of. And Roosters down to 6. Still finding ways to get over the gain line. Just a little bit too powerful for Chargers. Every facet of the game at the moment.
Roosters really good at riding the tackle, aren't they, and spinning out of it and getting that offload.
Yeah, giving their teammates the opportunity to join them. They're not getting isolated, are they? Sometimes you can go a bit quickly and find yourself in trouble. Oh, that's going to be a yellow card, isn't it?
He's running off. He knew what he'd done, didn't he?
Yeah, we are at the halfway point of the second half, and it's becoming more and more obvious where this trophy is going to end up. It is going to end up with Roosters. Although
play on.
Somehow managed to cough that ball up.
Off his head.
Both teams currently down to 6. He's dropped it on the toe again, and he's got those long sprinter strides. I think there was another 5-6 meters. He might have got outside his man.
Never released.
But he's done enough to win a penalty. Chargers need to score. They have to. Big pass off the left hand. Oh, and he's left it behind. Well, if Chargers don't score here, then they have absolutely butchered the opportunity. But that is a brilliant, brilliant offload. And they will get the try. 1 down, 2 to go.
That was good.
Hell of a pass going out wide, wasn't it? It was like a miss 4. And he could see it coming into his hand, scoring his tries, and then he just left it behind. He'd already scored the try in his head, but they managed to recycle it and get that little tidy offload away.
Oh, they had to score though. They'd worked so hard to get there, but that little left-handed scoop over the top. It was a quick check to see whether or not it was forward. Referee happy enough that it was bang on the money. But the conversion missed, so it is still a 3-score game. Oh, spiral restart, yes please. Tight spiral on the drop kick. I don't know how he's done it, but I'm a big fan. All of a sudden, Roosters are in the clear. Oh, and he's gathered it. Brilliant hands. They're not so brilliant hands.
Lost.
Ah, the fun and games of the fair here at the Lit Sevens.
I thought he was juggling. That was impressive to regather, and then he just lost control, didn't he?
Fun.
Just into the final moments of the game. See some tired bodies out there.
Good scrum.
26-10. Roosters at the end of a long day are going to find themselves with a trophy to lift here. Final few seconds. Roosters in charge of the scoreboard, in charge of the field position.
Out! Bind! Set! Yeah.
And all the while, the clock continues to tick.
Yeah.
And there it is, ticking past 14 minutes.
Bind! Set! Out. And release!
Final few phases then. Chargers looking to end on a high with a score. It is a long way round from there, but he's given himself a great chance. Oh, this is a special try to finish on here in this final. Chargers. And he's even dished it as well. I'm not sure they're going to have time to restart. It's not going to matter anyway. Chargers finish with perhaps the best try they've scored all day. However, it's not enough to defeat the Camden Roosters, who leave the Lit Sevens with a trophy, with a gold medal. Camden Roosters 26, Sharaf Chargers 17. Let's take another look at this final try. There was a lovely ball out wide. He's threatened to do this the entire game, but eventually when he did get to use those long strides, incredibly quick, it is what could have been for Sharaf Chargers, because today belongs to Camden Roosters. They've defeated the Chargers 26 points to 17, and in fact they are so buoyed with victory, we're going to be hearing from one of the players already. He's got a bit of a battle scar on his knee, but that's not going to hurt because he's got a party to get to with the boys. Camden Roosters 26, Sharaf Chargers 17. Let's hear from a winner who is pitch side with James.
Dave, yeah, I'm here with John. Listen, John, great match, great victory. Brilliant to come away with the plate final, obviously in the back of your pocket. You must be buzzing.
Yeah, buzzing, blowing as well. But yeah, good to come away with something. Always a relief. Always nice to come out to these tournaments and leave with something.
We've literally just dragged you off the side of the pitch, haven't we? The match finished a matter of seconds ago. You are still catching your breath, but that just gives a little indication of how hard you had to work, because that match wasn't as straightforward in the end, was it, as perhaps it looked at one point?
No, not at all. Again, bigger pitch as well. Pitch one, nice to come out here, turn around a bit, but it takes its toll. We're blowing a bit. And I feel for the other team as well. We had a lot longer break than them, so hats off to them for sticking in it.
And also down to 6 players, a couple of Ks, I think, weren't you? So that never helps, does it?
Yeah, hungry bit of cheese, to be honest, by both teams, mate. Yeah, 6 on was a bit of a struggle as well.
Hard work's done now. You've got to look forward to a couple of beers, I reckon, this evening. There'll be a few going down, won't there?
Oh yeah, we'll settle into a few, I'm sure. Get into it.
Well, listen, well done, congratulations, and enjoy the moment. And yeah, great day for you guys. Well done.
Yeah, happy. Thank you very much.
Man. Cheers, John. Appreciate it. See you, mate. Well done. Cheers. Right, back to you, Dave. That is a great interview.
Finals come thick and fast. It is Army Development now against Nigeria Exiles. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome indeed. Great to have you on board. You join us in West London, Twyford Avenue, home of Wasps FC, home of the Lit Sevens. This is the Men's Open Plate Final. It has been a hard day's graft to get here. Nigeria Exiles in the white and green, ready to get us underway. Army development in those famous red jerseys that light up the Sevens scene. Still so many finals to come. We've got this, the men's open plate final, we've got the women's social final, the men's cup final, in the open and the social. But Nigeria development kick us off. Army knock the ball on. And we will have our first set scrum of the final. Something for Rocky Clark to get excited about.
Oh yeah, there's been a few decent scrums here. Quite excited to see these front rows go at it. Big physical lads there.
Yeah, there are some big lads out there. And in their eternal quest for the beach bods, we've got some lads down there doing muscle-ups on the outdoor gym here. Come on, boys, it's been a long day. Just chill out, yeah? Right then, Nigeria. Oh, that's been dropped, and that's a shame.
Just took his eye off the ball, didn't he?
To be fair, that's exactly what I'd do if I had a soldier running flat out towards me as well.
Yeah, they certainly put you off, wouldn't they?
Oh, yes. What it does mean is it'll be an Army put in at the scrum. A little bit of space up this short side, but they're going to go open, get the ball away and get it away quickly. Army development attacking the line. There's that switch back inside and a deliberate knock on. This could be a carte jaune. Yes, it is. Yellow card. Army development away quickly. Nigeria exiles on the back foot.
First, it's not running away.
Oh, and they nearly turned that ball over, but not running away, conceded the penalty. Referee just checking there are 6 on the park. There are 6 on the park. They're just very quick, so it looks like 7.
I tell you what, the gas from that number 10 going through and the footwork just holding off and the power just to go from 0 to 100.
Yeah, here guys, look
really impressive, these guys.
Well, they've got the full width to work with at scrum time here. Big space on the short side. Nigeria exiles with some defending to do. Oh, first tackle made, got the offload away. Now it's a one-on-one speed-wise. But there is no match for offloads like that. Oh, that is outrageous. Army score the first try of the final. Could have been 1, 2 or 3 scorers.
You'd expect that little freebie try gift in the last couple of seconds of the game where there's 6 tries up, not when it's 0-0.
Well, in what could be a tight final, they managed to take it closer to the sticks.
No, stop.
If this conversion goes through, then it will all be worth it. Army 5, Nigeria exiles 0. That was a big setup for a disappointing result on that conversion. But let's take another look at this. And they look like they could have butchered it, but...
Yeah, it was good defence initially, wasn't it?
This was brilliant though. Look at the way he sucks in the 2 defenders.
Absolutely textbook. He goes towards one of the outside man's shoulders, then he steps off his left, cuts through to the second man's inside shoulder, so you've got 2 players biting at him, and then just allows that offload round to the left. Outstanding play, running at those inside shoulders.
What I wish you could all see is the way that Rocky Clark, as she was describing that, did dive in off the right foot, then the left foot.
Was I in my best amateur dramatics there? I think I had my eyes closed as well, going through the motions.
Just dreaming the movements. That restart's gone out on the full. It is Exile's ball. Their First chance to launch an attack. Army defending with a 6-1 here, so a sweeper in. Watching out for the kick, or watching out for the line break. But the touchline never loses a tackle. And that is an error. Yeah, they're so desperate to make things happen quickly, aren't they?
6.
But now Ali back on the ball. Lovely floated pass. There's a couple of the best vest. Oh no, the offload's good. More on the vest hands later because Army Development are cutting through the Exiles like a knife through butter. Wonderful try. And it's so difficult to know what to focus on when you're playing against a team who looks so comfortable on the ball.
Yeah, and we saw it again, just in a smaller gap. The guy on the edge just stepped to his left, stepped to his right, drew 2 defenders in, and then the big guy had been catapulted through onto the ball, scores the try. Nobody's stopping him.
Sevens, guys.
Little left to the right, 2 players bite in on him. Boom. It's big number 2, trotting through. Happy days.
Nigeria Exiles just making life hard for themselves here. The one time they've had some time to spend on the ball, they wasted it by running into touch. This is flirting with the line again. I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to be an issue at the moment because Army are 2 scores to the good, but that's 2 restarts, 2 that have gone straight into touch. They've not quite got the judge of the wind yet.
Now, as they play different teams, higher levels.
Oh, bone rattler.
Ding, 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 ding.
Oh, we like the get-up, though. It's almost worth being melted.
Oh, wow.
Oh, but he's lined him up from downtown there, hasn't he?
Happy with the timing.
Cool, he looked like a banana sideways, didn't he? But then, look at this get-up. He's taking a breath. Oh.
Let's go, we'll be last play.
You'll have to trust. But he just flicked up onto his 2 feet.
Serious core strength, that. Right, last attack of the half then. Army looking for their 3rd try. They're just attacking the line with such gusto. Another penalty conceded. Discipline a real problem here for the Exiles. But now they're queuing up. Oh, the bounce pass. Well, it's not going to matter because they're in the corner. It is all too easy. 3 chances, 3 tries. Army Development 17, Exiles 0. That'll take us through to half-time following the conversion. It is one-way traffic here at Twyford Avenue. And I'm not sure it matters what happens with this conversion. They have been too good, too strong, too clinical. Tough conversion, slightly wind assisted. And the half-time whistle goes. Exiles in deep trouble here. They trail Army Development by 17 points to 0.
Before the very last match, they usually do like a team photo of the referee. I'm going to stay up there. There was a guy that was down.
Army are going to get us underway in this second half. And barring something quite miraculous as a turnaround,
It might be at half time of the final or before the final.
I think they are going to be walking away with some silverware here at the Lit Sevens. Nigeria Exiles not really given themselves much of a chance so far. They've been wasteful in what little possession they have. And that's a really good restart. It's gone forward off Nigeria development. And they just can't get a foothold in the game, Rocky Clark.
No, they can't. Too many errors, forcing things. The Army are putting on so much pressure. You know, kickoffs now and added set piece. And not even able to get those at the moment. So it's really tough when you don't have possession.
Free kick at scrum time.
Early push, you can't push, that's it.
Oh, that is such good footwork. And the offload to match. British Army cutting loose, putting on a show here at Twyford Avenue. Now a race for the corner. Exiles come racing across, which means there's space to the left. But they've gone back to the right instead, falling off tackles. And this is a team that is so hard to defend. And everyone's enjoying this, apart from the men in white and green.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful finish from the Army. Little fake, dummy to the left, steps back. Players fly off to the left. It's easy for him just to glide through. Chasing coattails at the moment.
Oh, and that's been drawn in nicely too. Lovely nudge. 24-0. Yeah, just seeing that offload out of the back door. And they are running this defence ragged. Look at that, 1, 2, 3 defenders committed. But then sending 1, 2 defenders to the shops, 3. And you can't use arms tackles against these Army guys. They're so strong up top.
And they're rapid and can step as well.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing they can't do. Apart from maybe that.
That's come off a green boot. It's gone straight out, so that will be more Army ball.
Oh, there we go.
Here, look. Look.
Just winning every facet of the game.
Can I have someone in the 5, please? I need to have someone. Wait. Guys, someone in the 5, please. Here. Yeah, you have too much. Wait. Let's go. Okay, numbers.
And done for numbers.
Well, they are completely falling apart at the seams here, Nigerian Exiles, and as a result, British Army are continuing to thrive, wearing players like backpacks as they take them over for another score. Try number 5, still 4 minutes gone.
Oh, yeah, but...
Or 4 minutes to go, should I say.
Got someone in the 5. I call him to... Yeah,
Yeah, and it goes through. Big fend on one of the tallest players. Just goes over, as you said. Wearing one as a backpack, I like that. Maybe a parachute.
Maybe a parachute.
But that strength to go through. Yeah, it's number 2 again. Danger man, pass it out. 13, step off his left. Twice through, lovely little offload. 2 back in, and boom! Look at that, boom!
Oh.
Big man on big man. He's chasing at him.
Yeah, come with me, buddy.
Yeah.
We've got to try to score.
And Sevens just helping him over, or weighing him down, one of the 2.
It is a thankless task playing against this Army team at the moment. Now, the game is done. The game is won. The Army are going home with a trophy, and good for them, they've been brilliant. But I am going to cast my neutral shackles off and go fully behind Nigeria Exiles development here, because we can't have them playing in a final and not getting a try. So come on, lads, let's get over that white paint. Feed that speed on the left-hand side. Oh, it's a nicely timed pass. Now there is a foot race, here we go. Oh, great strength, good speed, the reach is there, the try's there. And the Exiles have something to celebrate. Finally, a glimpse of what they can do.
Absolutely outstanding finish. Had it all to do. I think it was 3 defenders he went through or round. Absolutely well-deserved score there.
That'll be the frustrating thing for them, won't it? Realising that they do have that ability. But they've just not given themselves a chance. They've not done the basics so well. And the one time they have, this is what they've come up
On
with.
the line out, you can do less, but you need to have someone in 5. It's too long.
Lovely time pass, wasn't it? Just before he got hit. Backs himself, just gets around 1, 2, that little step in and the fend. And 3 coming across, fend. Boom, manages to stay on his chest to get that score.
That is a tasty meat pie. 90 seconds of this one to go. It's just about gone 10. Not sure that was the plan. Oh, but no sooner do the Exiles score than the Army cut loose again. That's a cracking inside ball. That is such a good pass. Running at full tilt, passing off the weaker hand. Over the shoulder, absolutely excellent.
Absolutely pinpoint, wasn't it? And what I love is their ability to go from standing then into like full sprint straight away. And he was just going full tilt. Beautiful pass. And it's just they seem to know where the other players are, don't they? I think they could play this game with their eyes shut. They just know that the player's going to be off their shoulder, running that hard line, running that support line.
36-5. Wow. This is the men's open plate final. We've still got the women's social final, the men's social cup final, and the men's open cup final to come. So stick with us here at Twyford Avenue for the conclusion of the Lit Sevens as well. Nigerian Exiles, serious gas merchants, but here comes the chase. What a score. What a score. Where has this Exiles team been?
I tell you what, I think he ran faster because he had 2 Army guys running behind him, and I think that'd make me sprint a little bit faster as well. Outstanding gas and finish.
Well, 8 tries and some real spirit being shown here by the Exiles. But that takes us through to full time. Army Development leave with the plate, and they have been worthy winners. They've taken it quite comfortably as well. 36-10. Nigeria Exiles Development giving themselves something to smile about. 2 excellent tries, and this was the final moment of the match. Look at this, beats the first defender quick enough to get away from the second. I mean, this chase from Army. Watch 9 come into the shot here. And I think another couple of meters he might have got there, but that's a really good finish.
So good, and do you see how the Army guy tried to flick him on his back as well to stop that try? They're just so good to score a try against them at that pace. Brilliant.
That was a popular try, but the Army Development, oh, what a performance. They have won that final 36 points for 10, and James Anadakis is down there making friends with winners.
Dave Rogers, thank you very much indeed. We're joined by Naz. Naz, I know you're keen to go and celebrate with the team, but just a quick couple of words on that brilliant victory. 6 tries, dominant performance. You've won the plate. Well done, my friend.
Actually, I want to take this opportunity to thank the boys and management for the Army Rugby Sevens team and all the players participating today, the development team and the main squad that's going up on the main final. Hope they'll come out in the better side. Thank you.
Yeah, and listen, you played so well. It's nice to come away with the plate, isn't it?
I know we've dropped shot. Not going to the main cup, but what we planned about is going down to the place and win it.
Listen, your teammates are over there. Maybe we can get them to come over here. Come over here, lads, and we'll get one big cheer. They've done it. Can we get them live on TV? All of the players, come on over, all of you. Have a big cheer. Live on TV. Well done, you've done it. Big cheer for Army. Let's go, boys, let's go.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Well done, boys. Enjoy it. Thanks very much, boys. Lovely scenes. Back to you, Dave.
Oh, love it. Well played, boys. That is a big victory. But we've got no time to dwell on it because the action continues here at the Lit Sevens. And it is Find Rugby Now. The home team, if you like, it is the Find Rugby Now Lit Sevens against the London Bears. It is all silverware from here on in. It is all finals here on pitch number 1. It is going off behind the pitch as well. There's DJ playing, the barbecue's on, the bar's open. It's a shame you couldn't get here to join us for it, but we're delighted that you're sticking with us for the coverage. Bears versus Find Rugby Now. This in the social competition. This needs to travel. Oh, I didn't hear the referee then. I thought she was going to let him get away with that. Bears in the blue. Find Rugby Now in the green. Let's go with FRN, shall we? And a first touch for them. Suggestion of a forward pass. Referee happy enough to play on. First attack then for FRN. It's been pinched. It's scrappy at the breakdown, but it's come back green. And then it's lost. Losing the battle with the touchline. 7s or 15s, that's always a frustrating one.
One has to stay.
First line out. Oh, Bears go up. Don't quite pinch it. They got there first, but they've knocked it on. FRN very narrow. But that bouncing ball does create the width. Who's got the last touch off that?
Line out to blue. Green kick it out. Line out to blue.
There'll be a blue throw in at the line. We have gone width to width.
Okay. Blue.
Back where we started with another line out.
Should be green, yeah? Green line out. Okay, green's line out.
Little bit of a scrappy start so far.
Yeah.
Well, that was nearly straight.
Backwards, play on.
It's a bit scrappy from FRN, but they use this width. No, that's a really good tackle, but the offload is equally as good. Matches it well.
Knock on. Knock on.
Well, 2 minutes in. This one yet to really spark into life.
Yeah, I think they just need to get a foothold into the game, get some go forward, whether or not you have to crash it up first to then try and draw some players in and then go wide. But just a little bit scrappy. Balls need to go to hand, get some pace on it.
Well, this is the final of the women's social competition, the last women's game of the day, actually.
Early pushing.
It's the men's social final afterwards. Millfield Old Boys against Phoenix Sevens, then Rugby for Heroes against the Army, the men's Open Cup final. Don't miss that. Bears just running out of space. Excellent defence from FRN.
Line out.
That's less than 3 minutes played, 3 lineouts.
Great.
I think that just shows you they need to get some go forward. Going forwards rather than sideways to make sure that they can suck players in.
Not straight, not straight. You want to scrum or line out? Scrum or line out? Scrum, okay, scrum.
Well, just with that, I think I felt a little bit of drizzle as well.
Scrum in.
We'll be happy under this then.
Well, we will be happy under this.
Unless it's sideways sheet rain.
Yes, yeah. What I will ask somebody to do though is close my car door that I've just left open down below. Oh, what a sausage!
Crouch.
It's twice I've heard you say that.
Set.
Just a nice way of. Oh, as we're looking at this scrub, it's awfully messy, but it's popped out and. Bears in possession. That is a windmill dummy for the ages, and the ball is still with Bears.
There she goes again. That was 3, I think I counted.
Yeah, but getting the ball away. Again, it's a bit lateral from Bears, but going through the phases could help them out. Good offload, good handling. Oh, really good handling. And FRN, very narrow in defence here. There'll be space for Bears if they bring it to the left. Good catch pass required. Oh, the winger's gone a bit quickly, but they're not going to need her because there's a dummy, there's a dart, and there's a try.
Try down.
Yeah, brilliant by the young player to go through. Bears back himself, centre position. Just sees that gap was a little bit too big for the player to come across and cover. Backs her pace.
It's Georgia Willan who gets the opening score. Let's see how she created it. Said it needed a good catch pass. That was just a brilliant dummy, wasn't it? And a step off the left. She knew she had Katie Gamble outside her. Ooh, I'm not even entirely sure she grounded that. Maybe a bit of cup final luck there for the London Bears. Now FRN. This could be an immediate response if the pass is good, and it is. Up to halfway they go, needing a response here.
Coming back into life now, aren't they? Sorted out their handling.
Well, sometimes conceding a try can do that to you, can't it? Chasing the game can focus the mind. 90 seconds to go until half-time, and then just coughed up.
Knock on first.
They can't give up on that ball. There's a player down here for London Bears. Amanda Burton looks in some discomfort.
Time off. Physio. Medical. You okay? You got your eye? Yeah. Can you take it? Yeah. You're okay.
Referee's acting as medical as well.
It's going to be a straight swap, I think. Out comes Amanda Burton. Back on her feet, but off the pitch she goes.
Do you know will there be a beep on?
As we approach the final minute of the first half, Bears 7,
scrum.
FRN
Scrum
0.
to
It'll be a Bears scrum as well.
Is it on our own timing or there is a beep? Do you know? Scrum. Scrum. Scrum on this line.
And I think
Thank you.
half-time will do both these teams the world of good. The chance to
Crouch.
reset, try and take a foothold in this final.
Again. Okay. Crouch. Fine. Set. Toss out.
Lottie Burns
Knock on.
gets the ball in, but she's just stripped.
Oh, here we go. Slipping off the tackles. Fine Rugby now. Need to go under the posts here. They are right back in this final. And when the opportunity presents itself, you have to take it. They have not been in this first half at all, but all of a sudden, they've got a conversion to level it.
Okay.
Coming up to 7 minutes. Fine Rugby now 5. Bears 7. Oh, tries in this sport come from the most unorthodox places. Big conversion to level the final, taking a little bit of heat from those in the bar. And it is as you were at half-time. Fine Rugby now 7, Bears 7.
Comes up, buddy. Comes up.
So, all square at half-time. I'm Rocky Clark. Fine Rugby now versus London Bears. 7-all, all to play for in this final. Fine Rugby now kicking off. Oh, cruel bounce over the head. Oh, that was so close.
Knock on.
Knock on. Fine Rugby now nearly had the luck of the bounce.
Scrum to blue. Scrum to blue.
Scrum to London Bears.
Back here.
Under a little bit of pressure in their 22. All to play for. Second half in this final.
Girls, you're not square. Come up, yep.
Referee just talking to them about being square in the scrum. Steady.
What have I missed?
There was a cruel bounce, but they managed to get the turnover.
The ball has spent too much time too close to that touchline. So, you know, you're coaching now, you're doing a lot of coaching, particularly with young players. If you keep losing that battle with the touchline, what words are you having with these players other than just stop doing it?
Yeah, you've got to step in a little bit early and get the support there.
Scrum or line out.
Just be aware of where the space is. It might look like a little bit of space, but it's too close to the touchline. You talked about they've gone into touch 4 or 5 times. It's got to be about penetrating through the middle early. Get that offloading game going in, so you're nowhere near that touchline. Just under a little bit of pressure. London Bears at scrum time.
What it does mean is this game remains in the balance. It's a really interesting final. And the longer it goes on, the longer the scoreline remains like this, the more interesting, the more dramatic it becomes.
Knock on again, blue ball, scrum.
Knock on again, coming back for scrum.
Yep.
Just need to make sure they exit a little bit cleaner. Scrum half is under a huge amount of pressure. Just needs a clean strike from the hooker. She's got to be quick. Obviously, there's not 8 people in the scrum. There's not much room for that ball to travel back. As soon as that ball comes out the scrum, she's fair game.
Ready, girls?
Well, the clock continues to tick. FRN 7, Bears 7. Bears, well, they gifted FRN the try. However, maybe that was the big ref in the sky levelling it up after the first try. Maybe wasn't grounded, but both conversions successful. It's scrappy around the line, and Bears having to do it the hard way. Was that forward? Ref says no.
That's great carry by Burton.
Here we go then. Oh, it is a long way round, but if you get there, it can be fruitful. Really good cover tackle.
Just felt she needed to use her hand off. She was just getting around the edge.
Oh, they've gone quickly here, FRN. Forcing the penalty. Oh, they're knocking the ball on. The pressure of a big final really getting to these players.
Move your side. Knock on, scrum down to blue.
Fine Rugby now just getting a little frustrated.
There we are.
Got to be careful they don't get penalised here.
Yep, you see that mark? Yep, that is that mark. One more. One more.
They're also missing a player for the scrum. She was out in the backs. She's coming now.
Right, ready? Girls, ready?
A really solid scrum from Fine Rugby now. 2 tall props.
Steady.
Strong push.
It is messy at scrum time again. And credit to the referee, she is desperate for them to try and play here. Giving them every chance to get the ball clear. Now Bears on the attack. That's Katie Gemmell trying to feed the speed. It's a nice step inside and a decent offload as well. Nice work there by Lauren Armstrong. Serious barnet on Lauren Hatch, isn't there?
Feels like a rainbow, I love it.
Like a Care Bear. Remember them?
Where's the pots of gold?
Turnover ball.
Offside advantage. Offside advantage.
Sneaking around that offside line, flirting with it, Georgia Willen.
Offside.
That was unlucky because that could have gone the other way. She's got to get up quick though and help her team get back in line.
FRN on the charge, that netball pass to keep it alive. They've almost ground to a standstill. And the game will be ground to a standstill with another handling error. Well, someone's going to have to score here. Otherwise, this game's going to extra time.
Well, you just figure it could just be a mistake or a quick tap that's going to be the difference. Whether somebody pounces on a ball, somebody gives away a penalty and they just go quick. Ask lots of questions to the defenders. But as we know in this game, backing yourself, anything can happen in seconds. Just need that player to stand up, be counted. Who's going to be the hero for their team to get those all-important points? Can they do it in this next minute?
It's Bears on the ball. Pressure coming on at scrum time. Oh, it is so messy. It's great pressure from FRN. They've turned that ball over. And now they've got an opportunity. They need to stop the knock-ons. Good pressure defensively from the Bears. Fine Rugby now going backwards. Oh, how about that for a counter ruck and a lovely pickup.
High tackle.
A high tackle, here we go. Bears running into open space. Double Goosey through the gap.
Go away, tackle up, away.
Big chance now for Bears. Into the last minute.
Not rolling.
And then Fine Rugby now not rolling away. Surely this is where London Bears win it.
Wait. Fitting, you okay? Fitting.
Oh, and an injury here for Fine Rugby now. Again, huge credit to the referee. She's like, right, you're injured, get off. Let's have a final.
Can you play? You play?
Okay, we can continue. Here are the Bears. Katie Gemmell taps it. Away they go. Amanda Burton gets the offload away. And Zoe Green wins it for London Bears. With the clock in the red. It's been a deadlock since half-time. It's been error-strewn, it's been nervous, but it's the Bears who hold their nerve.
What a time to score. Absolutely key moment in the game.
Green, move.
Shifted the ball out wide. Strong finish, dots over. Player hanging off her. Let's go and do that for your team. There you have it.
Full-time whistle goes. Fine Rugby now fall ever so short in their home tournament. London Bears celebrate a brilliant victory at the end of a long rugby day. Huge congratulations to them. Silverware at the Lit Sevens. The full-time score, London Bears 12, Fine Rugby now 7. This is the try what won it. Just needed to be composed. If you spend enough time in that part of the pitch, then you're going to get the W. It was a lovely offload to Zoe Green. And she did enough to win it for the Bears. They've won the women's social competition, and they've won it against Fine Rugby now. 7-12, the full-time score. There are some great jerseys on display. The stash at Sevens is one of the best things about the sport. I think London Bears might have got the best kits in the entire tournament. Let's have a look at them up close. We've got two champions down there with James.
Thank you very much, Dave. Two champions indeed who are still absolutely buzzing. Charlotte and Amanda, one right at the death. You can't sit still, can you? Talk us through the final moments of that game where it all rests in the balance in that final score is what won you the competition.
We just needed to take it back to what we've been doing all day, which is using our forwards to take it in, pull in their defence, get that offload, which we have become really good at, and just get our wing and put it away in the corner. So Yeah, it's
Summed up pretty nicely.
I just thought to myself, we've made it all this way here. We cannot lose, and it's just that last-minute try. I bet everybody watching was just like, yeah. Even if they weren't supporting us, yeah.
People were supporting Fine Rugby now.
Go.
Sorry, guys.
Well, listen, you upset the hosts on their home turf, but listen to this, played 5, won 5. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, not at all. What a day we've had. It's been brilliant.
I know you guys are buzzing, and I don't want to keep you any longer because you want to go and celebrate with your team, but we just wanted a moment to say congratulations, enjoy it, guys, and I'm sure there's going to be a few bevies tonight as well, isn't
definitely, yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
Cheers.
you guys, well
Take
done,
care.
appreciate it. Back to you guys in the commentary box.
Well done, the Bears. Well done, James. Lovely stuff. It is now time for the men's social final. Millfield Old Boys against Phoenix Sevens. Oh, Millfield Old Boys have put a big smile on her face. We dot some microphones down along the touchline here so you can enjoy the sights and sounds and everything great about this tournament. And they've got their Bluetooth speaker with the Champions League theme tune and just parked it next to one of the microphones. Almost like they were congratulating the London Bears, but I think it was for their run out here. It is Millfield Old Boys in the hoops, the red, the blue and the green. It is Phoenix Sevens in the white and the red. Social glory awaits. Two teams who've had a great day. Who will make it a golden day? Phoenix kicking off. Millfield with the first possession. Well, that's a dangerous offload, and they've coughed up the ball. It could cost them 5 points, maybe 7. Oh, great tackle. Man and ball to keep the score at 0-0. Now he needs to roll away. They've left a gap. And Phoenix take advantage. 30 seconds gone. Millfield 0, Phoenix 5.
Yeah, pounced on that one, didn't they? Quick pick through the middle. Took their chances. Physical already. 40 seconds in. Old Boys under a little bit of pressure.
Well, there'll be some old scores to be settled in this one as Phoenix take that conversion. Oh, he has absolutely wellied that. Missed the goal by a mile. But this is Millfield Old Boys, and Phoenix are the Bedford School Old Boys as well. So plenty of these lads will know each other. Scores to be settled. Two giants of the schoolboy game. Brilliant man and ball tackle that.
Come on.
But then there was a step to the left. Could have perhaps been a step to the right. And it is first blood Phoenix. Of course, they're here at the Lit Sevens now, but the standard of schoolboy and schoolgirl sevens in recent years, of course, all culminating in Roslyn Park, just down the road from here. They take it incredibly seriously, and even though they're old boys teams, so they might not get together as often as they'd like to, they still love to have that badge on their chest, don't they? There'll be a lot of pride in this fixture.
Yeah, so much pride, and you know, real nice opportunity for them to come all together, have a social, play some great standard rugby. There'll be a few tired bodies in the morning as well, sore bodies, and probably a few sore heads as well, I'd have thought.
Phoenix 5, Millfield 0. Oh, there is a shoe into space because they've got Grease Lightning on the wing. But the touchline wins the battle. Am I right in thinking that you've won the Roslyn Park National School Sevens as a coach?
We were in the final.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you were doing comms that day, weren't you? Yeah.
I knew you were in a final,
Yeah.
and I tossed the coin. I wasn't
You
sure
did,
who was
yeah.
heads or tails.
Yeah, we had a brilliant time with Oakland's girls team. Yeah, they got to the final, did themselves justice, but yeah, I think it was only a try in it, unfortunately.
Was it Heartbreak you played? Oh, here we go, turnover ball. Great take, race to the corner.
Time off. 11.
Well, if this is a high tackle, is it a penalty try?
Over the shoulder.
Yes, it is. Last man penalty try. Yellow card, trouble now for Phoenix. They trail 7-5, and they've got a 2-minute period down to 6 players. Let's take another look at this. Oh, he'd done all the hard work, and then Oh, it's the seat belt, isn't it?
Yeah, he just swallowed him up. He'd managed to get a hand on the shirt, hadn't he? And he could have just pulled him in and gone round waist height, but he just went over the top. Too tempting.
And Millfield Old Boys lead for the first time in the final. I mean, this is a social competition, but really high standard. Phoenix back on the ball. A man down. This is where they'll want to be in possession.
Hands off, Blue! Off your feet.
That's it. When you're a man down, you just want to keep possession, don't you?
Which is easier said than done. Millfield look organised in defence. Phoenix, with a good fence, still looking to spread the ball. Got really good strength. Was that a high tackle?
Hang on, just push it.
Yeah.
7.
I think at the end of the day, when you're tired, the idea of bending at the hips and making these tackles becomes more and more difficult. Yeah, nice offload, good balance.
Now, it's difficult for me to now put my slippers on, let alone think about bending for a tackle.
I'll get you one of those long shoe horns.
Oh, thanks, mate. I might get a grabber as well.
Now, big chance here for Phoenix back into the 22. Still a player down, but knocking on the Millfield door. Lovely pass out wide. Oh, he sought the contact and still grounded it.
He was waiting for it to come to him, wasn't he? He's just like ducking his shoulder, ready, come on.
Surprised he didn't reach out and give him the old come on with a hand there.
Yeah, it would have looked a bit of a wally if he'd got smashed into touch though, wouldn't he? So lucky, he's such a big boy, he's all right.
Yeah, good finish. And Phoenix back in the ascendancy. 10-7, 2 tries, 2 minutes to go before half time. Still 30 seconds on the card as well, according to our timer. If he gets this conversion, I'll buy you a burger.
On. Cheeseburger.
I thought that money was safe.
It was a close one. Perhaps a nibble. Maybe a sniff of a burger.
Yeah, maybe I'll get you the cheese, not the burger.
Well, thanks.
Let's have a look at the replay of the try then. Yeah, that was a good offload, wasn't it? Looked like he was going to seek the contact, but instead drew in 2 players. And Millfield a little bit overcommitted. And yeah, just here, could have backed himself, but no.
Sorry, it's coming.
Wanted to lean in.
He went for the old Dorito dip, didn't he? With the old shoulder down, bosh, get off. I'm scoring.
And that is a cracking restart as well.
Straight out.
So cracking, it's gone straight out. It looked like it was going to be contestable. But that is one of the things, particularly... Oh, no.
Oh dear, we're at the circus. Error after error. At least they've had 1 all.
Scrum.
That's a bad one.
Yeah, he's back on. Okay, that's smart, yeah.
Coming up to half-time there. Phoenix, the Bedford School Old Boys. Back up to 7 players, so they've got options both ways from this scrum, and they've got away with one, to be honest. Kicked the ball out on the full. I'm sure they'll just be keen to get through to half-time with a lead, but what will that lead be? Millfield are going to have to make a tackle at some point, and there it is.
Hands on the floor and round the neck.
Oh, good collision. But the ball's come back Phoenix way. Could they get a 3rd score before half-time? Important tap tackle. Oh, the extra roll.
Beautiful tap tackle.
Maybe it'll be Millfield who lead. Perhaps we weren't expecting this attack. The one thing we've learned today is to expect the unexpected.
Got blood.
There's going to be a change here as Phoenix.
It's going to be half-time. Yeah, stop play for blood. Okay.
Making a blood replacement. Referee waits for the sub to run all the way in and blows the half-time whistle. This one in the balance. Millfield 7, Phoenix 10. Let's go indeed. Millfield Old Boys 7, Phoenix Sevens 10. Phoenix have been down to 6, and they've been behind 7-5 after that penalty try was awarded. Millfield Old Boys will be hoping this change of ends brings them a change of luck. Well, they're not scared to go backwards to go forwards here, Millfield. They've hemorrhaged about 40 metres and they've turned to the boot, and all they've done is gift the ball back to Phoenix. That doesn't look like a wise decision.
No, there's no chase, was there? I think they were looking for obstruction, but unlikely ref was going to pick it.
Oh, good shot.
Backwards!
A real bone rattler.
Backwards!
Oh, and another one. Millfield absolutely dishing it in the second half. Need to get their hands on this ball though, need the score. But instead it's Phoenix who are looking to thread the needle and punch holes in this Millfield defence. They're into the 22.
Off his feet now.
Nobody on the short side here for Phoenix. The Bedford School Old Boys with the first chance to extend the lead that they earned through those two first half tries.
Backwards!
That one tends to have gone backwards, and Millfield flying into tackles. Oh, and it's come back!
Knock on from Red.
Oh, the referee saying that he lost control of the ball there. It didn't hit the ground, but it's been lost forward. Well, well, well.
He goes through here. Goes to the off. Oh, I think it's punched out of his hand, and then he managed to get the ball back after it bounces off the other guy's shoulder.
Okay. Okay.
Well, Millfield scrum on the 22.
Bye!
And this is the penultimate game of the day. We've got the Men's Cup final, Rugby for Heroes against the Army still to come. British Army, the development team, already winners in the plate competition. Can the Army make it a double? It's not the best ball out for Millfield, but they've got their hands on it, which is the most important thing. This is turning into the kind of schoolboy rivalry that we expected this might be. It's physical out there. Good tackle on the ball. Slow that one down. And that's a penalty well earned. Good defensive graft by Phoenix, and it's going to result in a try. That'll make it a 2-score game. Third try. This a very kickable conversion as well. It's taken 3 minutes of the second half, but Phoenix get over the paint. It's 15-7.
Absolutely brilliant try. Fens going in left, right and centre. Quick tap, handoff. Goes through another handoff, dots over. Easy try.
Oh, another missed conversion. Okay. That keeps the door open for Millfield. Take another look at this. It was the defensive pressure. You've got to keep hold of the ball, but when you cough it up inside your own 22, you're asking for trouble.
30 seconds.
Yeah, lovely finish. Really important try.
Not a great restart though. Here come Millfield. Need the next score really. If they do get the next score, it is game on, because Phoenix have not been great with their conversions. That's the reason. Millfield is still in touch really. It's 1 try to 3, but this defensive pressure absolutely excellent. Losing metre after metre.
Massive hits going in here.
It's pretty narrow, isn't it? And that's falling into the physical side of the game. Oh, going for the crossfield. That's where some space could be. Oh, into the red basket! Needs to back himself pace-wise, though. He's running in treacle. Needs to find his pal. What a brilliant score. What a brilliant score by Millfield Old Boys to drag them back into this final. They've got 90 seconds to find another try. Sometimes a moment of magic like that can change a game.
Oh. 1 minute.
Outstanding kick, wasn't it? His hair flowing in the wind. But as you said, he just gets caught. Great work rate by the Phoenix 7. But support by number 10 Millfield goes through. Lovely crossfield kick. That's the first one I've seen.
Well, Phoenix have been completely in charge of this game, and now they've only got a 1-point lead. Oh, and he's gone too quickly.
He was fine.
And now it's a one-on-one to put their name on the trophy. Phoenix into the 22. Smart play to slow it down. And they go for the crossfield. Where's the bounce going? Oh, what a tackle. A try-saving, maybe a tournament-saving tackle. But then at the short side, go Phoenix. And that Millfield fight back was short-lived. Well, crossfield kicks like London buses, we love to see it. Question is, will there be time for the restart? Because
if you take the 30 for the kick, it will be last play.
Ah, okay, that's confirmation by the referee.
Take 30 for the kick, it will be last play.
Just need to take their time here.
Right,
I think that's what he's saying, isn't he? Well, you got 30 seconds if you use it.
Full-time whistle goes, and Phoenix embrace. That is a hard-earned victory in the end. But 4 tries to 2. Brilliant effort in defence, but he's just gone beyond the ball with hands on the floor. And that left the door open for Phoenix to take the victory. Great game in the end. Millfield stuck in there, scored a superb try to give themselves a little glimpse, a little glimmer of hope. But Phoenix soon extinguished that flame. Hey, let's hear it from a winner right now. James Zanadakis is down there making friends, and all his friends are winners.
This is our winner's corner over here, joined by Connor from Phoenix Sevens. Connor is literally bleeding, sweating, blowing. That was a tough one.
Yeah, it was a really tough match. It's been a long day. The heat semi-final was really tough. And we're an old Bedford School team, and we're playing against big rivals, old Millfield team. So yeah, great to get the win.
Millfield nearly came back into things at the end there, didn't they? Obviously, the try right at the death helped secure the victory, but that match was intense from beginning to end.
Yeah, I think it's just both teams are getting tired. It's been 6 games, hot weather. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, we worked pretty hard and we made some good decisions and managed to hold out.
6 games played, 6 games won. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
No, it doesn't. It's amazing.
Team is celebrating over there, Connor. Go join them, my friend. Well done. Thank you very much. Back to you in the commentary box today. 1 more match to go.
1 more to go indeed, and it's the big one. Huge congratulations to Phoenix. These old boys teams, whether it's schools, unis, and the old girls teams as well, must feel good to get the old band back together, particularly when you can get a win in the way that they did. That was really, really special from the Phoenix boys. But now it is time for the final, the men's open final. Rugby for Heroes against the British Army, and this has got the potential to be incredibly high quality. It's the end of a long day, and we're in a long season. These guys are doing it week in, week out. They are on the road. Sometimes they're on the plains as well. Rugby for Heroes in the white, British Army in the red, for all the marbles here at the Lit Sevens. If you're just joining us, welcome to Twyford Avenue, home of the Lit Sevens, home of Wasps FC. For this, the showpiece fixture, British Army get us underway. Rugby for Heroes receiving. They've kicked that deep, and they're going to make Rugby for Heroes attack from deep. Rocky Clark joining us for this one. Oh, and that is the first tackle. It is a bone rattler from both men, and expect more of the same. Well, Well, that's our first hitch kick, our first goosey, and our first beautifully timed pass. There's a second touch. Oh, try-saving tackle, 50 metres out. But if he misses that one, Rugby for Heroes, a home host and in the lead in the final.
The height these guys are getting with their hitch kicks is like high jump.
This is going to be a lot of fun. I can tell already. Rugby for Heroes, spending the first minute in possession. Army having to be smart about their defence. Oh, that is so close to being sensational. The grubber kick, the back heel. However,
just a little bit of cramp creeping in, isn't there?
Oh, you got to. It's not a cup final without cramp, is it?
No, we used to have to have pickle juice run onto us when I played for England. You had to swill it round your mouth and spit it out about a minute later to help with that cramp.
That sounds absolutely disgusting.
It was rank, and then you'd scrum down and have bad breath. So maybe 2 bonuses.
Give your opposite number a kiss, was it?
Set.
Ball in then from Billy. Salu. Army with their first chance to attack. They've not got anybody out there on the edge, but they might not need it if they can go through the middle like that. High tackle. Solomoni Karanavalu, the guilty man. It's a lovely offload out of the back door. And the Army up over halfway. Somebody could be seeing the cheese here.
2 minutes.
Yellow card shown, 2 minutes in the bin. Rugby for Heroes, down to 6. Scrum called.
He's on the floor when he tackles. He's on the floor when he tackles.
Still 0-0, approaching the 3rd minute.
Bind. Set.
Billy Salu. Getting some good balls, a good strong scrum from the Army. Straight away, looking to find the edge, taken on the bounce by Kanakaya Vita. The ball inside is a good one. Laulaba stretches his legs, he's chased down really well by Karanavalu. But the inside ball should be good enough for the opening score. And it is. Semesa Banuve makes it Army 5, Rugby for Heroes 0.
And there you have it, that change from defence to attack. You just put the wheels on, go for it, make defenders turn. Just that quick play, the offloading game gets in behind them and asks those questions and scores those tries. Took a little while for the Army to break them down.
Halfway through the first half.
Nope.
Conversion missed. That's a tough one for Salu.
Finn's got another.
How important will those extras be in this final? So take another look at this try.
Thank you. He's got 13
Kanakaya
seconds.
Vita, it's a fabulous inside ball. The chase on the Laba was so good. Karanavalu nearly getting there, but Salu with the wherewithal to find Banuve. And the Army strike first. Taken over the shoulder by Junior Korikuva. Rugby for Heroes. He's lost that. Yeah.
On the floor, right back.
Played on the floor by the Army. I think they've got away with one there.
Oh, I think they did, yeah. It looked like it came out just as he hit the floor. Oh, he's getting yellow carded.
Well, Kagiluba is being sent to the bin. I think Rugby for
bin
Heroes were just maybe asking for another 10 metres from the referee, but he's obliged and giving them a player advantage for the next 2 minutes. Arnie managed to score with Rugby for Heroes down to 6. Can Rugby for Heroes return the favour? That was being shifted on by Ratu Kadriu.
I'm not convinced they needed that big miss pass. They got the overlap.
Tackle!
Oh, they love that big step into contact, don't they? Radianarova is the co-captain, wearing number 2, making that tackle. Going quickly here, Moritoki.
Yeah, he's 10 now.
Oh, the bounce pass has caught Rugby for Heroes out. Kanakayavita explodes onto it. And as soon as the ball hits the floor, the defensive team stands still. And it bounces up into the breadbasket of Pitero Kanakayavita.
Yeah, it could go either way, couldn't it? With that bounce, that horrible bounce. And as a defender, I've definitely been guilty of it. Watching the ball, you end up standing still, you don't get across to cover it, and then just the pounce. And Kanakayavita goes through. So hard to stop, such a unit of a man. So powerful.
And the Darvo does add the extras, so it is Army 12, Rugby for Heroes 0. Take another look at this. It's such a tough one, isn't it? The pass doesn't go to its intended target. Unless it does. Maybe they've been practicing that in training.
Well, we have seen a few tries scored off the bounce pass that you think is an error of a pass.
Timing.
But you can also read the bounce of the ball sometimes.
Again, the restart is a contestable one. It's bounced off one head, then the other, and it's come back the Army's way. They are getting the bounce of the ball here, and as we approach half-time, they've got the opportunity to score. Try number 3, but it is pounced
okay,
on.
you were going down,
And there is a long way to go, but Rugby for Heroes have a sniff of something just before half-time.
High.
Another high tackle.
There you go.
He's beaten himself with a footwork there.
Forward roll into contact. Not seen that many times before.
Really seen the best of Rugby for Heroes so far, but that is a lovely nudge. Oh, he's knocked it on! So close to being perfect.
Oh, it's beautiful and in line, just that, what, millimetre too low, wasn't it?
The kick was perfect.
Right, this is time.
Never really looked like he was going to catch it, but
8 offside.
We were playing the penalty advantage. Army were offside. So maybe another chance here. Oh, that's a good tackle in the end.
Got to come round.
But coming through the gate.
Come round.
So Rugby for Heroes building here, but the next time the ball goes dead, it will be the end of the half. Oh, that little explosion through the gap, so effective. Good game line play. Attacking the line with intent, that's a good ball. Yep. Is he quick enough to finish it? Oh, that is so good! And just a handful of jersey is all that stops Rugby for Heroes.
Held.
Going over the ball, referee deciding the man was held.
You were held.
That was a filthy offload, wasn't it?
Yeah, time's ready.
Absolutely.
It's half time, about 2 minutes.
Well, Army, now, are they going to tap this and knock it into touch for half-time?
Please, guys.
Or are they going to keep playing? Yes, they are. It'll take us through to half-time. 2 tries to 0. 1 conversion's been added to it. Army with one hand on the trophy. They lead 12-0. Final game of this great tournament. Rugby for Heroes yet to get over the whitewash. British Army leading by 2 scores and receiving this kickoff, and receiving it quite well in the end. And immediately breaking through the first tackle, not breaking through the second though, more like a wrestling move. But as always, they keep this ball alive now. They inject the pace up over halfway.
No.
Tabuiri steps back inside. It's a Rugby for Heroes player who stayed down, and ref's going to have to call time off.
Completely blindsided, so I didn't see the impact.
A handoff, but it's very stiff, so I haven't got any fault.
Okay. We'll restart with a red scrum.
Rugby for Heroes 0, Army 12. A bit of a delay while they decide what's going on.
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Oh,
Straight
they're
up.
trying to put the pressure on at scrum time, Rugby for Heroes. But it ends up in a penalty for the Army, and you feel like one more try here might be all the British Army need to leave as Lit 7's champions. This could be the opportunity to do it. Oh no, loose pass! And Rugby for Heroes survive. God, that's a frustrating one.
That is, because we've just seen the outstanding leg drive by Oni Nanagi go through. He had players hanging off of him. I thought it was going to go all the way to the try line. It was like a raging ball going through.
Step.
Just been given a second chance. Rugby for Heroes with a line out.
Get him closer, please.
Line out needs to be good. Line out is good. Nice clean ball off the top. Is this the chance for Rugby for Heroes to cut loose and make something happen? Not really giving themselves a chance here. They've defended well to only concede the 2 tries.
10 guys. Yeah, your ball.
Just getting the ball back. The Army as they come back for the holding on penalty. Ah, he's kicking to the corner.
Oh, what if they go for the driving ball? Come on.
Yeah, I haven't seen that yet today, so...
Are you going to will it into existence?
I absolutely am. I hope they all fly in. 7-man maul.
That would be joyous. That would be truly joyous. You can see the Roosters down there in the white, red and green, champions of an earlier competition. Right then, they brought it down. Oh, boo.
They're actually playing sevens.
Yeah. Details.
Tackle.
10 minutes gone.
No.
Rugby for Heroes running out of time. Oh, good fend. Throwing that offload like a dart on the hockey. Another high tackle.
So many high tackles. Quick tap, though.
8.
Oh, another high tackle this time. It's 2 minutes in the bin. Well, last time they went down to 6. It's when the Army got their first try, the try that set them on their way. And with that, they're bringing on some fresh legs.
Accurate on this scrum, yeah, no? Accurate.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, is it? Fresh legs coming on.
Mark's there.
Not when you're inside your own 22. You're not on the ball and you're 12-0 down in the final.
Yeah, gas on ice coming on. Big bruisers as well coming on.
Rugby for Heroes making a change as
Just
well.
one for red as well.
Continuing to tick here.
Okay. Time on. Crouch! Bind! Set!
Watch that space up the blind side. Rugby for Heroes scrum half might have some work to do here. No, he's gone to cover that. And it means that the Army can attack, looking for try number 3. Explosive power and speed. And Agio Moritoki scores the 3rd try, the try that surely takes this one away from Rugby for Heroes.
Moritoki, outstanding carry, big chest bump as he goes through, bounces players off, just backs himself. I'd be happy as that as a forward carrier, getting that front foot ball, knows where that try line is. Little
water off, please.
Rugby for Heroes could do. You thought they were going to go on the outside, but they went through instead.
Well, as soon as the ball went into the scrum, it looked inevitable, didn't it? But let's take another look at this brilliant finish.
Time off.
Oh, he generates the power, doesn't he? So well.
Yeah, he just ricochets off into the next man with a handoff and goes through.
Not a great restart, but an excellent take. 2 hands above the head. Now it's all about Rugby for Heroes, playing for pride. They don't want to get nilled in a final. Nice little turn of pace there, but it's well read, well judged. Physical in the contact zone. Army doing well to slow that ball down. And then flooding that channel so Rugby for Heroes can't get the pass away. Into the final minute we go, the final minute of this tournament. They're going to give themselves, well, it's not a glimmer of hope, is it? But it's just something to smile about. They don't want to get nilled in the final here.
No, I think us and the crowd are all rooting for him to get a try on the board.
Absolutely. And I think they're going to. Certainly got their best chance of the game so far. Oh, but then the Army, even though the game's won, defending their line, they don't want it breached.
And we got to play on the ground. Knock on, touch, scrum option. Scrum.
Opting for the scrum.
Last play.
Last play.
Last play.
Well, that is going to bring the curtain down on a brilliant day's
Subs
rugby
coming.
here. Great news, Rocky. You're going to get down that ladder and get in vision in a second, because you and Amy are closing the show with James.
Well, let's hope I make it down there in one piece.
Well, you've got to show off those lovely matching polo shirts, haven't you?
Oh, yes.
Looking sleek in the black jerseys today. Right then, Army. Ooh, that looked tight.
Hi. Guys, stand them. 10.
The clock's red. And the trophy's red as well.
Guys, the clock is red. Yeah.
And the British Army are the Lit Sevens champions. It is double delight. 2 trophies entered, 2 trophies won, and that is a very impressive win against a very good Rugby for Heroes team. They've made it look easy. 3 tries scored, none conceded. Rugby for Heroes 0, British Army 17. British Army are the Lit Sevens champions in 2023. Well, do stick with us. We'll be hearing from a victorious player, courtside, pitch side, with that man, James Zanadakis. I can see Amy Wilson-Hardy down there. She's managed to get a bucket hat from somewhere. Lovely bit of merch. As we continue the celebrations, Rich Jackson's gone off to find a victorious Army player. great to have your company today. Thanks for joining us, really appreciate it. Great tournament as well. If you can get down next year, then do come and join us here at Twyford Avenue. Just away to the right-hand side, there is a lovely party kicking off. There are barbecues and beers and bucket hats. What else do you need? And a day of rugby sevens. And they're all going to be enjoying the trophy presentation now as well. Real range given in the men's and the women's. Plates and cups, social and open. So many standards catered for, and as I'm sure we'll agree, this British Army team, serious standard, been a serious standard throughout the day. They've managed to go undefeated, and that is no mean feat. Rugby for Heroes 0, British Army 17. And the Army leave Twyford Avenue, leave Wasps FC with not one, but 2 trophies to boot. Well, they're still over there celebrating. Rich hasn't had much luck in finding an interview, but we will be getting the thoughts of GB Olympian Amy Wilson-Hardy, World Cup winner Rocky Clark with James Zanadakis.
Congratulations to the British Army, now the Men's Open Cup Final champions.
What you guys haven't seen is Rocky Clark doing full contact tackle practice on James Zanadakis. Oh, in what has been a great day, that might be the best thing that has happened, but the sun's just peeking out from behind the clouds. It is a great evening for celebration. Glorious golden sunlight at the end of a great day of rugby sevens. Post-tournament reaction to come. Oh, there it is. Great technique, as always. Not sure James was expecting that. Welcome to the Layer Cake, son.
A couple of announcements that are quite important. First of all, a lost property one.
What a shot.
We have a large black camelback flask with a creamy white smartwatch attached, which we handed to lost property. The awards ceremony is going to be on pitch 1 in around about 15 minutes. A chance for you to all come along. Lost property has been recovered. That's good news. Get it. And also, very, very importantly,
OMs were cheating today.
From the tournament organisers, so well up with your team, please do return it. We are missing some rugby balls. They do have tags, electronic tags, and if you take them outside the ground, they will explode. So please do return them. In the interest of your own safety, if you want to return home one thing, you borrowed one of our pink and white balls. Please return them to the housing booth as soon as possible. Award ceremony starting in about 15 minutes time on pitch number 1. Congratulations and thanks to everyone that has taken part.
Some lovely scenes there between two teams with a huge amount of mutual respect. There's singing, there's celebration, and most of the celebrations belong to the Army. It's no time to get the closing thoughts of James. I thought he was going to rope in Rocky Clark and Amy for this, but he's down there on his own. He's got a ball, he's got a smile on his face. James, have you had a good day?
I've had a great day, David. You had a good day, mate. Can we back and forth here?
I've had
Dave's
a,
really put his
do you know
mic
what?
down.
I've had a really, really lovely day. This is such a good tournament. We withstood the weather.
We
a little
did.
bit.
We've had sun, we've had rain, we've had pretty much everything. Many thanks to Elaine Gelman as well, who has put so much hard work into getting this underway. Rocky and Amy, I think, are going to come and join me for the outro. Rocky's looking like she's... Oh, here we go.
Oh, I love rugby. Right, Amy, you're in charge now. Take us home.
Now we've got rid of him, we're in charge, okay? None of that rubbish down there. Thank you for joining us today. Thanks for NextGen for the streaming as well. Awesome to work with you guys. And it's been an absolutely amazing day for Sevens. Rocky, your first Sevens experience of commentating?
Amazing, absolutely buzzing. There was so much fun, so much great social rugby, so much elite rugby. It's been phenomenal. And to tackle that young man was the icing on the cake.
She still got it, she still got it. Until next time, team, we'll see you then.
Here at VIO, we believe that sport plays an important part in our world and our societies. Technology can amplify sport's positive impact, and our mission is to make sports technology accessible to all.
Bye.